Preface of the Golden Treasury of the best songs and lyrical pieces in the English language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Brenneman. The Golden Treasury selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Preface. This little collection differs, it is believed, from others in the attempt made to include in it all the best original lyrical pieces and songs in our language by writers not living, and none beside the best. Many familiar verses will hence be met with, many also which should be familiar. The editor will regard as his fittest readers those who love poetry so well, that he can offer them nothing not already known and valued. For those who take up the book in a serious and scholarly spirit, the following remarks on the plan and the execution are added. The editor is acquainted with no strict and exhaustive definition of lyrical poetry, but he has found the task of practical decision increase in clearness and in facility as he advanced with the work, whilst keeping in view a few simple principles. Lyrical has been here held essentially to imply that each poem shall turn on some single thought, feeling, or situation. In accordance with this, narrative, descriptive, and didactic poems, unless accompanied by rapidity of movement, brevity, and the coloring of human passion, have been excluded. Humorous poetry, except in the very unfrequent instances where a truly poetical tone pervades the whole with what is strictly personal, occasional, and religious, has been considered foreign to the idea of the book. Blank verse and the 10-syllable couplet, with all pieces markedly dramatic, have been rejected as alien from what is commonly understood by song, and rarely conforming to lyrical conditions in treatment. But it is not anticipated, nor is it possible, that all readers shall think the line accurately drawn. Some poems, as Gray's Elegy, the Allegro, and Penseroso, Wordsworth's Ruth, or Campbell's Lord Ullin, might be claimed with perhaps equal justice for a narrative or descriptive selection, whilst with reference especially to ballads and sonnets, the editor can only state that he has taken his utmost pains to decide without caprice or partiality. This also is all he can plead in regard to a point even more liable to question: what degree of merit should give rank among the best? That a poem shall be worthy of the writer's genius, that it shall reach a perfection commensurate with its aim, that we should require finish in proportion to brevity, that passion, color, and originality cannot atone for serious imperfections in clearness, unity, or truth, that a few good lines do not make a good poem, that popular estimate is serviceable as a guidepost more than as a compass. Above all, that excellence should be looked for rather in the whole than in the parts. Such and other such canons have been always steadily regarded. He may, however, add that the pieces chosen, and a far larger number rejected, have been carefully and repeatedly considered, and that he has been aided throughout by two friends of independent and exercised judgment, beside the distinguished person addressed in the dedication. It is hoped that by this procedure the volume has been freed from that one-sidedness which must beset individual decisions, but for the final choice the editor is alone responsible. Chalmers' vast collection, with the whole works of all accessible poets not contained in it, and the best anthologies of different periods, have been twice systematically read through, and it is hence improbable that any omissions, which may be regretted, are due to oversight. The poems are printed entire, except in a very few instances, specified in the notes, where a stanza has been omitted. The omissions have been risked only when the piece could be thus brought to a closer lyrical unity, and, as essentially opposed to this unity, extracts, obviously such, are excluded. In regard to the text, the purpose of the book has appeared to justify the choice of the most poetical version wherever more than one exists. and much labor has been given to present each poem in disposition, spelling, and punctuation to the greatest advantage. In the arrangement, the most poetically effective order has been attempted. The English mind has passed through phases of thought and cultivation so various and so opposed during these 3 centuries of poetry that a rapid passage between old and new, like rapid alliteration of the eye's focus in looking at the landscape, will always be wearisome and hurtful to the sense of beauty. The poems have been therefore distributed into books corresponding: 1. To the 90 years closing about 1616. 2. Thence to 1700. 3. To 1800. 4. To the half-century just ended. Or, looking at the poets who more or less give each portion its distinctive character, they might be called the books of Shakespeare, Milton, Gray, and Wordsworth. The volume, in this respect, so far as the limitations of its range allow, accurately reflects the natural growth and evolution of our poetry. A rigidly chronological sequence, however, rather fits a collection aiming at instruction than at pleasure, and the wisdom which comes through pleasure within each book the pieces have therefore been arranged in gradations of feeling or subject. The development of the symphonies of Mozart and Beethoven has been here thought of as a model, and nothing placed without careful consideration. And it is hoped that the contents of this anthology will thus be found to present a certain unity as episodes in the noble language of Shelley to that great poem which all poets, like the cooperating thoughts of one great mind, have built up since the beginning of the world. As he closes his long survey, the editor trusts he may add without egotism that he has found the vague general verdict of popular fame more just than those have thought, who, with too severe a criticism, would confine judgments on poetry to the selected few of many generations. Not many appear to have gained reputation without some gift or performance that, in due degree, deserved it. And if no verses by certain writers who show less strength than sweetness, or more thought than mastery and expression, are printed in this volume, it should not be imagined that they have been excluded without much hesitation and regret, far less that they have been slighted. Throughout this vast and pathetic array of singers now silent, few have been honored with the name poet, and have not possessed a skill in words, a sympathy with beauty, a tenderness of feeling, or seriousness in reflection, which render their works, although never perhaps attaining that loftier and finer excellence here required, better worth reading than much of what fills the scanty hours that most men spare for self-improvement, or for pleasure in any of its more elevated and permanent forms. And if this be true of even mediocre poetry, for how much more are we indebted to the best? Like the fabled fountain of the Azores, but with a more various power, the magic of this art can confer on each period of life its appropriate blessing. On early years, experience; on maturity, calm; on age, youthfulness. Poetry gives treasures more golden than gold, leading us in higher and healthier ways than those of the world, and interpreting to us the lessons of nature. But she speaks best for herself. Her true accents, if the plan has been executed with success, may be heard throughout the following pages. Wherever the poets of England are honored, wherever the dominant language of the world is spoken, it is hoped they will find fit audience. F.T. Palgrave. End of Preface. First book summary of the Golden Treasury of the best songs and lyrical pieces in the English language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Brenneman. The Elizabethan poetry, as it is rather vaguely termed, forms the substance of this book, which contains pieces from Wyatt under Henry VIII to Shakespeare midway through the reign of James I, and Drummond, who carried on the early manner to a still later period. There is here a wide range of style, from simplicity, expressed in a language hardly yet broken into verse, through the pastoral fancies and Italian conceits of the strictly Elizabethan time, to the passionate reality of Shakespeare. Yet a general uniformity of tone prevails. Few readers can fail to observe the natural sweetness of the verse, the single-hearted straightforwardness of the thoughts, nor less the limitation of subject to the many phrases of one passion, which then characterized our lyrical poetry, unless when, as with Drummond and Shakespeare, the purple light of love is tempered by a spirit of sterner reflection. It should be observed that this and the following summaries apply in the main to the collection here presented, in which, beside its restriction to lyrical poetry, a strictly representative or historical anthology has not been aimed at. Great excellence in human art, as in human character, has from the beginning of things been even more uniform than mediocrity, by virtue of the closeness of its approach to nature, and so far as the standard of excellence kept in view has been attained in this volume, a comparative absence of extreme or temporary phrases and style, a similarity of tone and manner will be found throughout, something neither modern nor ancient but true in all ages, and like the works of creation, perfect as on the first day. End of summary.
Section 3 of The Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Brown. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 3. 1. Spring. Spring, sweet spring, is the year's pleasant king. Then blooms each thing, then maids dance in a ring. Cold doth not sting, the pretty birds do sing. Cuckoo, jug jug, pooey, twitwoo. The palm in May make country houses gay. Lambs frisk and play, the shepherds pipe all day. And we hear aye birds tune their merry lay. Cuckoo, jug jug, pooey, twitwoo. The fields breathe sweet, the daisies kiss our feet. Young lovers meet, old wives a sunning sit. In every street these tunes our ears do greet. Cuckoo, jug jug, pooey, twitwoo. Spring, the sweet spring. By T. Nash. 2. Summons to Love. Phoebus arise and paint the sable skies with azure, white and red. Rosamund's mothers from her Tithon's bed, that she may thy career with roses spread. The nightingale thy coming each where to sing, make an eternal spring. Give life to this dark world which lieth dead. Spread forth thy golden hair, in larger locks than thou wast once before, and emperor-like decor. With diadem of pearl thy temples fair, chase hence the ugly night, which serves but to make dear thy glorious light. This is that happy morn, that day long wished day. Of all my life so dark, if cruel stars have not my ruin sworn, and fates not hope betray, which purely white deserves, an everlasting diamond should it mark. This is a morn should bring unto this grove my love to hear and recompense my love. Fair king, who all preserves, but show thy blushing beams, and thou to sweeter eyes shalt see than those by which Peneus' streams did once thy heart surprise. Now, Flora, deck thyself in fairest guise, If that you winds would hear a voice surpassing far Amphion's lyre, your furious chiding stay. Let Zephyr only breathe, and with her tresses play. The wind all silent are, and Phoebus in his chair, in saffroning sea and air, makes vanish every star. Night like a drunkard reels beyond the hills to shine his flaming wheels. The fields with flowers are decked in every hue, the clouds with orient gold spangle their blue. Here is a pleasant place, and nothing wanting is, save she, alas. William Drummond of Hawthornden. 3. Time and Love. When I have seen by time's fell hand defaced the rich proud cost of outworn buried age, when sometime lofty towers I see down raised, and brass eternal slave to mortal rage, when I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore, and the firm soil win of the watery main increasing store with loss and loss with store, when I have seen some interchange of state, or state itself confounded to decay, ruin hath taught me thus to ruminate, that time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death, which cannot choose but weep to have that which it fears to lose. William Shakespeare. 4. Since brass nor stone nor earth nor boundless sea but sad morality o'ersways their power, how with this rage shall beauty hold a plea, whose action is no stronger than a flower? Oh, how shall summer's honey breath hold out against the wreckful siege of battering days, when rocks impregnable are not so stout, nor gates of steel so strong but time decays? O fearful meditation, where, alack, shall time's best jewel from time's chest lie hid? Or what strong hand can hold his swift foot back, or who his spoil of beauty can forbid? O none, unless this miracle have might, that in black ink my love shall still shine bright. William Shakespeare. 5. The passionate shepherd to his love. Come live with me and be my love, and will all the pleasures prove that hills and valleys, dale and field, and all the craggy mountains yield. There we will sit upon the rocks and see the shepherds feed their flocks, by shallow rivers to whose falls melodious birds sing madrigals. There I will make thee beds of roses and 1,000 fragrant posies, a cap of flowers and a kirtle embroidered all with leaves of myrtle, a gown made of the finest wool which from our pretty lambs we pull, fair lined slippers for the cold with buckles of the purest gold, a belt of straw and ivy buds with coral clasps and amber studs. And if these pleasures may thee move, come live with me and be my love. Thy silver dishes for thy meat, as precious as the gods do eat, shall on an ivory table be prepared each day for thee and me. The shepherd swains shall dance and sing for thy delight each May morning. If these delights thy mind may love, then live with me and be my love. C. Marlowe. 6. A Madrigal. Crabbed age and youth cannot live together. Youth is full of pleasure, age is full of care. Youth like summer morn, age like winter weather. Youth like summer brave, age like winter bare. Youth is full of sport, age's breath is short. Youth is nimble, age is lame. Youth is hot and bold, age is weak and cold. Youth is wild and age is tame. Age, I do abhor thee. Youth, I do adore thee. O my love is young. Age, I do defy thee. O sweet shepherd, hie thee, for methinks thou stayest too long. William Shakespeare. 7. Under the greenwood tree, who loves to lie with me, and tune his merry note unto the sweet bird's throat. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall we see no enemy, but winter and rough weather. who doth ambition shun, and loves to live in the sun, seeking the food he eats, and pleased with what he gets. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall he see no enemy, but winter and rough weather. William Shakespeare. 8. It was a lover and his lass, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no, that o'er the green cornfield did pass in the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when the birds do sing hey ding a ding. Sweet lovers love the spring. Between the acres of the rye these pretty country folks would lie. This carol that began that hour, how that life was but a flower, and therefore take the present time with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no. For love is crowned with the prime in springtime, the only pretty ring of time, when birds do sing hey ding a ding. Sweet lovers love the spring. William Shakespeare. 9. Present and absence. Absence, hear thou my protestation against thy strength, distance, and length. Do what thou canst for alteration, for hearts of truest metal absence doth join and time doth settle. Who loves a mistress of such quality, he soon hath found affection's ground, beyond time, place, and all mortality. Absence is presence, time doth tarry. By absence this good means I gain, that I can catch her where none can watch her. In some close corner of my brain, there I embrace and kiss her, and so I both enjoy and miss her. Anonymous. End of section 3. Recording by Francis Brown.
Section 4 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 4. Number 10. Absence. Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire? I have no precious time at all to spend, nor services to do, till you require. Nor dare I chide the world without end hour, whilst I, my sovereign, watch the clock for you, nor think the bitterness of absence sour, when you have bid your servant once adieu. Nor dare I question with my jealous thought where you may be, or your affairs suppose, but like a sad slave stay and think of naught, save where you are, how happy you make those. So true a fool is love, that in your will, though you do anything, he thinks no ill. W. Shakespeare. 11. How like a winter hath my absence been from thee, the pleasure of the fleeting year! What freezings have I felt, what dark days seen, what old December's bareness everywhere! And yet this time removed was summer's time, the teeming autumn, big with rich increase, bearing the wanton burden of the prime, like widowed wombs after their lord's decease. Yet this abundant issue seemed to me but hope of orphans and unfathered fruit, for summer and his pleasures wait on thee, and thou away, the very birds are mute. Or if they sing, 'tis with so dull a cheer that leaves look pale, dreading the winter's near. W. Shakespeare. Number 12. A Consolation. When in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least. Yet in these thoughts, myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings. W. Shakespeare. 13. The Unchangeable. Oh, never say that I was false of heart, though absence seemed my flame to qualify. As easy might I from myself depart, as from my soul, which in thy breast doth lie. That is my home of love. If I have ranged, like him that travels, I return again, just to the time, not with the time exchanged, so that myself bring water for my stain. Never believe, though in my nature reigned all frailties that besiege all kinds of blood, that it could so preposterously be stained to leave for nothing all thy sum of good. For nothing this wide universe I call, save thou, my rose, in it thou art my all. W. Shakespeare. 14. To me, fair friend, you never can be old, for as you were when first your eye I eyed, such seems your beauty still. 3 winters cold have from the forest shook 3 summers' pride. 3 beauteous springs to yellow autumn turned, in process of the seasons have I seen. 3 April perfumes in 3 hot Junes burned, since first I saw you fresh, which yet are green. Ah, yet doth beauty like a dial hand steal from his figure, and no pace perceived. So your sweet hue, which methinks still doth stand, hath motion, and mine eye may be deceived. For fear of which, hear this, thou age unbred: ere you were born, was beauty's summer dead. W. Shakespeare. 15. Diaphenia. Diaphenia, like the daffodowndilly, white as the sun, fair as the lily, hi ho, how do I love thee! I do love thee as my lambs are beloved of their dams. How blessed were I if thou wouldst prove me! Diaphenia, like the spreading roses that in thy sweets all sweets encloses, fair sweet, how do I love thee! I do love thee as each flower loves the sun's life-giving power, for dead thy breath to life might move me. Diaphenia, like to all things blessed, when all thy praises are expressed, dear joy, how do I love thee! As the birds do love the spring, or the bees their careful king, then in requite, sweet virgin, love me. H. Constable. 16. Rosaline. Like to the clear and highest sphere, where all imperial glory shines, of self-same colour is her hair, whether unfolded or entwines. Hi ho, fair Rosaline! Her eyes are sapphires set in snow, resembling heaven by every wink. The gods do fear whenas they glow, and I do tremble when I think, Heigh-ho, would she were mine! Her cheeks are like the blushing cloud that beautifies Aurora's face, or like the silver crimson shroud that Phoebus' smiling looks doth grace. Heigh-ho, fair Rosaline! Her lips are like two budded roses, whom ranks of lilies neighbour nigh, within which bounds she balm encloses, apt to entice a deity. Heigh-ho, would she were mine! Her neck like to a stately tower, where Love himself imprisoned lies, to watch for glances every hour from her divine and sacred eyes. Heigh-ho, fair Rosaline! Her paps are centres of delight, her breasts are orbs of heavenly frame, where nature moulds the dew of light to feed perfection with the same. Heigh-ho, would she were mine! With orient pearl, with ruby red, with marble white, with sapphire blue, her body every way is fed, yet soft in touch and sweet in view. Heigh-ho, fair Rosaline! Nature herself her shape admires, the gods are wounded in her sight, and Love forsakes his heavenly fires, and at her eyes his brand doth light. Heigh-ho, would she were mine! Then muse not, nymphs, though I bemoan the absence of fair Rosaline, since for a fair there's fairer none, nor for her virtues so divine. Heigh-ho, fair Rosaline! Heigh-ho, my heart! Would God that she were mine! T. Lodge. 17. Beauty sat bathing by a spring, where fairest shades did hide her. The winds blew calm, the birds did sing, the cool streams ran beside her. My wanton thoughts enticed mine eye to see what was forbidden, but better memory said fie, so vain desire was chidden. Hey nonny nonny, oh hey nonny nonny! Into a slumber then I fell, when fond imagination seemed to see, but could not tell, her feature or her fashion. But even as babes in dreams do smile, and sometimes fall a weeping, so I awaked as wise this while as when I fell a sleeping. Hey nonny nonny, oh hey nonny nonny! The Shepherd Tony. 18. To his Love. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease have all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. W. Shakespeare. 19. To his Love. When in the chronicle of wasted time I see descriptions of the fairest wights, and beauty making beautiful old rhyme in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights, then in the blazon of sweet beauty's best of hand, of foot, of lip, of eye, of brow, I see their antique pen would have expressed even such a beauty as you master now. So all their praises are but prophecies of this our time, all you prefiguring. and for they looked but with divining eyes, they had not skill enough your worth to sing. For we, which now behold these present days, have eyes to wonder, but lack tongues to praise. W. Shakespeare. 20. Love's Perjuries. On a day, alack the day, Love, whose month is ever May, spied a blossom passing fair, playing in the wanton air. Through the velvet leaves the wind, all unseen, 'gan passage find, that the lover, sick to death, wished himself the heaven's breath. "Ere," quoth he, "thy cheeks may blow, ere would I might triumph so. But alack, my hand is sworn ne'er to pluck thee from thy thorn. Thou, alack, for youth unmeet, youth so apt to pluck a sweet. Do not call it sin in me that I am forsworn for thee. Thou, for whom e'en Jove would swear Juno but an Ethiop were, and deny himself for Jove, turning mortal for thy love." W. Shakespeare. End of Section 4. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 5 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 5, Poems 21 through 32. 21. A Supplication. Forget not yet the tried intent of such a truth as I have meant, my great travail so gladly spent, forget not yet. Forget not yet when first began the weary life ye know, since when the suit, the service, none tell can, forget not yet. Forget not yet the great assays, the cruel wrong, the scornful ways, the painful patience in delays, forget not yet. Forget not, oh, forget not this, how long ago hath been and is the mind that never meant amiss, forget not yet. Forget not then thine own approved, the which so long have thee so loved, whose steadfast faith yet never moved, forget not this. Sir T. Wyatt. 22. To Aurora. Oh, if thou knewest how thou thyself does harm, and dost prejudge thy bliss, and spoil thy rest, then thou wouldst melt the ice out of thy breast, and thy relenting heart would kindly warm. Oh, if thy pride did not our joys control, what world of loving wonders shouldst thou see! For if I saw thee once transformed in me, then in thy bosom I would pour my soul. Then all my thoughts should in thy visage shine, and if that aught mischanced, thou shouldst not moan, nor bear the burthen of thy griefs alone. No, I would have my share in what were thine. And whilst we thus should make our sorrows one, this happy harmony would make them none. W. Alexander, Earl of Stirling. 23. True Love. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh, no, it is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. W. Shakespeare. 24. A Ditty. My true love hath my heart, and I have his, by just exchange one to the other given. I hold his dear, and mine he cannot miss. There never was a better bargain driven. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. His heart in me keeps him and me in one. My heart in him his thoughts and senses guides. He loves my heart, for once it was his own. I cherish his because in me it bides. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. Sir P. Sidney. 25. Love's Omnipresence. Were I as base as is the lowly plain, and you, my love, as high as heaven above, yet should the thoughts of me, your humble swain, ascend to heaven in honor of my love. Were I as high as heaven above the plain, and you, my love, as humble and as low as are the deepest bottoms of the main, wheresoe'er you were, with you my love should go. Were you the earth, dear love, and I the skies, my love should shine on you like to the sun, and look upon you with 10,000 eyes, till heaven waxed blind, and till the world were done. Wheresoe'er I am, below or else above you, wheresoe'er you are, my heart shall truly love you. J. Sylvester. 26. Carpe Diem. O mistress mine, where are you roaming? O stay and hear your true love's coming, that can sing both high and low. Trip no further, pretty sweeting, journeys end in lovers' meeting, every wise man's son doth know. What is love? 'Tis not hereafter, present mirth hath present laughter. What's to come is still unsure, in delay there lies no plenty. Then come kiss me, sweet and twenty, use the stuff will not endure. W. Shakespeare. 27. Winter. When icicles hang by the wall, and Dick the shepherd blows his nail, and Tom bears logs into the hall, and milk comes frozen home in pail. When blood is nipped and ways be foul, then nightly sings the staring owl, to-whoo, to-whit, to-whoo, a merry note, while greasy Joan doth keel the pot. When all around the wind doth blow, and coughing drowns the parson's saw, and birds sit brooding in the snow, and Marian's nose looks red and raw, when roasted crabs hiss in the bowl, then nightly sings the staring owl, to-whoo, to-whit, to-whoo, a merry note, while greasy Joan doth keel the pot. W. Shakespeare. 28. That time of year thou mayst in me behold, when yellow leaves or none or few do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bare ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self, that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the death-bed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceivest, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well, which thou must leave ere long. W. Shakespeare. 29. Remembrance. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past, I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new wail my dear time's waste. Then can I drown an eye unused to flow for precious friends hid in death's dateless night, and weep afresh love's long since cancelled woe, and moan the expense of many a vanished sight. Then can I grieve at grievances foregone, and heavily from woe to woe tell o'er the sad account of fore bemoaned moan, which I new pay as if not paid before. But if the while I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored, and sorrows end. W. Shakespeare. 30. Revolutions. Like as the waves make towards the pebbled shore, so do our minutes hasten to their end, each changing place with that which goes before. In sequent toil all forwards do contend. Nativity, once in the main of light, crawls to maturity, where with being crowned, crooked eclipses against his glory fight, and time that gave doth now his gift confound. Time doth transfix the flourish set on youth, and delves the parallels in beauty's brow, feeds on the rarities of nature's truth, and nothing stands but for his scythe to mow. And yet, to times in hope, my verse shall stand, praising thy worth, despite his cruel hand. W. Shakespeare. 31. Farewell, thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou knowest thy estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing, my bonds in thee are all determinate. For how do I hold thee but by thy granting? And for that riches, where is my deserving? The cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Thyself thou gavest, thy own worth then not knowing, or me to whom thou gavest it, else mistaking. So thy great gift, upon misprision growing, comes home again, on better judgment making. Thus have I had thee as a dream doth flatter, in sleep a king, but waking no such matter. W. Shakespeare. 32. The Life Without Passion. They that have power to hurt, and will do none, that do not do the thing they most do show, who, moving others, are themselves as stone, unmoved, cold, and to temptation slow, they rightly do inherit heaven's graces, and husband nature's riches from expense. They are the lords and owners of their faces, others but stewards of their excellence. The summer's flower is to the summer sweet, though to itself it only live and die. But if that flower with base infection meet, the basest weed outbraves his dignity. For sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. W. Shakespeare. End of section 5. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 6 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by K. Hand. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 6. 33. The Lover's Appeal. And wilt thou leave me thus? Say nay, for shame, to save thee from the blame of all my grief and grame. And wilt thou leave me thus? Say nay, and wilt thou leave me thus, that hath loved thee so long, in wealth and woe among, and is thy heart so strong as for to leave me thus? Say nay, and wilt thou leave me thus, that hath given thee my heart, never for to depart, neither for pain nor smart? And wilt thou leave me thus? Say nay, and wilt thou leave me thus, and have no more pity of him that loveth thee? Alas, thy cruelty! And wilt thou leave me thus? Say nay, Sir T. Wyatt. 34. The Nightingale. As it fell upon a day in the merry month of May, sitting in a pleasant shade which a grove of myrtles made, beasts did leap and birds did sing, trees did grow and plants did spring, everything did banish moan, save the nightingale alone. She, poor bird, as all forlorn, leaned her breast against a thorn, and there sung the dolefullest ditty, that to hear it was great pity. Fie, fie, now would she cry, Tiroo, by and by, that to hear her so complain, scarce I could from tears refrain, for her griefs so lively shone, made me think upon my own. Ah, thought I, thou mourn'st in vain, none takes pity on thy pain. Senseless trees, they cannot hear thee, ruthless beasts, they will not cheer thee. King Pandion, he is dead, all thy friends are lapped in lead, all thy fellow birds do sing, careless of thy sorrowing. Even so, poor bird, like thee, none alive will pity me. R. Barnefield. 35. Care charmer Sleep, son of the sable night, brother to death in silent darkness born, relieve my anguish and restore the light, with dark forgetting of my care return. And let the day be time enough to mourn the shipwreck of my ill-adventured youth. Let waking eyes suffice to wail their scorn, without the torment of the night's untruth. Cease dreams, the images of day desires, to model forth the passions of the morrow. Never let rising sun approve you liars, to add more grief to aggravate my sorrow. Still let me sleep, embracing clouds in vain, and never wake to feel the day's disdain. S. Daniel. 36. Madrigal. Take, oh take those lips away, that so sweetly were forsworn, and those eyes, the break of day, lights that do mislead the morn. But my kisses bring again, seals of love, but sealed in vain, W. Shakespeare. 37. Love's Farewell. Since there's no help, come let us kiss and part. Nay, I have done, you get no more of me, and I am glad, yea, glad with all my heart, that thus so cleanly I myself can free. Shake hands forever, cancel all our vows, and when we meet at any time again, be it not seen in either of our brows that we one jot of former love retain. Now at this last gasp of love's latest breath, when his pulse failing, passion speechless lies, when faith is kneeling by his bed of death, and innocence is closing up his eyes. Now if thou wouldst, when all have given him over, from death to life thou mightst him yet recover. M. Drayton. 38. To his lute. My lute, be as thou wert when thou didst grow with thy green mother in some shady grove, when immelodious winds but made thee move, and birds their ramage did on thee bestow. Since that dear voice which did thy sounds approve, which wont in such harmonious strains to flow, is reft from earth to tune those spheres above, what art thou but a harbinger of woe? Thy pleasing notes be pleasing notes no more, but orphans' wailings to the fainting ear. Each stroke a sigh, each sound draws forth a tear, for which be silent as in woods before. Or that if any hand to touch thee deign, like widowed turtle still her loss complain. W. Drummond. 39. Blind Love. O me, what eyes hath love put in my head, which have no correspondence with true sight? Or if they have, where is my judgment fled, that censures falsely what they see aright? If that be fair whereon my false eyes dote, what means the world to say it is not so? If it be not, then love doth well denote. Love's eye is not so true as all men's, no. How can it? Oh, how can love's eye be true that is so vexed with watching and with tears? No marvel then, though I mistake my view, the sun itself sees not till heaven clears. O cunning love, with tears thou keep'st me blind, lest eyes well seeing thy foul faults should find. W. Shakespeare. 40. The Unfaithful Shepherdess. While that the sun with his beams hot scorched the fruits in vale and mountain, Philon the shepherd late forgot, sitting beside a crystal fountain, in shadow of a green oak tree, upon his pipe this song played he. Adieu love, untrue love, untrue love, untrue love, adieu love. Your mind is light, soon lost for new love. So long as I was in your sight, I was your heart, your soul and treasure, and evermore you sobbed and sighed, burning in flames beyond all measure. 3 days endured your love to me, and it was lost in other 3. Adieu love, untrue love, untrue love, untrue love, adieu love. Your mind is light, soon lost for new love. Another shepherd you did see, to whom your heart was soon enchained. Full soon your love was leapt from me, full soon my place he had obtained. Soon came a third your love to win, and we were out and he was in. Adieu love, untrue love, untrue love, adieu love. Your mind is light, soon lost for new love. Sure you have made me passing glad that you your mind so soon removed, that before that I the leisure had to choose you for my best beloved. For all your love was past and done 2 days before it was begun. Adieu love, untrue love, untrue love, untrue love, adieu love. Your mind is light, soon lost for new love. Anonymous. 41. A Renunciation. If women could be fair and yet not fond, or that their love were firm, not fickle still, I would not marvel that they make men bond by service long to purchase their goodwill. But when I see how frail those creatures are, I muse that men forget themselves so far. To mark the choice they make and how they change, how oft from Phoebus they do flee to Pan, unsettled still like haggards wild they range, these gentle birds that fly from man to man. Who would not scorn and shake them from the fist, and let them fly, fair fools, which way they list? Yet for disport we fawn and flatter both, to pass the time when nothing else can please, and train them to our lure with subtle oath, till weary of their wiles ourselves we ease. And then we say, when we their fancy try, to play with fools, oh what a fool was I. E. Vere, Earl of Oxford. 42. Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hi ho! Sing hi ho! Unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hi ho! the holly, this life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, thou dost not bite so nigh, as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp, as friend remembered not. Hi ho, sing hi ho, unto the green holly, most friendship is feigning, most loving, mere folly. Then hi ho, the holly, this life is most jolly. W. Shakespeare. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 7. 43. Madrigal. My thoughts hold mortal strife, I do detest my life, and with lamenting cries peace to my soul to bring, oft call that prince which here doth monarchize. But he, grim grinning king, who caitiff scorns and doth the blest surprise, late having decked with beauty's rose his tomb, disdains to crop a weed and will not come. W. Drummond. 44. Dirge of Love. Come away, death, and in sad cypress let me be laid. Fly away, breath, I am slain by a fair cruel maid. My shroud of white, stuck all with you, oh prepare it. My part of death no one so true did share it. Not a flower sweet, on my black coffin let there be strown. Not a friend greet my poor corpse where my bones shall thrown. A thousand sighs to save, lay me, oh where, sad true lover, never find my grave, to weep there. W. Shakespeare. 45. Fidele. Fear no more the heat o' the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. Fear no more the frown o' the great, thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat, to thee the reed is as the oak. The sceptre, learning, psychic must all follow this, and come to dust. Fear no more the lightning flash, nor the all dreaded thunderstone. Fear not slander, censure rash, thou hast finished joy and moan. All lovers young, all lovers must, consign to thee, and come to dust. W. Shakespeare. 46. A Sea Dirge. Full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones are coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell, hark, now I hear them, ding dong bell. W. Shakespeare. 47. A Land Dirge. Call for the robin redbreast and the wren, since o'er shady groves they hover, and with leaves and flowers do cover the friendless bodies of unburied men. Call unto his funeral dole the ant, the field mouse, and the mole, to rear him hillocks that shall keep him warm, and, when gay tombs are robbed, sustain no harm. But keep the wolf far thence, that's foe to men, for with his nails he'll dig them up again. J. Webster. 48. Post Mortem. If thou survive my well contented day, when that churl death my bones with dust shall cover, and shalt by fortune once more resurvey these poor rude lines of thy deceased lover, compare them with the bettering of the time, and though they be outstripped by every pen, reserve them for my love, not for their rhyme, exceeded by the height of happier men. O then vouchsafe me but this loving thought: had my friend's muse grown with this growing age, a dearer birth than this his love had brought, to march in ranks of better equipage. But since he died, and poets better prove, theirs for the style I'll read, his for his love. W. Shakespeare. 49. The Triumph of Death. No longer mourn for me when I am dead, then you shall hear the surly sullen bell give warning to the world that I am fled from this vile world with vilest worms to dwell. Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that writ it, for I love you so that I in your sweet thoughts would be forgot if thinking on me then should make you woe. Oh, if, I say, you look upon this verse when I perhaps compounded am with clay, do not so much as my poor name rehearse, but let your love even with my life decay, lest the wise world should look into your moan and mock you with me after I am gone. W. Shakespeare. 50. Madrigal. Tell me where is fancy bred, or in the heart, or in the head, how begot, how nourished? Reply, reply. It is engendered in the eyes, with gazing fed, and fancy dies in the cradle where it lies. Let us all ring fancy's knell. I'll begin it. Ding dong bell, ding dong bell. W. Shakespeare. 51. Cupid and Campaspe. Cupid and my Campaspe played at cards for kisses. Cupid paid. He stakes his quiver, bow and arrows, his mother's doves and team of sparrows, loses them too, then down he throws the coral of his lip, the rose, growing on's cheek, but none knows how, with these the crystal of his brow, and then the dimple on his chin. All these did my Campaspe win. At last he set her both his eyes, she won, and Cupid blind did rise. O love, has she done this to thee? What shall, alas, become of me? J. Lilly. 52. Pack clouds away and welcome day, with night we banish sorrow. Sweet air blows soft, mount larks aloft, to give my love good morrow. Wings from the wind to please her mind, notes from the lark I'll borrow. Bird, prune thy wing, nightingale sing, to give my love good morrow. To give my love good morrow, notes from them both I'll borrow. Wake from thy nest, robin redbreast, sing birds in every furrow, and from each hill let music shrill give my fair love good morrow. Blackbird and thrush in every bush, stare, linnet and cock sparrow, you pretty elves amongst yourselves, sing my fair love good morrow. To give my love good morrow, sing birds in every furrow. T. Haywood. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 8. 53. Prothalamion. Calm was the day, and through the trembling air sweet-breathing Zephyrus did softly play, a gentle spirit that lightly did delay hot Titan's beams, which then did glister fair, when I, whom sullen care through discontent of my long fruitless stay in Prince's court, and expectation vain of idle hopes, which still do fly away like empty shadows, did afflict my brain, walked forth to ease my pain along the shore of silver-streaming Thames, whose rutty bank, the which his river hems, was painted all with variable flowers, and all the meads adorned with dainty gems fit to deck maidens' bowers, and crown their paramours against the bridal day, which is not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. There in a meadow by the river's side a flock of nymphs I chanced to espy, all lovely daughters of the flood thereby, with goodly greenish locks all loose untied, as each had been a bride. And each one had a little wicker basket made of fine twigs, entrailed curiously, in which they gathered flowers to fill their flasket. And with fine fingers cropped full featuously the tender stalks on high. Of every sort which in that meadow grew they gathered some, the violet, pallid blue, the little daisy that at evening closes, the virgin lily, and the primrose true, with store of vermeil roses to deck their bridegroom's posies against the bridal day, which was not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. With that I saw two swans of goodly hue come softly swimming down along the lea. Two fairer birds I yet did never see. The snow which doth the top of Pindus strow did never whiter show, nor Jove himself, when he a swan would be for love of Leda, whiter did appear. Yet Leda was, they say, as white as he, yet not so white as these, nor nothing near. So purely white they were, that even the gentle stream, the which them bare, seemed foul to them, and bade his billows spare to wet their silken feathers, lest they might soil their fair plumes with water not so fair, and mar their beauties bright that shone as heaven's light, against their bridal day, which was not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. Eftsoons the nymphs, which now had flowers their fill, ran all in haste to see that silver brood as they came floating on the crystal flood, whom when they saw, they stood amazed still, their wondering eyes to fill. Them seemed they never saw a sight so fair of fowls, so lovely, that they sure did deem them heavenly born, or to be that same pair which through the sky draw Venus' silver team. For sure they did not seem to be begot of any earthly seed, but rather angels, or of angels' breed. Yet were they bred of summer's heat, they say, in sweetest season, when each flower and weed the earth did fresh array. So fresh they seemed as day, even as their bridal day, which was not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. Then forth they all out of their baskets drew great store of flowers, the honour of the field, that to the sense did fragrant odours yield, and which upon those goodly birds they threw, and all the waves did strew, that like old Peneus' waters they did seem, when down along by pleasant Tempe's shore, scattered with flowers, through Thessaly they stream, that they appear through lilies' plenteous store, like a bride's chamber floor. Two of those nymphs meanwhile two garlands bound of freshest flowers, which in that mead they found, the which presenting all in trim array, their snowy foreheads therewithal they crowned, whilst one did sing this lay, prepared against that day, against their bridal day, which was not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. Ye gentle birds, the world's fair ornament, and heaven's glory, whom this happy hour doth lead unto your lover's blissful bower, joy may you have, and gentle hearts content of your love's compliment. And let fair Venus, that is queen of love, with her heart-quelling sun upon you smile, whose smile, they say, hath virtue to remove all love's dislike, and friendship's faulty guile for ever to assoil. Let endless peace your steadfast hearts accord, and blessed plenty wait upon your board. And let your bed with pleasures chaste abound, that fruitful issue may to you afford, which may your foes confound, and make your joys redound upon your bridal day, which is not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. So ended she, and all the rest around to her redoubled that her undersong, which said their bridal day should not be long, and gentle echo from the neighbour ground their accents did resound. So forth those joyous birds did pass along adown the lea that to them murmured low, as he would speak, but that he lacked a tongue, yet did by signs his glad affection show, making his stream run slow. And all the fowl which in his flood did dwell gan flock about these twain, that did excel the rest, so far as Cynthia doth shend the lesser stars, so they, in ranged well, did on those two attend, and their best service lend against their wedding day, which was not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. At length they all to merry London came, to merry London, my most kindly nurse, that to me gave this life's first native source, though from another place I take my name, an house of ancient fame. There, when they came whereas those bricky towers, the which on Thames' broad aged back do ride, where now the studious lawyers have their bowers, there whilom wont the Templar knights to bide, till they decayed through pride. Next whereunto there stands a stately place, where oft I gained gifts and goodly grace of that great lord, which therein wont to dwell, whose want too well now feels my friendless case. But here fits not well old woes, but joys to tell against the bridal day, which is not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. Yet therein now doth lodge a noble peer, great England's glory and the world's wide wonder, whose dreadful name late through all Spain did thunder, and Hercules' 2 pillars standing near did make to quake and fear. Fair branch of honour, flower of chivalry, that fillest England with thy triumphs' fame, joy have thou of thy noble victory, and endless happiness of thine own name that promiseth the same, that through thy prowess and victorious arms thy country may be freed from foreign harms, and great Eliza's glorious name may ring through all the world, filled with thy wide alarms, which some brave muse may sing to ages following, upon the bridal day, which is not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. From those high towers this noble lord issuing, like radiant Hesper, when his golden hair in th'ocean billows he hath bathed fair, descended to the river's open viewing with a great train ensuing. Above the rest were goodly to be seen 2 gentle knights of lovely face and feature, beseeming well the bower of any queen, with gifts of wit and ornaments of nature, fit for so goodly stature, that like the twins of Jove they seemed in sight which deck the baldric of the heavens bright. They too, forth pacing to the river's side, received those 2 fair brides, their love's delight, which at the pointed tide each one did make his bride against their bridal day, which is not long. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. E. Spencer. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 9, Poems 54 through 61. 54. The Happy Heart. Art thou poor, yet hast thou golden slumbers? O sweet content! Art thou rich, yet is thy mind perplexed? O punishment! Dost thou laugh to see how fools are vexed to add to golden numbers golden numbers? O sweet content! O sweet content! Work apace, 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 honest labour bears a lovely face. Then hey nonny nonny, hey nonny nonny. Canst drink the waters of the crisped spring? O sweet content! Swimm'st thou in wealth, yet sink'st in thine own tears? O punishment! Then he that patiently wants burden bears, no burden bears, but is a king, a king. O sweet content! O sweet content! Work apace, 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 honest labour bears a lovely face. Then hey nonny nonny, hey nonny nonny. T. Decker. 55. This life, which seems so fair, is like a bubble blown up in the air by sporting children's breath, who chase it everywhere, and strive who can most motion it bequeath. And though it sometimes seem of its own might, like to an eye of gold, to be fixed there, and firm to hover in that empty height, that only is because it is so light. But in that pomp it doth not long appear, for when 'tis most admired, in a thought, because it erst was naught, it turns to naught. W. Drummond. 56. Soul and Body. Poor soul, the centre of my sinful earth, fooled by those rebel powers that thee array, why dost thou pine within and suffer dearth, painting thy outward walls so costly gay? Why so large cost, having so short a lease, dost thou upon thy fading mansions spend? Shall worms, inheritors of this excess, eat up thy charge? Is this thy body's end? Then, soul, Live thou upon thy servant's loss, and let that pine to aggravate thy store. Buy terms divine in selling hours of dross. Within be fed, without be rich no more. So shall thou feed on death that feeds on men, and death once dead, there's no more dying then. W. Shakespeare. 57. Life. The world's a bubble, and the life of man less than a span. In his conception wretched, from the womb so to the tomb, cursed from his cradle, and brought up to years with cares and fears. Who then to frail mortality shall trust, but limbs on water, or but rights in dust? Yet, whilst with sorrow here we live oppressed, what life is best? Courts are but only superficial schools to dandle fools. The rural parts are turned into a den of savage men. And where's a city from foul vice so free, but may be termed the worst of all the three? Domestic cares afflict the husband's bed, or pains his head. Those that live single take it for a curse, or do things worse. Some would have children. Those that have them moan, or wish them gone. What is it then to have or have no wife, but single thraldom, or a double strife? Our own affections still at home to please is a disease. To cross the seas to any foreign soil, peril and toil. Wars with their noise affright us. When they cease, we are worse in peace. What then remains but that we still should cry for being born, or being born to die? Lord Bacon. 58. The Lessons of Nature. Of this fair volume, which we world do name, if we the sheets and leaves could turn with care, of him who it corrects and did it frame, we clear might read the art and wisdom rare, find out his power which wildest powers doth tame, his providence extending everywhere, his justice which proud rebels doth not spare, in every page no period of the same. But silly we, like foolish children, rest well pleased with colored vellums, leaves of gold, fair dangling ribbons, leaving what is best on the great writer's sense ne'er taking hold. Or if by chance we stay our minds on aught, it is some picture on the margin wrought. W. Drummond. 59. Doth then the world go thus? Doth all thus move? Is this the justice which on earth we find? Is this that firm decree which all doth bind? Are these your influences, powers above? Those souls which vice's moody mists most blind, blind fortune, blindly, most their friend doth prove. And they who thee, poor idle virtue, love, ply like a feather tossed by storm and wind. Ah, if a providence doth sway this all, why should best minds groan under most distress? Or why should pride humility make thrall, and injuries the innocent oppress? Heavens, hinder, stop this fate, or grant a time when good may have, as well as bad, their prime. W. Drummond. 60. The World's Way. Tired with all these, for restful death I cry, as to behold desert, a beggar born, and needy nothing trimmed in jollity, and purest faith unhappily forsworn, and gilded honour shamefully misplaced, and maiden virtue rudely strumpeted, and right perfection wrongfully disgraced, and strength by limping sway disabled, and art made tongue-tied by authority, and folly, doctor-like, controlling skill, and simple truth miscalled simplicity, and captive good attending captain ill. Tired with all these, from these would I be gone, save that to die I leave my love alone. W. Shakespeare. 61. St. John Baptist. The last and greatest herald of heaven's King, girt with rough skins, hies to the deserts wild, among that savage brood the woods forth bring, which he more harmless found than man, and mild. His food was locusts, and what there doth spring, with honey that from virgin hives distilled. Parched body, hollow eyes, some uncouth thing made him appear, long since from earth exiled. There burst he forth, "All ye whose hopes rely on God, with me amidst these deserts mourn. Repent, repent, and from old errors turn." Who listened to his voice, obeyed his cry. Only the echoes, which he made relent, wrung from their flinty caves, "Repent, repent." W. Drummond. End of Section 9. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 10 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Brenneman. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 10. The Elizabethan poetry, as it is rather vaguely termed, forms the substance of this book, which contains pieces from Wyatt under Henry VIII to Shakespeare midway through the reign of James I, and Drummond, who carried on the early manner to a still later period. There is here a wide range of style, from simplicity expressed in a language hardly yet broken into verse, through the pastoral fancies and Italian conceits of the strictly Elizabethan time, to the passionate reality of Shakespeare, yet a general uniformity of tone prevails. Few readers can fail to observe the natural sweetness of the verse, the single-hearted straightforwardness of the thoughts, nor less the limitation of subject to the many phrases of one passion, which then characterized our lyrical poetry, unless when, as with Drummond and Shakespeare, the purple light of love is tempered by a spirit of sterner reflection. It should be observed that this and the following summaries apply in the main to the collection here presented, in which, beside its restriction to lyrical poetry, a strictly representative or historical anthology has not been aimed at. Great excellence, in human art as in human character, has from the beginning of things been even more uniform than mediocrity, by virtue of the closeness of its approach to nature, and so far as the standard of excellence kept in view has been attained in this volume, a comparative absence of extreme or temporary phrases in style, a similarity of tone and manner will be found throughout, something neither modern nor ancient, but true in all ages, and like the works of creation, perfect as on the first day. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 11. 62. Ode on the Morning of Christ's Nativity. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal King, of wedded maid and virgin mother born, our great redemption from above did bring. For so the holy sages once did sing, that he our deadly forfeit should release, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. That glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far-beaming blaze of majesty, wherewith he wont at heaven's high council table to sit the midst of the triunal unity, he laid aside, and here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not thy sacred vein afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain, to welcome him to his new abode? Now while the heaven by the sun's team untrod hath took no print of the approaching light, and all the spangled hosts keep watch in squadrons bright, see how from far upon the eastern road the star-led wizards haste with odors sweet. O run, prevent them with thy humble ode, and lay it lowly at his blessed feet. Have thou the honour first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir, from out his secret altar touched with hallowed fire. The Hymn. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child, all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature in awe to him had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Only with speeches fair she woos the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame pollute with sinful blame, the saintly veil of maiden white to throw. Confounded that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. But he, her fears to cease, sent down the meek-eyed Peace. She, crowned with olive green, came softly sliding down through the turning sphere, his ready harbinger, with turtle wing the amorous clouds dividing, and waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. No war or battle sound was heard the world around, the idle spear and shield were hung up high. The hooked chariot stood, unstained with hostile blood, the trumpet spake not to the armed throng, and kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign Lord was by. But peaceful was the night, wherein the Prince of Light his reign of peace upon the earth began. The winds with wonder whist, smoothly the waters kissed, whispering new joys to the mild ocean, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while birds of calm sit brooding on the charmed wave. The stars with deep amaze stand fixed in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight for all the morning light, or Lucifer that often warned them thence, but in their glimmering orbs did glow, until their Lord himself bespake, and bid them go. And though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head for shame, as his inferior flame the new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his bright throne or burning axle tree could bear. The shepherds on the lawn, or ere the point of dawn, sate simply chatting in a rustic row. Full little thought they then that the mighty Pan was kindly come to live with them below. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as never was by mortal finger strook, divinely warbled voice answering the stringed noise, as all their souls in blissful rapture took. The air such pleasure loth to lose, with thousand echoes still prolongs each heavenly close. Nature that heard such sound, beneath the hollow ground Of Cynthia's seat the airy region thrilling, now was almost won to think her part was done, and that her reign had here its last fulfilling. She knew such harmony alone could hold all heaven and earth in happier union. At last surrounds their sight a globe of circular light, that with long beams the shamefaced night arrayed. The helmed cherubim and sworded seraphim are seen in glittering ranks with wings displayed, harping in loud and solemn choir with unexpressive notes to heaven's newborn heir. Such music, as 'tis said, before was never made, but when of old the sons of morning sung, while the Creator great his constellations set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark fountains deep, and bid the weltering waves their oozy channel keep. Ring out, ye crystal spheres, once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony make up full concert to the angelic symphony. For if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, and speckled vanity will sicken soon and die, and leprous sin will melt from earthly mold, and hell itself will pass away and leave her dolorous mansions to the peering day. Yea, truth and justice then will down return to men, orbed in a rainbow, and like glories wearing, mercy will sit between, throned in celestial sheen, with radiant feet the tissued clouds down steering. And heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high palace hall. But wisest fate says no, this must not yet be so, the babe yet lies in smiling infancy, that on the bitter cross must redeem our loss, so both himself and us to glorify. Yet first to those ye chained in sleep, the wakeful trump of doom must thunder through the deep. With such a horrid clang as on Mount Sinai rang, while the red fire and smouldering clouds outbreak, the aged earth aghast with terror of that blast, shall from the surface to the centre shake. When at last the world's last session, the dreadful judge in middle air shall spread his throne. And then at last our bliss full and perfect is, but now begins, for from this happy day, the old dragon underground, in straiter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, and wroth to see his kingdom fail, swings the scaly horror of his folded tail. The oracles are dumb, no voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. Apollo from his shrine can no more divine, with hollow shriek the steep of Delphos leaving. No nightly trance or breathed spell inspires the pale-eyed priest from the prophetic cell. The lonely mountains o'er, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard and loud lament. From haunted spring and dale, edged with poplar pale, the parting genius is with sighing sent. The flower interwoven tresses torn, the nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. In consecrated earth, and on the holy hearth, the Lars and Lemures moan with midnight plaint. In urns and altars round, a drear and dying sound affrights the flamens at their service quaint, and the chill marble seems to sweat, while each peculiar power foregoes his wonted seat. Peor and Balaam forsake their temples dim, with that twice battered god of Palestine, and mooned Ashtaroth, heaven's queen and mother both, now sits not girt with tapers' holy shine. The Libyc Hammon shrinks his horn, in vain the Tyrian maids their wounded Thammuz mourn. And sullen Moloch fled, hath left in shadows dread his burning idol all of blackest hue. In vain with cymbals ring they call the grisly king, in dismal dance about the furnace blue. The brutish gods of Nile as fast, Isis and Horus and the dog Anubis haste. Nor is Osiris seen in Memphian grove or green, trampling the unshowered grass with lowings loud. Nor can he be at rest within his sacred chest, not but profoundest hell can be his shroud. In vain with timbreled anthems dark, the sable, stolid sorcerers bear his worshipped ark. He feels from Judah's land the dreaded infant's hand, the rays of Bethlehem blind his dusky eyne. Nor all the gods beside longer dare abide, nor Typhon huge, ending in snaky twine. Our babe, to shew his godhead true, can in his swaddling bands control the damned crew. So when the sun in bed, curtained with cloudy red, pillows his chin upon an orient wave, the flocking shadows pale troop to the infernal jail, each fettered ghost slips to his several grave, and the yellow-skirted fays fly after the night steeds, leaving their moon-loved maze. But see, the Virgin blest hath laid her babe to rest. Time is, our tedious song should here have ending. Heaven's youngest timid star hath fixed her polished car, her sleeping Lord with handmaid lamp attending. And all about the courtly stable bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. J. Milton. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Golden Treasury of the best songs and lyrical pieces in the English language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad E. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 12. 63. Song for St. Cecilia's Day, 1687. From harmony, from heavenly harmony, this universal frame began, when nature underneath a heap of jarring atoms lay, and could not heave her head. The tuneful voice was heard from high, "Arise, ye more than dead!" Then cold and hot and moist and dry, in order to their stations leap, and music's power obey. From harmony, from heavenly harmony, this universal frame began. From harmony to harmony, through all the compass of the notes it ran, the diapason closing full in man. What passion cannot music raise and quell? When Jubal struck the chorded shell, his listening brethren stood around, and wondering on their faces fell, to worship that celestial sound. Less than a god they thought there could not dwell within the hollow of that shell, that spoke so sweetly and so well. What passion cannot music raise and quell? The trumpet's loud clangor excites us to arms, with shrill notes of anger and mortal alarms. The double, double, double beat of the thundering drum cries, "Hark! The foes come! Charge, charge! 'Tis too late to retreat!" The soft complaining flute in dying notes discovers the woes of hopeless lovers, whose dirge is whispered by the warbling lute. Sharp violins proclaim their jealous pangs and desperation, fury, frantic indignation, depths of pain and height of passion for the fair, daneful dame. But oh, what art can teach, what human voice can reach the sacred organ's praise? Notes inspiring holy love, notes that wing their heavenly ways to mend the chorus above. Orpheus could lead the savage race, and trees uprooted left their place. Sequacious of the lyre, but bright Cecilia raised the wonder higher, when to her organ vocal breath was given. An angel heard and straight appeared, mistaking earth for heaven. As from the power of sacred lays the spheres began to move, and sung the great Creator's praise to all the blessed above. So when the last and drearful hour this crumbling pageant shall devour, the trumpet shall be heard on high. The dead shall live, the living die, and music shall untune the sky. J. Dryden. 64. On the late massacre in Piedmont. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold, even them who kept thy truth so pure of old, when all our fathers worshipped stocks and stones. Forget not, in thy book record their groans, who were thy sheep, and in their ancient fold, slain by the bloody Piedmontese that rolled, mother with infant down the rocks their moans. The vales redoubled to the hills, and they to heaven their martyred blood and ashes sow. O'er all the Italian field where still doth sway the triple tyrant that from these may grow, 100-fold, who having learnt thy way, early may fly the Babylonian woe. J. Milton. 65. Horatian Ode upon Cromwell's return from Ireland. The forward youth that would appear must now forsake his muses dear, nor in the shadows sing, his numbers languishing. 'Tis time to leave the books in dust, and oil the unsewed armor's rust, removing from the wall the corselet of the hall. So restless Cromwell could not cease in the inglorious arts of peace, but through adventurous war urged his active star, and like the three folks lightning first, breaking the clouds where it was nursed, did thorough his own side, his fiery way divide. For 'tis all one to courage high, the emulous or enemy, and with such to enclose is more than to oppose. Then burning through the air he went, and palaces and temples rent, and Caesar's head at last did through his laurels blast. 'Tis madness to resist or blame the face of angry heaven's flame, and if we would speak true, much to the man is due, who from his private gardens where he lived reserved and austere, as if he his highest plot to plant the bergamot could by industrious valor climb to ruin the great work of time and cast the kingdoms old into another mold. Though justice against fate complain and plead the ancient rights in vain, but those do hold or break as men are strong or weak. Nature that hateth emptiness allows of penetration less, and therefore must make room where greater spirits come. What field of all the civil war where his were not the deepest scar? And Hampden shows what part he had of wiser art, where twining subtle fears with hope, he wove a net of such a scope that Charles himself might say chase to Carisbrook's narrow case, that thence the royal actor born the tragic scaffold might adorn, while round the armed bands did clap their bloody hands. He nothing common did or mean upon that memorable scene, but with his keener eye the axe's edge did try, nor called the gods with vulgar spite to vindicate his helpless right, but bowed his comely head down as upon a bed. This was that memorable hour which first assured the forced power, so when they did design the Capitol's first line, a bleeding head where they begun did fright the architects to run, and yet in that the state foresaw its happy fate. And now the Irish are ashamed to see themselves in 1 year tamed. So much one man can do that does both act and know. They can affirm his praises best, and have, though overcome, confessed how good he is, how just, and fit for highest trust. Nor yet grown stiffer with command, but still in the Republic's hand, how fit he is to sway, that can so well obey. He to the commons' feet presents a kingdom for his first year's rents, and what he may forbears, his fame to make it theirs, and has his sword and spoils ungirt, to lay them at the public skirt, so when the falcon high falls heavy from the sky, she having killed no more doth search, but on the next green bough to perch, where when he first does lure, the falconer has her sure. What may not then our isle presume, while victory his crest does plume? What may not others fear, if thus he crowns each year? As Caesar he ere long to Gaul, to Italy and Hannibal, and to all states not free shall climacteric be. The Pict no shelter now shall find within his party-colored mind, but from this valor sad shrink underneath the plaid. Happy if in the tuft break the English hunter him mistake, nor lay his hounds in near the Caledonian deer. But thou, the war's and fortune's son, march indefatigably on, and for the last effect still keep the sword erect. Beside the force it has to fright the spirits of the shady night, the same arts that did gain a power must it maintain. A. Marvel. End of section 12. Recording by Tad E.
Section 13 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by CaprishaPage. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 13. 66. Lycidas. Elegy on a Friend Drowned in the Irish Channel. Yet once more, O ye laurels, and once more ye myrtles brown, with ivy never sere, I come to pluck your berries harsh and crude, and with forced fingers rude shatter your leaves before the mellowing year. Bitter constraint and sad occasion dear compels me to disturb your season due. For Lycidas is dead, dead ere his prime, young Lycidas, and hath not left his peer. Who would not sing for Lycidas? He knew himself to sing, and build the lofty rhyme. He must not float upon his watery bier unwept, and welter to the parching wind, without the meed of some melodious tear. Begin then, sisters of the sacred well, that from beneath the seat of Jove doth spring. Begin, and somewhat loudly sweep the string. Hence with denial vain and coy excuse. So may some gentle muse with lucky words favour my destined urn, and as he passes, turn and bid fair peace be to my sable shroud. For we were nursed upon the self-same hill, fed the self-same flock by fountain, shade, and rill, together both, ere the high lawns appeared under the opening eyelids of the morn. We drove afield, and both together heard what time the grey fly winds her sultry horn, battening our flocks with the fresh dews of night. Oft till the star that rose at evening bright toward heaven's descent had sloped his westering wheel. Meanwhile the rural ditties were not mute, tempered to the oaten flute. Rough satyrs danced, and fawns with cloven heel from the glad sound would not be absent long, and old Demodus loved to hear our song. But, oh, the heavy change! Now thou art gone. Now thou art gone, and never must return. Thee, shepherd, thee the woods, and desert caves, with wild thyme, and the gadding vine overgrown, and all their echoes mourn. And the hazel copse green shall now no more be seen, fanning their joyous leaves to thy soft lays. As killing as the canker to the rose, or taintworm to the weanling herds that graze, or frost to flowers that their gay wardrobe wear when first the whitethorn blows, such, Lycidas, thy loss to shepherd's ear. Where were ye, nymphs, when the remorseful deep closed o'er the head of your loved Lycidas? For neither were ye playing on the steep where your old bards, the famous druids, lie, nor on the shaggy top of Mona high, nor yet where Diva spreads her wizard stream. Ay me, I fondly dream, had ye been there, for what could have been done? What could the muse herself that Orpheus bore, the muse herself, for her enchanting son, whom universal nature did lament, when by the rout that made the hideous roar his gory visage down the stream was sent, down the swift Hebrus to the Lesbian shore? Alas, what boots it with incessant care to tend the homely, slighted shepherd's trade, and strictly meditate the thankless muse? Were it not better done, as others use, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade, or with the tangles of Nerea's hair? Fame is the spur that the clear spirit doth raise, that last infirmity of noble mind, to scorn delights and live laborious days. But the fair guerdon, when we hope to find, and think to burst out into sudden blaze, comes the blind fury, with the abhorred shears, and slits the thin-spun life. But not the praise, Phoebus replies, and touched my trembling ear. Fame is no plant that grows on mortal soil, nor in the glistening foil set off to the world, nor in broad rumor lies, but lives and spreads aloft by those pure eyes and perfect witness of all-judging Jove, as he pronounces lastly on each deed. And so much fame in heaven expect thy meed. O fountain, Erytheus, and thou honoured flood, smooth sliding Mincius, crowned with vocal reeds, that strain I heard was of a higher mood. But now my oat proceeds and listens to the herald of the sea that came in Neptune's plea. He asked the waves, and asked the felon winds, what hard mishap hath doomed this gentle swain? And questioned every gust of ragged winds that blows from off each beaked promontory. They knew naught of his story. The sage Hippocrates their answer brings, that not a blast was from his dungeon strayed. The air was calm, and on the level brine, sleek Panoply with all her sisters played. It was that fatal and perfidious bark, built in the eclipse and rigged with curses dark, that sunk so low that sacred head of thine. Next Camus, reverend sire, went footing slow, his mantle hairy, and his bonnet sedge enwrought with figures dim, and on the edge like to that sanguine flower inscribed with woe. Ah, who hath reft, quoth he, my dearest pledge? Last came and last did go, the pilot of the Galilean lake. 2 massy keys he bore of metals twain, the golden opes, the iron shuts amain. He took his mitred locks, and stern bespake, how well could I have spared for thee, young swain, and now of such as for their belly's sake creep and intrude and climb into the fold. Of other care they little reckoning make than how to scramble at the shearer's feast, and shove away the worthy bidden guest. Blind mouths, that scarce themselves know how to hold a sheep-hook, or have learned aught else, the least that to the faithful herdsman's art belongs. What recks it them? What need they? They are sped, and when they list, their lean and flashy songs grate on their scrannel pipes of wretched straw. The hungry sheep look up and are not fed, but swoln with wind and the rank mist they draw rot inwardly, and foul contagion spread. Besides, what the grim wolf with privy paw daily devours apace, and nothing said, but that 2-handed engine at the door stands ready to smite once, and smite no more. Return, Alpheus. The dread voice is past that shrunk thy streams. Return, Sicilian muse, and call the vales, and bid them hither cast their bells and flowerets of 1,000 hues. Ye valleys low, where the mild whispers use of shades, and wanton winds, and gusting brooks, on whose fresh lap the swart star sparsely looks. Throw hither all your quaint enamelled eyes, that on the green turf suck the honeyed showers, and purple all the ground with vernal flowers. Bring the wrath primrose, that forsaken dies, the tufted croto and pale jessamine, the white pink and the pansy freaked with jet, the glowing violet, the musk rose, and the well-attired woodbine with cowslips wan that hang with pensive head, and every flower that sad embroidery wears. Bid amaranthus all his beauty shed, and daffodillies fill their cups with tears, to strew the laureate hearse where Lycid lies. For so to interpose a little ease, let our frail thoughts dally with false surmise. Ay me, whilst thee the shores and sounding seas wash far away, where'er thy bones are hurled, Whether beyond the stormy Hebrides, where thou perhaps under the whelming tide visitest the bottom of the monstrous world, or whether thou, to our moist vows denied, sleep'st by the fable of Bellerus old, where the great vision of the guarded mount looks toward Namicus and Baiana's hold. Look homeward, angel, now, and melt with ruth, and, O ye dolphins, waft the hapless youth. Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more for Lycidas. Your sorrow is not dead. Sunk though he be beneath the watery floor, so sinks the day-star in the ocean bed, and yet anon repairs his droopy head and tricks his beams, and with new-spangled ore flames in the forehead of the morning sky. So Lycidas sunk low, but mounted high through the dear might of him that walked the waves, where other grooves and other streams along with nectar pure his oozy locks he laves, and hears the unexpressive nuptial song in the blessed kingdoms meek of joy and love. There entertain him all the saints above in solemn troops and sweet societies that sing and singing in their glory move, and wipe the tears forever from his eyes. Now, Lycidas, the shepherds weep no more. Henceforth thou art the genius of the shore, in thy large recompense, and shalt be good to all that wander in that perilous flood. Thus sang the uncouth swain to the oaks and rills, while the still morn went out with sandals grey. He touched the tender stops of various quills, with eager thought warbling historic lay. And now the sun had stretched out all the hills, and now was dropped into the western bay. At last he rose, and twitched his mantle blue. Tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new. J. Milton. End of section 13. Recording by CaprishaPage. Section 14 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by CaprishaPage. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 14. 67. The Tombs in Westminster Abbey. Mortality. Behold and fear, what a change of flesh is here. Think how many royal bones sleep within these heaps of stones. Here they lie, had realms and lands, who now want strength to stir their hands, where from their pulpits sealed with dust they preach, in greatness is no trust. Here's an acre sown indeed with the richest, royalest seed that the earth did e'er suck in, since the first man died for sin. Here the bones of birth have cried, though gods they were, as men they died. Here are sands, ignoble things dropped from the ruined sides of kings. Here's a world of pomp and state, buried in dust, once dead by fate. F. Beaumont. 68. The Last Conqueror. Victorious men of earth, no more proclaim how wide your empires are. Though you bind in every shore, and your triumphs reach as far as night and day, yet you, proud monarchs, must obey and mingle with forgotten ashes, when death calls ye to the crowd of common men. Devouring famine, plague, and war, each able to undo mankind, death's servile emissaries are. Nor to have these alone confined, he hath at will more quaint and subtle ways to kill. A smile or kiss, as he will use the art, shall have the cunning skill to break a heart. J. Shirley. 69. Death the Leveller. The glories of our blood and state are shadows, not substantial things. There is no armor against fate. Death lays his icy hand on kings. Scepter and crown must tumble down, and in the dust be equal made with the poor crooked scythe and spade. Some men with swords may reap the field, and plant fresh laurels where they kill, but their strong nerves at last must yield. They tame but one another still. Early or late they stoop to fate, and must give up their murmuring breath when they, pale captives, creep to death. The garlands wither on your brow, and boast no more your mighty deeds. Upon death's purple altar now, see where the victor victim bleeds. Your heads must come to the cold tomb. Only the actions of the just smell sweet, and blossom in their dust. J. Shirley. 70. When the assault was intended to the city. Captain, or colonel, or knight at arms, whose chance on these defenceless doors may siege, if deed of honour did thee ever please, guard them, and him within protect from harms. He can requite thee, for he knows the charms that call fame on such gentle acts as these, and he can spread thy name o'er lands and seas, whatever clime the sun's bright circle warms. Lift not thy spear against the Muses' bower. The great Emathalian conqueror did spare the house of Pindarus, when temple and tower went to the ground, and the repeated air of sad Electra's poet had the power to save the Athenian walls from ruin bare. J. Milton. 71. On his blindness. When I consider how my light is spent, ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent, which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labour light denied? I fondly ask. But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly, thousands at his bidding speed and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve, who only stand and wait. J. Milton. 72. Character of a happy life. How happy is he born and taught that serveth not another's will, whose armour is his honest thought, and simple truth his utmost skill, whose passions not his masters are, whose soul is still prepared for death, not tied unto the world by care of public fame or private breath, who envies none that chance doth raise or vice, who never understood how deepest wounds are given by praise, nor rules of state, but rules of good, who hath his life from rumours freed, whose conscience is his strong retreat, whose state can neither flatterers feed, nor ruin make accusers great, who God doth late and early pray more of his grace than gifts to lend, and entertains the harmless day with a well-chosen book or friend. This man is freed from servile bands of hope to raise or fear to fall, lord of himself, though not of lands, and having nothing, yet hath all. Sir H. Wotton. 73. The Noble Nature. It is not growing like a tree in bulk doth make man better be, or standing long an oak 300 year, to fall a log at last, dry, bald, and sere. A lily of a day is fairer far in May, although it fall and die that night. It was the plant and flower of light. In small proportions we just beauties see, in short measures life may perfect be. B. Johnson. 74. The Gifts of God. When God at first made man, having a glass of blessings standing by, let us, said he, pour on him all we can. Let the world's riches, which dispersed lie, contract into a span. So strength first made a way, then beauty flowed, then wisdom, honor, pleasure. When almost all was out, God made a stay, perceiving that alone, of all his treasure, rest in the bottom lay. For if I should, said he, bestow this treasure also on my creature, he would adore my gifts instead of me, and rest in nature, not the God of nature. So both should losers be. Yet let him keep the rest, but keep them with repining restlessness. Let him be rich and weary, that at least, if goodness lead him not, yet weariness may toss him to my breast. G. Herbert. 75. The Retreat. Happy those early days, when I shined in my angel infancy, before I understood this place appointed for my second race, or taught my soul to fancy aught but a white, celestial thought. When yet I had not walked above a mile or two from my first love, and looking back at that short space could see a glimpse of his bright face, when on some gilded cloud or flower my gazing soul could dwell an hour, and in those weaker glories spy some shadow of eternity. Before I taught my tongue to wound my conscience with a sinful sound, or had the black art to dispense a several sin to every sense, but felt through all this fleshly dress bright shoots of everlastingness. Oh, how I longed to travel back and tread again that ancient track, that I might once again reach that plain where first I left my glorious train, from whence the enlightened spirit sees that shady city of palm trees. But, my soul with too much stay is drunk, and staggers in the way. Some men a forward motion love, but I by backward steps would move. And when this dust falls to the urn, in that state I came, return. H. Vaughan. 76. To Mr. Lawrence. Lawrence, a virtuous father, virtuous son, now that the fields are dank and ways are mire, where shall we sometimes meet, and by the fire help waste a sullen day? What may be won from the hard season gaining? Time will run on smoother, till Favonius re-inspire the frozen earth, and cloth as fresh attire the lily and rose that neither sewed nor spun. What neat repast shall feast us, light and choice, of Attic taste with wine, whence we may rise to hear the lute well touched, or artful voice warble immortal notes and Tuscan air. He who of those delights can judge, and spare to interpose them oft, is not unwise. J. Milton. End of section 14. Recording by CaprishaPage.
Section 15 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 15, Poems 78 through 85. 78. Hymn to Diana. Queen and huntress chaste and fair, now the sun is laid to sleep, seated in thy silver chair, state in wonted manner keep. Hesperus entreats thy light, goddess excellently bright. Earth, let not thy envious shade dare itself to interpose. Cynthia's shining orb was made heaven to clear when day did close. Bless us then with wished sight, goddess excellently bright. Lay thy bow of pearl apart, and thy crystal shining quiver. Give unto the flying heart space to breathe, how short soever. Thou that makest a day of night, goddess excellently bright. B. Johnson. 79. Wishes for the supposed mistress. Whoe'er she be, that not impossible she, that shall command my heart and me, where'er she lie locked up from mortal eye in shady leaves of destiny, till that ripe birth of studied fate stand forth, and teach her fair steps to our earth, till that divine idea take a shrine of crystal flesh through which to shine. Meet you her, my wishes, bespeak her to my blisses, and be ye called my absent kisses. I wish her beauty that owes not all its duty to gaudy tire or glistering shoe tie, something more than taffeta or tissue can, or rampant feather or rich fan. A face that's best by its own beauty dressed, and can alone command the rest. A face made up out of no other shop than what nature's white hand sets ope. Sidnean showers of sweet discourse, whose powers can crown old winter's head with flowers. Whate'er delight can make day's forehead bright, or give down to the wings of night. Soft silken hours, open suns, shady bowers, 'bove all nothing within that lowers. Days that need borrow no part of their good morrow from a forespent night of sorrow. Days that in spite of darkness, by the light of a clear mind, are day all night. Life that dares send a challenge to his end, and when it comes, say, "Welcome, friend." I wish her store of worth may leave her poor of wishes, and I wish no more. Now, if time knows that her, whose radiant brows weave them a garland of my vows, her that dares be what these lines wish to see, I seek no further, yet is she. 'Tis she, and here, lo, I unclothe and clear my wish's cloudy character. Such worth as this is shall fix my flying wishes, and determine them to kisses. Let her full glory, my fancies, fly before ye. Be ye my fictions, but her story. R. Crashaw. 80. The Great Adventurer. Over the mountains and over the waves, under the fountains and under the graves, under floods that are deepest, which Neptune obey, over rocks that are steepest, love will find out the way. When there is no place for the glowworm to lie, when there is no space for receipt of a fly, when the midge dares not venture, lest herself fast she lay, if love come, he will enter, and will find out his way. You may esteem him a child for his might, or you may deem him a coward from his flight. But if she whom love doth honour be concealed from the day, set 1,000 guards upon her, love will find out the way. Some think to lose him by having him confined, and some do suppose him, poor thing, to be blind. But if ne'er so close ye wall him, do the best that you may, blind love, if so ye call him, will find out his way. You may train the eagle to stoop to your fist, or you may inveigle the phoenix of the east. The lioness, ye may move her to give o'er her prey, but you ne'er stop a lover, he will find out his way. Anonymous. 81. Child and Maiden. Ah, Chloris, could I now but sit as unconcerned as when your infant beauty could beget no happiness or pain. When I the dawn used to admire and praise the coming day, I little thought the rising fire would take my rest away. Your charms in harmless childhood lay, like metals in a mine. Age from no face takes more away than youth concealed in thine. But as your charms insensibly to their perfection pressed, so love as unperceived did fly, and centred in my breast. My passion with your beauty grew, while Cupid at my heart, still as his mother, favoured you, threw a new flaming dart. Each gloried in their wanton part. To make a lover he employed the utmost of his art. To make a beauty, she. Sir C. Sedley. 82. Counsel to Girls. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may, old time is still a-flying, and this same flower that smiles to-day, to-morrow will be dying. The glorious lamp of heaven, the sun, the higher he's a-getting, the sooner will his race be run, and nearer he's to setting. That age is best which is the first, when youth and blood are warmer, but being spent, the worse and worst times still succeed the former. Then be not coy, but use your time, and while ye may, go marry, for having lost but once your prime, you may forever tarry. R. Herrick. 83. To Lucasta on going to the wars. Tell me not, sweet, I am unkind, that from the nunnery of thy chaste breast and quiet mind to war and arms I fly. True, a new mistress now I chase, the first foe in the field, and with a stronger faith embrace a sword, a horse, a shield. Yet this inconstancy is such as you too shalt adore. I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honour more. Colonel Lovelace. 84. Elizabeth of Bohemia. You meaner beauties of the night, which poorly satisfy our eyes, more by your number than your light, you common people of the skies, what are you when the moon shall rise? Ye violets that first appear, by your pure purple mantles known, like the proud virgins of the year, as if the spring were all your own, what are you when the rose is blown? You curious chanters of the wood, that warble forth Dame Nature's lays, thinking your passions understood by your weak accents, what's your praise when Philomel her voice doth raise? So when my mistress shall be seen in sweetness of her looks and mind, by virtue first, then choice, a queen, tell me if she were not designed the eclipse and glory of her kind. Sir H. Wotton. 85. To the Lady Margaret Lee. Daughter to that good Earl, once President of England's Council and her Treasury, who lived in both unstained with gold or fee, and left them both more in himself content, till the sad breaking of that Parliament broke him, as at dishonest victory at Caronia, fatal to liberty, killed with report that old man eloquent. Though later born than to have known the days wherein your father flourished, yet by you, madam, methinks I see him living yet. So well your words his noble virtues praise, that all both judge you to relate them true, and to possess them, honored Margaret. J. Milton. End of section 15. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 16 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 16, Poems 86 through 95. 86. The Loveliness of Love. It is not beauty I demand, a crystal brow, the moon's despair, nor the snow's daughter, a white hand, nor mermaid's yellow pride of hair. Tell me not of your starry eyes, your lips that seem on roses fed, your breasts where Cupid tumbling lies, nor sleeps for kissing of his bed. A bloomy pair of vermeil cheeks, like Hebe's in her ruddiest hours, a breath that softer music speaks than summer winds a wooing flowers. These are but gauds, nay, what are lips? Coral beneath the ocean stream, whose brink when your adventurer slips, full oft he perisheth on them. And what are cheeks but ensigns oft that wave hot youth to fields of blood? Did Helen's breast, though ne'er so soft, do Greece or Ilium any good? Eyes can with baleful ardor burn, poison can breathe that erst perfumed. There's many a white hand holds an urn with lovers' hearts to dust consumed. For crystal brows there's naught within, they are but empty cells for pride. He who the siren's hair would win is mostly strangled in the tide. Give me, instead of beauty's bust, a tender heart, a loyal mind, which with temptation I would trust, yet never linked with error find. One in whose gentle bosom I could pour my secret heart of woes, like the care-burthened honey-fly that hides his murmurs in the rose. My earthly comforter, whose love so indefeasible might be that when my spirit wanned above, hers could not stay for sympathy. Anonymous. 87. The True Beauty. He that loves a rosy cheek or a coral lip admires, or from star-like eyes doth seek fuel to maintain his fires. As old time makes these decay, so his flames must waste away. But a smooth and steadfast mind, gentle thoughts and calm desires, hearts with equal love combined, kindle never-dying fires. Where these are not, I despise lovely cheeks or lips or eyes. T. Carew. 88. To Dionym. Sweet, be not proud of those two eyes which star-like sparkle in their skies. Nor be you proud that you can see all hearts your captives, yours yet free. Be you not proud of that rich hair which wantons with the lovesick air, whenas that ruby which you wear sunk from the tip of your soft ear will last to be a precious stone when all your world of beauty's gone. R. Herrick. 89. Go, lovely rose, tell her that wastes her time and me, that now she knows, when I resemble her to thee, how sweet and fair she seems to be. Tell her that's young, and shuns to have her graces spied, that hadst thou sprung in deserts, where no men abide, thou must have uncommended died. Small is the worth of beauty from the light retired. Bid her come forth, suffer herself to be desired, and not blush so to be admired. Then die, that she the common fate of all things rare may read in thee, how small a part of time they share that are so wondrous sweet and fair. E. Waller. 90. To Celia. Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Or leave a kiss but in the cup, and I'll not look for wine. But thirst that from the soul doth rise, doth ask a drink divine. But might I of Jove's nectar sup, I would not change for thine. I sent thee late a rosy wreath, not so much honouring thee, as giving it a hope that there it could not withered be. But thou thereon didst only breathe, and sent'st it back to me. Since when it grows and smells, I swear, not of itself, but thee. B. Johnson. 91. Cherry Ripe. There is a garden in her face, where roses and white lilies blow. A heavenly paradise is that place, wherein all pleasant fruits do grow. There cherries grow that none may buy, till cherry ripe themselves do cry. Those cherries fairly do enclose of orient pearl a double row, which, when her lovely laughter shows, they look like rosebuds filled with snow. Yet them no peer nor prince can buy, till cherry ripe themselves do cry. Her eyes like angels watch them still, her brows like bended bows do stand, threatening with piercing frowns to kill all that approach with eye or hand these sacred cherries to come nigh, till cherry-ripe themselves do cry. Anonymous. 92. The Poetry of Dress. Number 1. A sweet disorder in the dress kindles in clothes a wantonness, a lawn about the shoulders thrown into a fine distraction, an erring lace which here and there enthralls the crimson stomacher, a cuff neglectful, and thereby ribbons to flow confusedly, a winning wave deserving note in the tempestuous petticoat, a careless shoestring in whose tie I see a wild civility, do more bewitch me than when art is too precise in every part. R. Herrick. 93. Number 2. Whenas in silks my Julia goes, then, methinks, how sweetly flows that liquefaction of her clothes. Next, when I cast mine eyes and see that brave vibration each way free, oh, how that glittering taketh me. R. Herrick. 94. Number 3. My love in her attire does show her wit, it does so well become her. For every season she hath dressings fit, for winter, spring, and summer. No beauty she doth miss when all her robes are on, but beauty's self she is when all her robes are gone. Anonymous. 95. On a Girdle. That which her slender waist confined shall now my joyful temples bind. No monarch but would give his crown his arms might do what this has done. It was my heaven's extremest sphere, the pale which held that lovely dear. My joy, my grief, my hope, my love, did all within this circle move. A narrow compass, and yet there dwelt all that's good and all that's fair. Give me but what this riband bound, take all the rest, the sun goes round. E. Waller. End of section 16. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 17 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 17, Poems 96 through 105. 96. To Anthea, who may command him anything. Bid me to live, and I will live thy Protestant to be. Or bid me love, and I will give a loving heart to thee. A heart as soft, a heart as kind, a heart as sound and free as in the whole world thou canst find. That heart I'll give to thee. Bid that heart stay, and it will stay, to honor thy decree. Or bid it languish quite away, and shall do so for thee. Bid me to weep, and I will weep while I have eyes to see, and having none, yet I will keep a heart to weep for thee. Bid me despair, and I'll despair under that cypress tree. Or bid me die, and I will dare e'en death to die for thee. Thou art my life, my love, my heart, the very eyes of me, and hast command of every part, to live and die for thee. R. Herrick. 97. Love not me for comely grace, for my pleasing eye or face, nor for any outward part, no, nor for a constant heart, for these may fail or turn to ill, so thou and I shall sever. Keep therefore a true woman's eye, and love me still, but know not why. So hast thou the same reason still to dote upon me ever. Anonymous. 98. Not, Celia, that I juster am, or better than the rest, for I would change each hour like them, were not my heart at rest. But I am tied to very thee by every thought I have. Thy face I only care to see, thy heart I only crave. All that in woman is adored, in thy dear self I find, for the whole sex can but afford the handsome and the kind. Why then should I seek further store, and still make love anew, when change itself can give no more? 'Tis easy to be true. Sir C. Sedley. 99. To Althea from Prison. When love with unconfined wings hovers within my gates, and my divine Althea brings to whisper at the grates, when I lie tangled in her hair, and fettered to her eye, the birds that wanton in the air know no such liberty. When flowing cups run swiftly round, with no allaying Thames, our careless heads with roses crowned, our hearts with loyal flames, when thirsty grief in wine we steep, when healths and draughts go free, fishes that tipple in the deep know no such liberty. When linnet-like confined, I with shriller throat shall sing the sweetness, mercy, majesty, and glories of my King, when I shall voice aloud how good he is, how great should be, enlarged winds that curl the flood know no such liberty. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for an hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. Colonel Lovelace. 100. To Lucasta, on going beyond the seas. If to be absent were to be away from thee, or that when I am gone you or I were alone, then, my Lucasta, might I crave pity from blustering wind or swallowing wave. Though seas and land betwixt us both, our faith and troth, like separated souls, all time and space controls. Above the highest sphere we meet, unseen, unknown, and greet as angels greet. So then we do anticipate our after fate, and are alive in the skies, if thus our lips and eyes can speak like spirits unconfined in heaven, their earthy bodies left behind. Colonel Lovelace. 101. Encouragements to a Lover. Why so pale and wan, fond lover? Prithee, why so pale? Will, if looking well can't move her, looking ill prevail? Prithee, why so pale? Why so dull and mute, young sinner? Prithee, why so mute? Will, when speaking well can't win her, saying nothing do it? Prithee, why so mute? Quit, quit, for shame, this will not move, this cannot take her. If of herself she will not love, nothing can make her. The devil take her. Sir J. Suckling. 102. A Supplication. Awake, awake, my lyre, and tell thy silent master's humble tale in sounds that may prevail, sounds that gentle thoughts inspire. Though so exalted she, and I so lowly be, tell her such different notes make all thy harmony. Hark, how the strings awake, and though the moving hand approach not near, themselves with awful fear a kind of numerous trembling make. Now all thy forces try, now all thy charms apply, revenge upon her ear the conquests of her eye. Weak lyre, thy virtue sure is useless here, since thou art only found to cure, but not to wound, and she to wound, but not to cure. Too weak, too, wilt thou prove my passion to remove. Physic to other ills, thou'rt nourishment to love. Sleep, sleep again, my lyre, for thou canst never tell my humble tale in sounds that will prevail, nor gentle thoughts in her inspire. All thy vain mirth lay by, bid thy strings silent lie. Sleep, sleep again, my lyre, and let thy master die. A. Cowley. 103. The Manly Heart. Shall I, wasting in despair, die because a woman's fair? Or my cheeks make pale with care, 'cause another's rosy are? Be she fairer than the day, or the flowery meads in May, if she be not so to me, what care I how fair she be? Shall my foolish heart be pined, 'cause I see a woman kind, or a well-disposed nature joined with a lovely feature? Be she meeker, kinder than turtle dove or pelican, if she be not so to me, what care I how kind she be? Shall a woman's virtues move me to perish for her love, or her merit's value known, make me quite forget my own? Be she with that goodness blest which may gain her name of best, if she be not such to me, what care I how good she be? 'Cause her fortune seems too high, shall I play the fool and die? Those that bear a noble mind, where they want of riches find, think what with them they would do, who without them dare to woo. And unless that mind I see, what care I how great she be? Great or good or kind or fair, I will ne'er the more despair. If she love me, this believe, I will die ere she shall grieve. If she slight me when I woo, I can scorn and let her go. For if she be not for me, what care I for whom she be? G. Wither. 104. Melancholy. Hence, all you vain delights! As short as are the nights wherein you spend your folly, there's naught in this life sweet, if men were wise to see it, but only melancholy. O sweetest melancholy! Welcome folded arms and fixed eyes, a sigh that piercing mortifies, a look that's fastened to the ground, a tongue chained up without a sound, fountain heads and pathless groves, places which pale passion loves, moonlight walks when all the fowls are warmly housed save bats and owls, a midnight bell, a parting groan. these are the sounds we feed upon, then stretch our bones in a still gloomy valley. Nothing so dainty sweet as lovely melancholy. J. Fletcher. 105. To a Lock of Hair. Thy hue, dear pledge, is pure and bright, as in that well-remembered night, when first thy mystic braid was wove, and first my Agnes whispered love. Since then how often hast thou pressed the torrid zone of this wild breast, whose wrath and hate have sworn to dwell with the first sin that peopled hell, a breast whose blood's a troubled ocean, each throb the earthquake's wild commotion. Oh, if such clime thou canst endure, yet keep thy hue unstained and pure, what conquest o'er each erring thought of that fierce realm had Agnes wrought? I had not wandered far and wide with such an angel for my guide, nor heaven nor earth could then reprove me, if she had lived, and lived to love me. Not then this world's wild joys had been to me one savage hunting scene, my sole delight the headlong race and frantic hurry of the chase, to start, pursue, and bring to bay, rush in, drag down, and rend my prey, then from the carcass turn away. Mine ireful mood had sweetness tamed, and soothed each wound which pride inflamed. Yes, God and man might now approve me, if thou hadst lived, and lived to love me. Sir W. Scott. End of section 17. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 18 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 18, poems 106 through 111. 106. The Forsaken Bride. Oh, waly, waly up the bank, and waly, waly down the brae, and waly, waly on Burnside, where I and my love wont to gae. I leant my back unto an aik, I thought it was a trusty tree, but first it bowed, and sin it brake, sae my true love did lichtly me. Oh, waly, waly, but love be bonny a little time, while it is new. But when 'tis old, it waxeth cold, and fades away like morning dew. Oh, wherefore should I busk my head? Oh, wherefore should I kame my hair? For my true love has me forsook, and says he'll never love me mair. Now Arthur's Seat shall be my bed, the sheets shall ne'er be pressed by me. Sir Anton's Well shall be my drink, since my true love has forsaken me. Martimas wind, when wilt thou blaw and shake the green leaves off the tree? O gentle death, when wilt thou come? For of my life I am weary. 'Tis not the frost that freezes fell, nor blowing snaw's inclemency. 'Tis not sick cold that makes me cry, but my love's heart grown cold to me. When we came in by Glasgow town, we were a comely sight to see. My love was clad in the black velvet, and I mysel' in cramasie. But had I wist before I kissed that love had been sae ill to win, I had locked me heart in a case of gowd, and pinned it wi' a siller pin. And oh, if my young babe were born, and set upon the nurse's knee, and I mysel were dead and gane, and the green grass growing over me. Anonymous. 107. Fair Helen. I wish I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries. Oh, that I were where Helen lies, on fair Kirkconnell Lee. Cursed be the heart that thought the thought, and cursed the hand that fired the shot, when in my arms bird Helen dropped, and died to succour me. Oh, think not but my heart was sair, when my love dropped down, and spak nae mair. I laid her down wi' mickle care, on fair Kirkconnell Lee. As I went down the waterside, none but my foe to be my guide, none but my foe to be my guide, on fair Kirkconnell Lee. I lighted down my sword to draw, I hacked him in pieces sma', I hacked him in pieces sma', for her sake that died for me. Oh, Helen fair beyond compare, I'll make a garland of thy hair, shall bind my heart for evermair, until the day I die. Oh, that I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries, out of my bed she bids me rise, says, haste and come to me. O Helen fair, O Helen chaste, if I were with thee I were blest, where thou lies low and takes thy rest, on fair Kirkconnell Lee. I wish my grave were growing green, a winding sheet drawn o'er my een, and I in Helen's arms lying, on fair Kirkconnell Lee. I wish I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries, and I am weary of the skies, since my love died for me. Anonymous. 108. The Twa Corbies. As I was walking all alane, I heard twa corbies making a main. The tane unto the t'other say, Where shall we gang and dine to-day? In behind yon old fail dyke, I wot there lies a new slain knight, and naebody kens that he lies there, but his hawk, his hound, and lady fair. His hound is to the hunting gane, his hawk to fetch the wild fowl hame. His lady's ta'en another mate, so we may make our dinner sweet. Ye'll sit on his white housebane, and I'll pick out his bonny blue een. Wi' ae lock o' his golden hair, we'll theek our nest when it grows bare. Mony a one for him makes main, but nane shall ken where he is gane. O'er his white banes, when they are bare, the wind shall blaw for evermair. Anonymous. 109. To Blossoms. Fair pledges of a fruitful tree, why do ye fall so fast? Your date is not so past, but you may stay yet here a while, to blush and gently smile, and go at last. What, were ye born to be an hour or half's delight, and so to bid good night? 'Twas pity nature brought ye forth, merely to show your worth, and lose you quite. But you are lovely leaves, where we may read how soon things have their end, though ne'er so brave, and after they have shown their pride, like you, awhile, they glide into the grave. R. Herrick. 110. To Daffodils. Fair daffodils, we weep to see you haste away so soon, as yet the early rising sun has not attained his noon. Stay, stay, until the hasting day has run but to the evensong, and having prayed together, we will go with you along. We have short time to stay, as you. We have as short a spring, as quick a growth to meet decay as you, or anything. We die as your hours do, and dry away, like to the summer's rain, or as the pearls of morning's dew, ne'er to be found again. R. Herrick. 111. Thoughts in a Garden. How vainly men themselves amaze to win the palm, the oak, or bays, and their incessant labours see crowned from some single herb or tree, whose short and narrow verged shade does prudently their toils upbraid, while all the flowers and trees do close to weave the garlands of repose. Fair Quiet, have I found thee here, and Innocence thy sister dear? Mistaken long, I sought you then in busy companies of men. Your sacred plants, if here below, only among the plants will grow. Society is all but rude to this delicious solitude. No white nor red was ever seen so amorous as this lovely green. Fond lovers, cruel as their flame, cut in these trees their mistress' name. Little, alas, they know or heed how far these beauties hers exceed. Fair trees, where'er your bark's eye wound, no name shall but your own be found. When we have run our passion's heat, love hither makes his best retreat. The gods, who mortal beauty chase, still in a tree did end their race. Apollo hunted Daphne so, only that she might laurel grow. And Pan did after Syrinx speed, not as a nymph, but for a reed. What wondrous life in this I lead! Ripe apples drop about my head, the luscious clusters of the vine upon my mouth do crush their wine. The nectarine and curious peach into my hands themselves do reach. Stumbling on melons as I pass, ensnared with flowers, I fall on grass. Meanwhile the mind from pleasure less withdraws into its happiness. The mind, that ocean where each kind does straight its own resemblance find. Yet it creates, transcending these, far other worlds and other seas, annihilating all that's made to a green thought in a green shade. Here at the fountain's sliding foot, or at some fruit tree's mossy root, casting the body's best aside, my soul into the boughs does glide. There like a bird it sits and sings, then whets and claps its silver wings, and till prepared for longer flight, waves in its plumes the various light. Such was that happy garden state, while man there walked without a mate. After a place so pure and sweet, what other help could yet be meet? But 'twas beyond a mortal's share to wander solitary there. Two paradises are in one, to live in paradise alone. How well the skilful gardener drew of flowers and herbs this dial new, where from above the milder sun does through a fragrant zodiac run. And as it works, the industrious bee computes its time as well as we. How could such sweet and wholesome hours be reckoned but with herbs and flowers? A. Marvell. End of Section 18. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 19 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 19, Poems 112 through 113. 112. L'Allegro. Hence, loathed melancholy of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, in Stygian cave forlorn, 'mongst horrid shapes and shrieks and sights unholy, find out some uncouth cell, where brooding darkness spreads his jealous wings, and the night raven sings. There, under ebon shades and low-browed rocks, as ragged as thy locks, in dark Cimmerian desert ever dwell. But come, thou goddess fair and free, in heaven yclept Euphrosyne, and by men heart-easing mirth, whom lovely Venus at a birth, with two sister Graces more, to ivy-crowned Bacchus bore. Or whether, as some sagers sing, the frolic wind that breathes the spring, Zephyr, with Aurora playing, as he met her once a-Maying, there on beds of violets blue, and fresh-blown roses washed in dew, filled her with thee, a daughter fair, so buxom, blithe, and debonair. Haste thee, nymph, and bring with thee jest and youthful jollity, quips and cranks and wanton wiles, nods and becks and wreathed smiles, such as hang on Hebe's cheek, and love to live in dimples sleek. Sport that wrinkled care derides, and laughter holding both his sides, come and trip it as you go on the light fantastic toe, and in thy right hand lead with thee the mountain nymph, sweet Liberty. And if I give thee honor due, mirth admit me of thy crew, to live with her and live with thee, in unreproved pleasures free. To hear the lark begin his flight, and singing startle the dull night from his watchtower in the skies, till the dappled dawn doth rise. Then to come, in spite of sorrow, and at my window bid good morrow, through the sweetbriar or the vine, or the twisted eglantine, while the cock with lively din scatters the rear of darkness thin, and to the stack or the barn door stoutly struts his dames before. Oft listening how the hounds and horn cheerly rouse the slumbering morn from the side of some hoar hill, through the high wood echoing shrill. Sometime walking, not unseen, by hedgerow elms on hillocks green, right against the eastern gate, where the great sun begins his state, robed in flames and amber light, the clouds in thousand liveries dight. While the ploughman, near at hand, whistles o'er the furrowed land, and the milkmaid singeth blithe, and the mower whets his scythe, and every shepherd tells his tale under the hawthorn in the dale. Straight mine eye hath caught new pleasures, whilst the landscape round it measures, russet lawns and fallows gray, where the nibbling flocks do stray, mountains on whose barren breast the labouring clouds do often rest, meadows trim with daisies pied, shallow brooks and rivers wide, towers and battlements it sees, bosomed high in tufted trees, where perhaps some beauty lies, the cynosure of neighbouring eyes. Hard by, a cottage chimney smokes from betwixt two aged oaks, where Corydon and Thyrsis met, are at their savoury dinners set of herbs and other country messes, which the neat-handed Phyllis dresses. And then in haste her bower she leaves, with Thestilis to bind the sheaves. Or if the earlier season lead, to the tanned haycock in the mead. Sometimes with secure delight the upland hamlets will invite, when the merry bells ring round, and the jocund rebecks sound, to many a youth and many a maid, dancing in the checkered shade. And young and old come forth to play on a sunshine holy day, till the livelong daylight fail. Then to the spicy nut-brown ale, with stories told of many a feat, how Fairy Mab the junkets eat. She was pinched and pulled, she said, and he, by Friar's lantern led, tells how the grudging goblin sweat to earn his cream-bowl duly set, when in one night, ere glimpse of morn, his shadowy flail had threshed the corn that 10 day-labourers could not end. Then lies him down the lubber-fiend, and stretched out all the chimney's length, basks at the fire his hairy strength, and crop-full out of doors he flings, ere the first cock his matin rings. Thus done the tales, to bed they creep, by whispering winds soon lulled asleep. Towered cities please us then, and the busy hum of men, where throngs of knights and barons bold in weeds of peace high triumphs hold, with store of ladies, whose bright eyes rain influence, and judge the prize of wit or arms, while both contend to win her grace whom all commend. There let Hymen oft appear, in saffron robe, with taper clear, and pomp and feast and revelry, with masque and antique pageantry, such sights as youthful poets dream on summer eves by haunted stream. Then to the well-trod stage anon, if Johnson's learned sock be on, or sweetest Shakespeare, fancy's child, warble his native wood notes wild. And ever against eating cares lap me in soft Lydian airs, married to immortal verse, such as the meeting soul may pierce in notes, with many a winding bout of linked sweetness long drawn out, with wanton heed and giddy cunning, the melting voice through mazes running, untwisting all the chains that tie the hidden soul of harmony, that Orpheus' self may heave his head from golden slumber on a bed of heaped Elysian flowers, and hear such strains as would have won the ear of Pluto, to have quite set free his half-regained Eurydice. These delights, if thou canst give, mirth, with thee I mean to live. J. Milton. 113. Il Penseroso. Hence, vain deluding joys, the brood of folly without father bred, how little you bested or fill the fixed mind with all your toys. Dwell in some idle brain, and fancies fond with gaudy shapes possess, as thick and numberless as the gay motes that people the sunbeams, or likest hovering dreams, the fickle pensioners of Morphus' train. But hail, thou goddess sage and holy, hail, divinest melancholy, whose saintly visage is too bright to hit the sense of human sight, and therefore to our weaker view, o'erlaid with black, stayed wisdom's hue. Black, but such as in esteem Prince Memnon's sister might beseem, or that starred Ethiop queen that strove to set her beauty's praise above the sea-nymphs, and their powers offended. Yet thou art higher far descended, thee bright-haired Vesta long of yore to solitary Saturn bore. his daughter she. In Saturn's reign such mixture was not held a stain. Oft in glimmering bowers and glades he met her, and in secret shades of woody Ida's inmost grove, whilst yet there was no fear of Jove. Come, pensive nun, devout and pure, sober, steadfast, and demure, all in a robe of darkest grain, flowing with majestic train, and sable stole of cypress lawn over thy decent shoulders drawn. Come, but keep thy wonted state with even step and musing gait, and looks commercing with the skies, thy rapt soul sitting in thine eyes. There, held in holy passion still, forget thyself to marble, till, with a sad leaden downward cast, thou fix them on the earth as fast, and join with thee calm peace and quiet, spare fast that oft with gods doth diet, and hears the Muses in a ring round about Jove's altar sing, and add to these retired leisure that in trim gardens takes his pleasure. But first and chiefest with thee bring him that yon soars on golden wing, guiding the fiery wheeled throne, the cherub Contemplation. And the mute Silence hissed along, lest Philomel will deign a song in her sweetest, saddest plight, smoothing the rugged brow of night, while Cynthia checks her dragon yoke gently o'er the accustomed oak. Sweet bird, that shuns the noise of folly, most musical, most melancholy, thee, chauntress, oft the woods among I woo to hear thy even song, and missing thee I walk unseen on the dry smooth shaven green, to behold the wandering moon riding near her highest noon, like one that had been led astray through the heaven's wide pathless way, and oft, as if her head she bowed, stooping through a fleecy cloud. Oft on a plat of rising ground I hear the far-off curfew sound, over some wide-watered shore, swinging slow with sullen roar. Or, if the air will not permit, some still removed place will fit, where glowing embers through the room teach light to counterfeit a gloom. Far from all resort of mirth, save the cricket on the hearth, or the bellman's drowsy charm, to bless the doors from nightly harm. Or let my lamp at midnight hour be seen in some high lonely tower, where I may oft outwatch the bear, with thrice great Hermes, or unsphere the spirit of Plato, to unfold what worlds or what vast regions hold the immortal mind that hath forsook her mansion in this fleshy nook. And of those demons that are found in fire, air, flood, or underground, whose power hath a true consent with planet or with element. Sometime let gorgeous tragedy in sceptred pall come sweeping by, presenting Thebes or Pelops' line, or the tale of Troy divine, or what, though rare, of later age, ennobled have the buskined stage. But, O sad virgin, that thy power might raise Musaeus from his bower, or bid the soul of Orpheus sing such notes as warbled to the string, drew iron tears down Pluto's cheek, and made hell grant what love did seek. Or call up him that left half told the story of Cambuscan bold, of Cambal and of Algarsife, and who had Canacee to wife, that owned the virtuous ring and glass, and of the wondrous horse of brass, on which the Tartar king did ride. And if aught else great bards beside in sage and solemn tunes have sung, of tourneys and of trophies hung, of forests and enchantments drear, where more is meant than meets the ear. Thus, night, oft see me in thy pale career, till civil-suited morn appear, not tricked and frounced, as she was wont with the Attic boy to hunt, but kerchiefed in a comely cloud, while rocking winds are piping loud, or ushered with a shower still, when the gust hath blown his fill, ending on the rustling leaves with minute drops from off the eaves. And when the sun begins to fling his flaring beams, me, goddess, bring to arched walks of twilight groves, and shadows brown that sylvan loves, of pine or monumental oak, where the rude axe with heaved stroke was never heard the nymphs to daunt, or fright them from their hallowed haunt. There, in close covert, by some brook, where no profaner eye may look, hide me from day's garish eye, while the bee with honeyed thigh, that at her flowery work doth sing, and the waters murmuring, with such consort as they keep, entice the dewy feathered sleep. And let some strange mysterious dream wave at his wings an airy stream of lively portraiture displayed, softly on my eyelids laid. And as I wake, sweet music breathe above, about, or underneath, sent by some spirit to mortals good, or the unseen genius of the wood. But let my dew feet never fail to walk the studious cloisters pale, and love the high embowed roof with antique pillars massy proof, and storied windows richly dight, casting a dim religious light. There let the pealing organ blow to the full-voiced choir below, in service high and anthems clear, as may with sweetness through mine ear dissolve me into ecstasies, and bring all heaven before mine eyes. And may at last my weary age find out the peaceful hermitage, the hairy gown and mossy cell, where I may sit and rightly spell of every star that heaven does show, and every herb that sips the dew, till old experience do attain to something like prophetic strain. These pleasures melancholy give, and I with thee will choose to live. J. Milton. End of section 19. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 20 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 20. 114. Song of the Emigrants in Bermuda. Where the remote Bermudas ride in the ocean's bosom unspied, from a small boat that rowed along the listening woods received this song. What should we do but sing his praise that led us through the watery maze, where he the huge sea monsters racks, that lift the deep upon their backs, unto an isle so long unknown, and yet far kinder than our own. He lands us on a grassy stage, safe from the storms and prelates' rage. He gave us this eternal spring, where here enamels everything, and sends the fowls to us in care on daily visits through the air. He hangs in shades the orange bright, like golden lamps in a green night, and does in the pomegranates close jewels more rich than Ormus shows. He makes the figs our mouths to meet, and throws the melons at our feet. But apples, plants of such a price, no tree could ever bear them twice. With cedars chosen by his hand, from Lebanon he stores the land, and makes the hollow seas that roar proclaim the ambergris on shore. He cast, of which we rather boast, the gospel's pearl upon our coast, and in these rocks for us did frame a temple where to sound his name. O let our voice his praise exalt till it arrive at heaven's vault, which then perhaps rebounding may echo beyond the Mexique Bay. Thus sang they in the English boat a holy and a cheerful note, and all the way to guide their chime, with falling oars they kept the time. A. Marvell. 115. At a solemn music. Blest pair of sirens, pledges of heaven's joy, sphere-born harmonious sisters, voice and verse, wed your divine sounds and mixed power employ, dead things with inbreathed sense able to pierce, and to our high-raised fantasy present that undisturbed song of pure content. I sung before the sapphire-colored throne to him that sits thereon, with saintly shout and solemn jubilee, where the bright seraphim in burning row their loud uplifted angel trumpets blow, and the cherubic host in thousand choirs touch their immortal harps of golden wires, with those just spirits that wear victorious palms, hymns devout and holy psalms singing everlastingly, that we on earth with undiscording voice may rightly answer that melodious noise, as once we did till disproportioned sin jarred against nature's chime, and with harsh din broke the fair music that all creatures made to their great Lord, whose love their motion swayed, in perfect diapason whilst they stood in first obedience in their state of good. O may we soon again renew that song, and keep in tune with heaven, till God ere long to his celestial consort us unite, to live with him and sing in endless morn of light. J. Milton. 116. Alexander's Feast, or the Power of Music. 'Twas at the royal feast for Persia won by Philip's warlike son. Aloft in awful state the godlike hero sate on his imperial throne. His valiant peers were placed around, their brows with roses and with myrtles bound. So should desert in arms be crowned. So should the lovely Thais by his side sate like a blooming Eastern bride, in flower of youth and beauty's pride. Happy, happy, happy pair! None but the brave, none but the brave, none but the brave deserves the fair. Timotheus, placed on high amid the tuneful choir, with flying fingers touch the lyre, the trembling notes ascend the sky, and heavenly joys inspire. The song began from Jove, who left his blissful seats above. Such is the power of mighty love. A dragon's fiery form belied the god, sublime on radiant spires he rode, when he to fair Olympia pressed, and while he sought her snowy breast. Then round her slender waist he curled, and stamped an image of himself, a sovereign of the world. The listening crowd admire the lofty sound. A present deity, they shout around, a present deity, the vaulted roofs rebound. With ravished ears the monarch hears, assumes the god, affects to nod, and seems to shake the spheres. The praise of Bacchus then the sweet musicians sung, of Bacchus ever fair and ever young. The jolly god in triumph comes, sound the trumpets, beat the drums. Flushed with a purple grace he shows his honest face. Now give the hautboys breath, he comes, he comes. Bacchus ever fair and young, drinking joys did first ordain. Bacchus' blessings are a treasure, drinking is the soldier's pleasure. Rich the treasure, sweet the pleasure, sweet is pleasure after pain. Soothed with the sound the king grew vain, fought all his battles o'er again, and thrice he routed all his foes, and thrice he slew the slain. The master saw the madness rise, his glowing cheeks, his ardent eyes, and while he heaven and earth defied, changed his hand and checked his pride. He chose a mournful muse soft pity to infuse. He sung Darius great and good, by too severe a fate, fallen, 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 fallen from his high estate, and weltering in his blood, deserted at his utmost need by those his former bounty fed. On the bare earth exposed he lies, with not a friend to close his eyes. With downcast looks the joyless victor sate, revolving in his altered soul the various turns of chance below, and now and then a sigh he stole, and tears began to flow. The mighty master smiled to see that love was in the next degree. 'Twas but a kindred sound to move, for pity melts the mind to love. Softly sweet in Lydian measures, soon he soothed his soul to pleasures. War, he sung, is toil and trouble, honor but an empty bubble, never ending, still beginning, fighting still and still destroying. If the world be worth thy winning, think, oh think it worth enjoying. Lovely Thais sits beside thee, take the good the gods provide thee. The many rend the sky with loud applause, so love was crowned, but music won the cause. The prince, unable to conceal his pain, gazed on the fair who caused his care, and sighed and looked, sighed and looked, sighed and looked, and sighed again. At length with love and wine at once oppressed, the vanquished victor sunk upon her breast. Now strike the golden lyre again, a louder yet, and yet a louder strain. Break his bands of sleep asunder, and rouse him like a rattling peal of thunder. Hark, hark, the horrid sound has raised up his head as awakened from the dead. And amazed he stares around. Revenge, revenge, Timotheus cries. See the Furies arise. See the snakes that they rear, how they hiss in their hair, and the sparkles that flash from their eyes. Behold a ghastly band, each a torch in his hand. Those are Grecian ghosts that in battle were slain, and unburied remain inglorious on the plain. Give the vengeance due to the valiant crew. Behold how they toss their torches on high, how they point to the Persian abodes and glittering temples of their hostile gods. The princes applaud with a furious joy, and the king seized a flambeau with zeal to destroy. Thais led the way to light him to his prey, and like another Helen fired another Troy. Thus long ago, ere heaving bellows learned to blow, while organs yet were mute, Timotheus to his breathing flute and sounding lyre could swell the soul to rage or kindle soft desire. At last divine Cecilia came, inventress of the vocal frame. The sweet enthusiast from her sacred store enlarged the former narrow bounds and added length to solemn sounds, with nature's mother wit and arts unknown before. Let old Timotheus yield the prize, or both divide the crown. He raised a mortal to the skies, she drew an angel down. J. Dryden. End of section 20.
Third book summary of the Golden Treasury of the best songs and lyrical pieces in the English language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Brenneman. It is more difficult to characterize the English poetry of the 18th century than that of any other. For it was an age not only of spontaneous transition, but of bold experiment. It includes not only such divergences of thought as distinguished the Rape of the Lock from the Parish Register, but such vast contemporaneous differences as lie between Pope and Collins, Burns and Cowper. Yet we may clearly trace three leading moods or tendencies. The aspects of courtly or educated life represented by Pope and carried to exhaustion by his followers, the poetry of nature and of man viewed through a cultivated and at the same time an impassioned frame of mind by Collins and Gray. Lastly, the study of vivid and simple narrative, including natural description begun by Gay and Thomson, pursued by Burns and others in the North, and established in England by Goldsmith, Percy, Crabbe, and Cowper. Great varieties in style accompanied these diversities in aim. Poets could not always distinguish the manner suitable for subjects so far apart, and the union of the language, of courtly, and of common life, exhibited most conspicuously by Burns, has given a tone to the poetry of that century which is better explained by reference to its historical origin than by naming it, in the common criticism of our day, artificial. There is again a nobleness of thought, a courageous aim at high end, in a strict sense manly, excellence in many of the writers, nor can that period be justly termed tame and wanting in originality, which produced poems such as Pope's Satires, Gray's Odes and Elegy, the ballads of Gay and Carey, the songs of Burns and Cowper. In truth, poetry at this, as at all times, was a more or less unconscious mirror of the genius of the age, and the brave and admirable spirit of inquiry which made the 18th century the turning time in European civilization is reflected faithfully in its verse. An intelligent reader will find the influence of Newton as markedly in the poems of Pope as of Elizabeth in the plays of Shakespeare. On this great subject, however, these indications must here be sufficient. End of summary.
Section 22 of the Golden Treasury of the best songs and lyrical pieces in the English language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 117. Ode on the Pleasure Arriving from Vicissitude. Now the golden morn aloft waves her dew-bespangled wing, with vermeil cheek and whisper soft she woos the tardy spring, till April starts and calls around the sleeping fragrance from the ground, and lightly o'er the living scene scatters his freshest, tenderest green. Newborn flocks in rustic dance, frisking ply their feeble feet, forgetful of their wintry trance, the birds his presence greet. But chief the skylark warbles high, his trembling, thrilling ecstasy, and lessing from the dazzled sight, melts into air and liquid light. Yesterday the sullen year saw the snowy whirlwind fly. Mute was the music of the air, the herd stood drooping by. Their raptures now that wildly flow no yesterday nor morrow know. 'Tis man alone that joy decries, with forward and reverted eyes. Smiles on past misfortune's brow, soft reflection's hand can trace, and o'er the cheek of sorrow throw a melancholy grace, while hope prolongs our happier hour, or deepest shades that dimly lower, and blacken round our weary way, gilds with a gleam of distant day. Still, where rosy pleasure leads, see a kindred grief pursue, behind the steps that misery treads, approaching comfort view. The hues of bliss more brightly glow, chastised by sabler tints of woe, in blended form with artful strife, the strength and harmony of life. See the wretch that long hath tossed on the thorny bed of pain, at length repair his vigor lost, and breathe and walk again. The meanest floweret of the vale, the simplest note that swells the gale, the common sun, the air, the skies, to him are opening paradise. T. Gray. 118. Solitude. Happy the man whose wish and care a few paternal acres bound, content to breathe his native air in his own ground, whose herds with milk, whose fields with bread, whose flocks supply him with attire, whose trees in summer yield him shade, in winter fire. Blessed, who can unconcernedly find hours, days, and years slide soft away, in health of body, peace of mind, quiet by day, sound sleep by night, study and ease together mixed, sweet recreation and innocence, which most does please with meditation. Thus let me live unseen, unknown, thus unlamented let me die, steal from the world and not a stone, tell where I lie. A. Pope. 119. The Blind Boy. O say, what is this thing called light, which I must ne'er enjoy? What are the blessings of the sight? O tell your poor blind boy. You talk of wondrous things you see, you say the sun shines bright. I feel him warm, but how can he, or make it day and night? My day and night myself I make, whene'er I sleep or play. And could I ever keep awake, with me 'twere always day. With heavy sighs I often hear you mourn my hapless woe, but sure with patience I can bear a loss I ne'er can know. Then let not what I cannot have my cheer of mind destroy. Whilst thus I sing, I am a king, although a poor blind boy. C. Kibber. 120. On a favorite cat drowned in a tub of goldfishes. 'Twas on a lofty vase's side, where China's gayest art had dyed the azure flowers that blow. Demurest of the tabby kind, the pensive Selima reclined, gazed on the lake below. Her conscious tale her joy declared, the fair round face, the snowy beard, the velvet of her paws, her coat that with the tortoise vies, her ears of jet, and emerald eyes. She saw, and purred applause. Still had she gazed, but midst the tide, two angel forms were seen to glide, the genii of the stream, their scaly armors Tyrian hue, through richest purple, to the view betrayed a golden gleam. The hapless nymph with wonder saw a whisker first, and then a claw, with many an ardent wish. She stretched in vain to reach the prize. What female heart can gold despise? What cat's averse to fish? Presumptuous maid with looks intent, again she stretched, again she bent, nor knew the gulf between. Malignant fate sat by and smiled. The slippery verge her feet beguiled. She tumbled headlong in. 8 times emerging from the flood, she mewed to every watery god some speedy aid to send. No dolphin came, no nereid stirred, nor cruel Tom nor Susan heard. A favourite has no friend. From hence, ye beauties undeceived, no one false step is ne'er retrieved. And be with caution bold. Not all that tempts your wandering eyes and heedless hearts is lawful prize, nor all that glitters gold. T. Gray. 121. To Charlotte Pulteney. Timely blossom, infant fair, fondling of a happy pair, every morn and every night their solicitous delight, sleeping, waking, still at ease, pleasing, without skill to please, little gossip blithe and hale, tattling many a broken tale, singing many a tuneless song, lavish of a heedless tongue, simple maiden void of art, babbling out the very heart, yet abandoned to thy will, yet imagining no ill, yet too innocent to blush, like the linnet in the bush, to the mother linnet's note, modulating her slender throat, chirping forth thy petty joys, wanton in the tains of toys, like the linnet green in May, flitting to each bloomy spray, wearied then and glad of rest, like the linnet in the nest. This thy present happy lot, this in time will be forgot. Other pleasures, other cares, ever busy time prepares. And now shalt in thy daughter see, this picture once resembled thee. A. Phillips. End of section 22. Recording by Graham Knight.
Section 23 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 23. 122. Rule Britannia. When Britain first at heaven's command arose from out the azure main, this was the charter of her land, and guardian angels sung the strain. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons shall never be slaves. The nations not so blest as thee must in their turn to tyrants fall, whilst thou shalt flourish great and free, the dread and envy of them all. Still more majestic shalt thou rise, more dreadful from each foreign stroke, as the loud blast that tears the skies serves but to root thy native oak. Thee haughty tyrants ne'er shall tame, all their attempts to bend thee down will but arouse thy generous flame and work their woe in thy renown. To thee belongs the rural reign, thy city shall with commerce shine, all thine shall be the subject main, and every shore it circles thine. The Muses still with freedom found shall to thy happy coast repair, blest isle with matchless beauty crowned, and manly hearts to guard the fair. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons never shall be slaves. J. Thomson. 123. The Bard. Pindaric Ode. Ruin seize thee, ruthless king, confusion on thy banners wait, though fanned by conquest's crimson wing, they mock the air with idle state. Helm nor hauberk's twisted mail, nor e'en thy virtues, tyrant, shall avail to save thy secret soul from nightly fears, from Cambria's curse, from Cambria's tears. Such were the sounds that o'er the crested pride of the first Edward scattered wild dismay, as down the steep of Snowdon's shaggy side he wound with toilsome march his long array. Stout Gloucester stood aghast in speechless trance, "To arms!" cried Mortimer, and couched quivering lance. On a rock whose haughty brow frowns o'er old Conway's foaming flood, robed in the sable garb of woe, with haggard eyes the poet stood. Loose his beard and hoary hair streamed like a meteor to the troubled air, and with a master's hand and prophet's fire struck the deep sorrows of his lyre. Hark how each giant oak and desert cave sighs to the torrent's awful voice beneath. O'er thee, O King, their 100 arms they wave, revenge on thee in hoarser murmurs breathe. Vocal no more since Cambria's fatal day, to high-born Hoel's harp or soft Llewellyn's lay. Cold is Cadwallow's tongue that hushed the stormy main, brave Urien sleeps upon his craggy bed. Mountains, ye mourn in vain, Modred, whose magic song made huge Plinlimmon bow his cloud-topped head. On dreary Arven's shore they lie, smeared with gore and ghastly pale. Far, far aloof the affrighted ravens sail. The famished eagle screams and passes by. Dear lost companions of my tuneful art, dear as the light that visits these sad eyes, dear as the ruddy drops that warm my heart, ye died amidst your dying country's cries. No more I weep, they do not sleep on yonder cliffs, a grisly band. I see them sit, they linger yet, avengers of their native land. With me in dreadful harmony they join, and weave with bloody hands the tissue of thy line. Weave the warp and weave the woof, the winding sheet of Edward's race. Give ample room and verge enough the characters of hell to trace. Mark the year and mark the night when Severn shall re-echo with affright the shrieks of death through Berkeley's roof that ring, shrieks of an agonizing king. She-wolf of France with unrelenting fangs that tear'st the boughs of thy mangled mate, from thee be born who o'er thy country hangs, the scourge of heaven. What terrors round him wait! Amazement in his van with flight combined, and sorrow's faded form and solitude behind. Mighty victor, mighty lord, low on his funeral couch he lies. No pitying heart, no eye afford a tear to grace his obsequies. Is the sable warrior fled? Thy son is gone, he rests among the dead. The swarm that in thy noontide beam were born, gone to salute the rising morn. Fair laughs the morn, soft the zephyr blows, while proudly riding o'er the azure realm, in gallant trim the gilded vessel goes, youth on the prow and pleasure at the helm. Regardless of the sweeping whirlwind's sway, that hushed in grim repose expects his evening prey. Fill high the sparkling bowl, the rich repast prepare, reft of a crown he yet may share the feast. Close by the regal chair fell thirst and famine scowl a baleful smile upon their baffled guest. Heard ye the din of battle bray, lance to lance and horse to horse? Long years of havoc urge their destined course, and through the kindred squadrons mow their way. Ye towers of Julius, London's lasting shame, with many a foul and midnight murder fed, revere his consort's faith, his father's fame, and spare the meek usurper's holy head. Above, below, the rows of snow, twined with her blushing foe, we spread. The bristled boar in infant gore wallows beneath the thorny shade. Now, brothers, bending o'er the accursed loom, stamp we our vengeance deep, and ratify his doom. Edward, lo, to sudden fate weave we the woof, the thread is spun. Half of thy heart we consecrate, the web is wove, the work is done. Stay, oh stay, nor thus forlorn leave me unblest, unpitied here to mourn. In yon bright track that fires the western skies, they melt, they vanish from my eyes. But oh, what solemn scenes on Snowdon's height, descending slow, their glittering skirts unroll. Visions of glory, spare my aching sight. Ye unborn ages, crowd not on my soul. No more our long lost Arthur we bewail. All hail, ye genuine kings, Britannia's issue, hail! Girt with many a baron bold, sublime their starry fronts they rear, And gorgeous dames and statesmen old in bearded majesty appear. In the midst a form divine, her eye proclaims her of the Briton line, Her lion port, her awe-commanding face, a tempered sweet to virgin grace. What strings symphonious tremble in the air, what strains of vocal transport round her play! Here from the grave great Taliesin hear, they breathe a soul to animate thy clay. Bright rapture calls, and soaring as she sings, waves in the eye of heaven her many-coloured wings. The verse adorn again fierce war and faithful love, and truth severe by fairy fiction dressed. In buckskinned measures move, pale grief and pleasing pain, with horror tyrant of the throbbing breast. A voice as of the cherub choir gales from blooming Eden bear, and distant warblings lessen on my ear, that lost in long futurity expire. Fond impious man, think'st thou yon sanguine cloud, raised by thy breath, has quenched the orb of day? To morrow he repairs the golden flood, and warms the nations with redoubled ray. Enough for me, with joy I see the different doom our fates assign. Be thine despair and sceptred care, to triumph and to die are mine. He spoke, and headlong from the mountain's height, deep in the roaring tide, he plunged to endless night. T. Gray. 124. Ode written in 1746. How sleep the brave who sink to rest, by all their country's wishes blest, When spring with dewy fingers cold returns to deck their hallowed mould. She there shall dress a sweeter sod than fancy's feet have ever trod. By fairy hands their knell is rung, by forms unseen their dirge is sung. Their honour comes, a pilgrim grey, to bless the turf that wraps their clay, and freedom shall a while repair, to dwell a weeping hermit there. W. Collins. 125. Lament for Culloden. The lovely lass o' Inverness, ne joy no pleasure can she see, For e'en in morn she cries alas, and aye the soe tear blinks her ee. Dramasse more, dramasse day, a waefu' day it was to me, For there I lost my father dear, my father dear, and brethren three. Their winding sheet the bluidy clay, their graves are growing green to see, And by them lies the dearest lad that ever blessed a woman's ee. Now wae to thee, thou cruel lord, a bluidy man I trow thou be, For mony a heart thou hast made sair, that ne'er did wrong to thine or thee. R. Burns. 126. Lament for Flodden. I've heard them lilting at our ewe milking, lasses a lilting before dawn o' day, But now they are moaning on ilka green loaning, the flowers of the forest are a weed away. At butts in the morning nae bly lads are scorning, lasses are lonely and dowie and wae, Nae daffin, nae gabbin, but sighing and sabbin, ilk ane lifts her leggin and hies her away. And harst at the shearing nae youths now are jeering, bansters are lyart and runkled and grey, At fair or at preaching, nae wooing, nae fleeching, the flowers o' the forest are a weed away. At e'en in the gloaming, nae yonkers are roaming 'bout stacks with the lasses at boggle to play. But ilk any since dreary, lamenting her dearie, the flowers of the forest are weeded away. Dole and wae for the order sent out lads to the border, the English for ance by guile wan the day. The flowers of the forest that fought aye the foremost, the prime of our land, are called in the clay. We'll hear nae mair lilting at the ewe milking, women and bairns are heartless and wae, sighing and moaning on ilka green loaning, the flowers of the forest are a weed away. J. Eliot. End section 23. Section 24 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 24. 127. The Braes of Yarrow. Thy braes were bonny, Yarrow stream, when first on them I met my lover. Thy braes how dreary, Yarrow stream, when now thy waves his body cover. For ever now, O Yarrow stream, thou art to me a stream of sorrow, for never on thy banks shall I behold my love, the flower of Yarrow. He promised me a milk-white steed to bear me to his father's bowers. He promised me a little page to squire me to his father's towers. He promised me a wedding ring. The wedding day was fixed to morrow. Now he is wedded to his grave, alas, his watery grave in Yarrow. Sweet were his words when last we met, my passion I as freely told him. Clasped in his arms, I little thought that I should never more behold him. Scarce was he gone, I saw his ghost, it vanished with a shriek of sorrow. Thrice did the water wraith ascend, and gave a doleful groan through Yarrow. His mother from the window looked, with all the longing of a mother. His little sister weeping walked the greenwood path to meet her brother. They sought him east, they sought him west, they sought him all the forest thorough. They only saw the cloud of night, they only heard the roar of Yarrow. No longer from thy window look, thou hast no son, thou tender mother. No longer walk, thou lovely maid, alas, thou hast no more a brother. No longer seek him east or west, and search no more the forest thorough, for wandering in the night so dark, he fell a lifeless corpse in Yarrow. The tear shall never leave my cheek, no other youth shall be my morrow. I'll seek thy body in the stream, and then with thee I'll sleep in Yarrow. The tear did never leave her cheek, no other youth became her morrow. She found his body in the stream, and now with him she sleeps in Yarrow. J. Logan. 128. Willie drowned in Yarrow. Down in yon garden, sweet and gay, where bonny grows the lily, I heard a fair maid sighing say, my wish be wit sweet Willie. Willie's rare, and Willie's fair, and Willie's wondrous bonny, and Willie hecht to marry me, gin e'er he married ony. O gentle wind that bloweth south, from where my love repaireth, convey a kiss frae his dear mouth, and tell me how he fareth. O tell sweet Willie to come doon, and hear the mavis singing, and see the birds on ilka bush, and leaves around them hinging. The lavrock there, wi' her white breast, and gentle throat sae narrow. There's sport eneugh for gentlemen on Leader Hawes and Yarrow. O Leader Hawes are wide and braid, and Yarrow Hawes are bonny, there Willie hecht to marry me, if e'er he married ony. But Willie's gone, whom I thought on, and does not hear me weeping, draws many a tear frae true love's e'e, when other maids are sleeping. Yestreen I made my bed fu braid, the night I'll make it narrow, for a' the live-lang winter night I lie twined o' my marrow. O came ye by yon water's side, found you the rose or lily, or came you by yon meadow green, or saw you my sweet Willie? She sought him up, she sought him down, she sought him braid and narrow, syne in the cleaving of a crag she found him drowned in Yarrow. Anonymous. 129. Loss of the Royal George. Toll for the brave that are no more, all sunk beneath the wave, fast by their native shore. 800 of the brave, whose courage well was tried, had made the vessel heel, and laid her on her side. A land breeze shook the shrouds, and she was overset. Down went the Royal George, with all her crew complete. Toll for the brave Kempenfelt is gone, his last sea fight is fought, his work of glory done. It was not in the battle, nor tempest gave the shock, she sprang no fatal leak, she ran upon no rock. His sword was in its sheath, his fingers held the pen, when Kempenfeld went down with twice 400 men. Weigh the vessel up, once dreaded by our foes, and mingle with our cup the tear that England owes. Her timbers yet are sound, and she may float again, full charged with England's thunder, and plough the distant main. But Kempenfeld is gone, his victories are o'er, he and his 800 shall plough the wave no more. W. Cowper. 130. Black-eyed Susan. All in the Downs the fleet was moored, the streamers waving in the wind, when black-eyed Susan came aboard. O where shall I my true love find? Tell me, ye jovial sailors, tell me true, if my sweet William sails among the crew. William, who high upon the yard rocked with the billow to and fro, soon as her well-known voice he heard, he sighed and cast his eyes below. The cord slides swiftly through his glowing hands, and quick as lightning on the deck he stands. So the sweet lark, high poised in the air, shuts close his pinions to his breast, if chance his mate's shrill call he hear, and drops at once into her nest. The noblest captain in the British fleet might envy William's lip those kisses sweet. O Susan, Susan, lovely dear, my vow shall ever true remain, let me kiss off that falling tear, we only part to meet again. Change as ye list, ye winds, my heart shall be the faithful compass that still points to thee. Believe not what the landmen say, who tempt with doubts thy constant mind. They'll tell thee sailors went away, and every port a mistress find. Yes, yes, believe them when they tell thee so, for thou art present wheresoe'er I go. If to fair India's coast we sail, thy eyes are seen in diamonds bright, thy breath is Afric's spicy gale, thy skin is ivory so white. Thus every beauteous object that I view wakes in my soul some charm of lovely Sue. Though battle call me from thy arms, let not my pretty Susan mourn, though cannons roar, yet safe from harms, William shall to his dear return. Love turns aside the balls that round me fly, lest precious tears should drop from Susan's eye. The boatswain gave the dreadful word, the sails their swelling bosoms spread, no longer must she stay aboard, they kissed, she sighed, he hung his head. Her lessening boat unwilling rose to land, adieu, she cries, and waved her lily hand. J. Gay. 131. Sally in our alley. Of all the girls that are so smart, there's none like pretty Sally, she is the darling of my heart, and she lives in our alley. There is no lady in the land is half so sweet as Sally, she is the darling of my heart, and she lives in our alley. Her father he makes cabbage nets, and through the streets does cry 'em. Her mother she sells laces long, to such as please to buy 'em. But sure such folks could ne'er beget so sweet a girl as Sally, she is the darling of my heart, and she lives in our alley. When she is by I leave my work, I love her so sincerely, my master comes like any Turk, and bangs me most severely. But let him bang his belly full, I'll bear it all for Sally, she is the darling of my heart, and she lives in our alley. Of all the days that's in the week, I dearly love but one day, and that's the day that comes betwixt a Saturday and Monday. For then I'm dressed in all my best to walk abroad with Sally, she is the darling of my heart, and she lives in our alley. My master carries me to church, and often I am blamed because I leave him in the lurch as soon as text is named. I leave the church in sermon time and slink away to Sally, she is the darling of my heart, and she lives in our alley. When Christmas comes about again, oh then I shall have money, I'll hoard it up and box it all, I'll give it to my honey. I would it were 10,000 pound, I'd give it all to Sally, she is the darling of my heart, and she lives in our alley. My master and the neighbours all make game of me and Sally, and but for her I'd better be a slave and row a galley. But when my 7 long years are out, oh then I'll marry Sally, oh then we'll wed and then we'll bed, but not in our alley. H. Carey. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 25, Poems 132 through 139. 132. A Farewell. Go fetch to me a pint of wine, and fill it in a silver tassie, that I may drink before I go a service to my bonny lassie. The boat rocks at the pier of Leith, full loud the wind blaws frae the ferry. The ship rides by the Berwick law, and I maun leave my bonny Mary. The trumpets sound, the banners fly, the glittering spears are ranked ready. The shouts of war are heard afar, the battle closes thick and bloody. But it's not the roar o' sea or shore would make me langer wish to tarry, nor shouts o' war that's heard afar. It's leaving thee, my bonny Mary. R. Burns. 133. If doughty deeds my lady please, right soon I'll mount my steed, and strong his arm and fast his seat, that bears frae me the mead. I'll wear thy colours in my cap, thy picture in my heart, and he that bends not to thine eye shall rue it to his smart. Then tell me how to woo thee, love, oh tell me how to woo thee, for thy dear sake nae care I'll take, though ne'er another trow me. If gay attire delight thine eye, I'll dight me in array. I'll tend thy chamber door all night, and squire thee all the day. If sweetest sounds can win thine ear, these sounds I'll strive to catch. Thy voice I'll steal to woo thysel', that voice that nane can match. But if fond love thy heart can gain, I never broke a vow. Nae maiden lays her skaith to me, I never loved but you. For you alone I ride the ring, for you I wear the blue, for you alone I strive to sing, oh tell me how to woo. Then tell me how to woo thee, love, oh tell me how to woo thee, for thy dear sake nae care I'll take, though ne'er another trow me. Graham of Gartmore. 134. To a Young Lady. Sweet stream that winds through yonder glade, apt emblem of a virtuous maid, silent and chaste she steals along, far from the world's gay busy throng. With gentle yet prevailing force, intent upon her destined course, graceful and useful all she does, blessing and blessed where'er she goes, pure bosomed as that watery glass, and heaven reflected in her face. W. Cooper. 135. The Sleeping Beauty. Sleep on, and dream of heaven awhile. Though shut so close thy laughing eyes, thy rosy lips still wear a smile, and move, and breathe delicious sighs. Ah, now soft blushes tinge her cheeks, and mantle o'er her neck of snow. Ah, now she murmurs, now she speaks what most I wish, and fear to know. She starts, she trembles, and she weeps, her fair hands folded on her breast. And now how like a saint she sleeps, a seraph in the realms of rest. Sleep on secure. Above control thy thoughts belong to heaven and thee, and may the secret of thy soul remain within its sanctuary. S. Rogers. 136. Forever, Fortune, wilt thou prove an unrelenting foe to love, and when we meet a mutual heart, come in between and bid us part? Bid us sigh on from day to day, and wish the soul away, till youth and genial years are flown, and all the life of life is gone? But busy, busy still art thou to bind the loveless, joyless vow, the heart from pleasure to delude, to join the gentle to the rude. For once, O Fortune, hear my prayer, and I absolve thy future care, all other blessings I resign. Make but the dear Amanda mine. J. Thomson. 137. The merchant, to secure his treasure, conveys it in a borrowed name. Euphelia serves to grace my measure, but Chloe is my real flame. My softest verse, my darling lyre, upon Euphelia's toilet lay, when Chloe noted her desire that I should sing, that I should play. My lyre I tune, my voice I raise, but with my numbers mix my sighs, and whilst I sing Euphelia's praise, I fix my soul on Chloe's eyes. Fair Chloe blushed, Euphelia frowned, I sung and gazed, I played and trembled, and Venus to the loves around remarked how ill we all dissembled. M. Prior. 138. When lovely woman stoops to folly, and finds too late that men betray, what charm can soothe her melancholy? What art can wash her guilt away? The only art her guilt to cover, to hide her shame from every eye, to give repentance to her lover, and wring his bosom, is to die. O. Goldsmith. 139. Ye banks and braes of bonny Doon, how can ye bloom sae fair? How can ye chant, ye little birds, and I sae fu' o' care? Thou break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings upon the bough. Thou minds me o' the happy days when my fause love was true. Thou break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings beside thy mate, for sae I sat, and sae I sang, and wist na o' my fate. Aft I roved by bonny Doon to see the woodbine twine, and ilka bird sang o' its love, and sae did I o' mine. Wi' lightsome heart I put a rose aff its thorny tree, and my fause lover stole the rose, but left the thorn wi' me. R. Burns. End of section 25, recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 26 of The Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather Stewart of Edmonton, Canada. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 26, Book 3, Poems 140 and 141. 140. The Progress of Poesy. A Pindaric Ode. Awake, Aeolian lyre, awake, and give to rapture all thy trembling strings, from Helicon's harmonious springs. 1,000 rills their mazy progress take. The laughing flowers that round them blow drink life and fragrance as they flow. Now the rich streams of music winds along, deep, majestic, smooth and strong, through verdant vales and Ceres' golden rain, now rolling down the steep amain. Headlong, impetuous, see it pour, the rocks and nodding groves rebellow to the roar. O sovereign of the willing soul, parent of sweet and solemn breathing airs, enchanting shell, the sullen cares and frantic passions hear thy soft control. On Thracia's hills the Lord of War has curbed the fury of his car, and dropped his thirsty lance at thy command. Perching on the sceptred hand of Jove, thy magic lulls the feathered king with ruffled plumes and flagging wing. Quenched in dark clouds of slumber lie the terror of his beak and lightnings of his eye. Thee the voice, the dance obey, tempered to thy warbled lay. O'er Idalia's velvet green the rosy crowned loves are seen on Cytherea's day, with antic sport and blue-eyed pleasures frisking light in frolic measures. Now pursuing, now retreating, now in circling troops they meet. To brisk notes in cadence beating glance their many twinkling feet. Slow melting strains their queen's approach declare, where'er she turns the graces homage pay. With arms sublime that float upon the air, in gliding state she wins her easy way. O'er her warm cheek and rising bosom move the bloom of young desire and purple light of love. Man's feeble race what ills await, labor and penury, the racks of pain, disease and sorrow's weeping train, and death, sad refuge from the storms of fate. The fond complaint my song disprove and justify the laws of Jove. Say, has he given in vain the heavenly muse? Night and all her sickly dews, her spectres wan and birds of boding cry, he gives to range the dreary sky, till down the eastern cliffs afar Hyperion's march they spy, and glittering shafts of war. In climes beyond the solar road, where shaggy forms o'er ice-built mountains roam, the muse has broke the twilight gloom to cheer the shivering native's dull abode. And oft, beneath the odorous shade of Chile's boundless forests laid, she deigns to hear the savage youth repeat, in loose numbers wildly sweet, their feather-cinctured chiefs and dusky loves, her track where'er the goddess roves. Glory pursue, and generous shame, the unconquerable mind and freedom's holy flame. Woods that wave o'er Delphi's steep, isles that crown the Aegean deep, fields that cool Ilissus laves, or where meanders amber waves in lingering labyrinths creep, how do your tuneful echoes languish, mute but to the voice of anguish? Where each old poetic mountain inspiration breathed around, every shade and hallowed fountain murmured deep a solemn sound. Till the sad Nine, in Greece's evil hour, left their Parnassus for the Latian plains. Alike they scorn the pomp of tyrant power, and coward vice that revels in her chains. When Latium has her lofty spirit lost, they sought, O Albion, next thy sea-encircled coast. Far from the sun and summer gale, in the green lap was nature's darling laid. What time, when lucid Avon strayed, to him the mighty mother did unveil her awful face. The dauntless child stretched forth his little arms and smiled. This pencil take, she said, whose colours clear richly paint the vernal year. Thine too these golden keys, immortal boy, this can unlock the gates of joy, of horror that, in thrilling fears, or ope the sacred source of sympathetic tears. Nor second he that rose sublime upon the seraph wings of ecstasy, the secrets of the abyss to spy. He passed the flaming bounds of place and time, the living throne, the sapphire blaze where angels tremble while they gaze. He saw, but blasted with excessive light, closed his eyes in endless night. Behold, where Dryden's less presumptuous car wide o'er the fields of glory bear, two coursers of ethereal race, with necks in thunder clothed and long resounding pace. Hark! His hands the lyre explore, bright-eyed fancy hovering o'er, scattered from her pictured urn, thoughts that breathe and words that burn. But ah! 'Tis heard no more. O lyre divine, what daring spirit wakes thee now, though he inherit nor the pride nor ample pinion that the Theban eagle bear? sailing with supreme dominion through the azure deep of air, yet oft before his infant eyes would run such forms as glitter in the muse's ray, with orient hues unborrowed of the sun. Yet he shall mount, and keep his distant way beyond the limit of a vulgar fate, beneath the good how far, but far above the great. T. Gray. 141. The Passions. An Ode for Music. When music, heavenly maid, was young, while yet in early Greece she sung, the passions oft to hear her shell thronged round her magic cell, exulting, trembling, raging, fainting, possessed beyond the muse's painting. By turns they felt the glowing mind, disturbed, delighted, raised, refined, till once, 'tis said, when all were fired, filled with fury, rapt, inspired, from the supporting myrtles round they snatched her instruments of sound, and, as they oft had heard apart sweet lessons of her forceful art, each, for madness ruled the hour, would prove his own expressive power. First fear, his hand its skill to try, amid the chords bewildered laid, and back recoiled, he knew not why, e'en at the sound himself had made. Next anger rushed, his eyes on fire, in lightnings owned his secret stings. In one rude clash he struck the lyre, and swept with hurried hand the strings. With woeful measures wan despair, low sullen sounds his grief beguiled, a solemn, strange, and mingled air. 'Twas sad by fits, by starts 'twas wild. But thou, O Hope, with eyes so fair, what was thy delighted measure? Still it whispered promised pleasure, and bade the lovely scenes at distant hail. Still would her touch the strain prolong, and from the rocks, the woods, the vale, she called on echo still through all the song. And where her sweetest theme she chose, a soft responsive voice was heard at every close. And Hope enchanted smiled, and waved her golden hair, and longer had she sung, but with a frown revenge impatient rose. He threw his blood-stained sword and thundered down, and with a withering look the war-denouncing trumpet took, and blew a blast so loud and dread, were ne'er a prophetic sound so full of woe. And ever and anon he beat the doubling drum with furious heat. And though sometimes each dreary pause between dejected pity at his side her soul-subduing voice applied, yet still he kept his wild, unaltered mien, while each strained ball of sight seemed bursting from his head. Thy numbers, jealousy, to naught were fixed, sad proof of thy distressful state. Of differing themes the veering song was mixed, and now it courted love, now raving called on hate. With eyes upraised as one inspired, pale melancholy sat retired, and from her wild sequestered seat, in notes by distance made more sweet, poured through her mellow horn her pensive soul, and dashing soft from rocks around bubbling runnels joined the sound. Through glades and glooms the mingled measure stole, or o'er some haunted stream with fond delay, round and holy calm diffusing, love of peace and lonely musing in hollow murmurs died away. But oh, how altered was its sprightlier tone when cheerfulness, a nymph of healthiest hue, her bow across her shoulder flung, her buskins gemmed with morning dew, blew an inspiring air, that dale and thicket rung, the hunter's call to fawn and dryad known. The oak-crowned sisters and their chaste-eyed queen, satyrs and sylvan boys were seen, peeping from forth their alleys green. Brown exercise rejoiced to hear, and sport leaped up and seized his beechen spear. Last came joy's ecstatic trial, he with viny crown advancing, first to the lively pipe his hand addressed, but soon he saw the brisk awakening viol, whose sweet entrancing voice he loved the best. They would have thought who heard the strain they saw in Tempe's vale her native maids amidst the festal sounding shades, to some unwearied minstrel dancing, while, as his flying fingers kissed the strings, love framed with mirth a gay fantastic round. Loose were her tresses seen, her zone unbound, and he, amidst his frolic play, as if he would the charming air repay, shook 1,000 odors from his dewy wings. O music, sphere-descended maid, friend of pleasure, wisdom's aid, why, goddess, why to us denied, lay'st thou thy ancient lyre aside, as in that loved Athenian bower you learned an all-commanding power, thy mimic soul, O nymph endeared, can well recall what then it heard. Where is thy native simple heart, devote to virtue, fancy, art? Arise, as in that elder time, warm, energetic, chaste, sublime. Thy wonders in that godlike age fill thy recording sister's page. 'Tis said, and I believe the tale, thy humblest reed could more prevail, had more of strength, diviner rage, than all which charms this laggard age. E'en all at once together found Cecilia's mingled world of sound. O bid our vain endeavours cease, revive the just designs of Greece, return in all thy simple state, confirm the tales her sons relate. W. Collins. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury. Selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 27, Poems 142 through 146. 142. Ode on the Spring. Lo, where the rosy-bosomed hours, fair Venus' train, appear, disclose the long-expecting flowers, and wake the purple year. The Attic warbler pours her throat responsive to the cuckoo's note, the untaught harmony of spring. While whispering pleasure as they fly, cool zephyrs through the clear blue sky their gathered fragrance fling. Where'er the oak's thick branches stretch a broader, browner shade, where'er the rude and moss-grown beech or canopies the glade, beside some water's rushy brink, with me the Muse shall sit and think, at ease reclined in rustic state, how vain the ardor of the crowd, how low, how little are the proud, how indigent the great. Still is the toiling hand of care, the panting herds repose. Yet hark how through the peopled air the busy murmur glows. The insect youth are on the wing, eager to taste the honeyed spring, and float amid the liquid noon. Some lightly o'er the current skim, some show their gaily gilded trim, quick glancing to the sun. To contemplation's sober eye, such is the race of man, and they that creep and they that fly shall end where they began. Alike the busy and the gay but flutter through life's little day in fortune's varying colors dressed, brushed by the hand of rough mischance, or chilled by age, their airy dance they leave in dust to rest. Methinks I hear in accents low the sportive kind reply, Poor moralist, and what art thou? A solitary fly. Thy joys no glittering female meets, no hive hast thou of hoarded sweets, no painted plumage to display. On hasty wings thy youth is flown, thy sun is set, thy spring is gone. We frolic while 'tis May. T. Gray. 143. The Poplar Field. The poplars are felled. Farewell to the shade and the whispering sound of the cool colonnade. The winds play no longer and sing in the leaves, nor ooze on his bosom their image receives. 12 years have elapsed since I last took a view of my favorite field, and the bank where they grew. And now in the grass behold they are laid, and the tree is my seat that once lent me a shade. The blackbird has fled to another retreat, where the hazels afford him a screen from the heat, and the scene where his melody charmed me before resounds with his sweet flowing ditty no more. My fugitive years are all hasting away, and I must, ere long, lie lowly as they, with the turf on my breast and a stone at my head, ere another such grove shall arise in its stead. 'Tis a sight to engage me, if anything can, to muse on the perishing pleasures of man. Short-lived as we are, our enjoyments, I see, have a still shorter date, and die sooner than we. W. Cooper. 144. To a Field Mouse. Wee sleeket cow'rin timorous beastie, oh, what a panic's in thy breastie! Thou needna start awa sae hasty wi' bickering brow, I would be laith to rin and chase thee wi' murdering pal. I'm truly sorry man's dominion has broken nature's social union, and justifies that ill opinion which makes thee startle at me, thy poor earth-born companion and fellow mortal. I doubt na whiles but thou may thieve. What then? Poor beastie, thou maun live. A dame a nicker and a thrave's a sma' request. I'll get a blessing wi' the lave, and never missed. Thy wee bit housie, too, in ruin, its sillily wa's the winds are strewin', and naething now to big enewin' o' foggage green, and bleak December's winds ensuin', baith snell and keen. Thou saw the fields laid bare and waste, and weary winter comin' fast, and cosy here beneath the blast thou thought to dwell, till crash the cruel coulter passed out through thy cell. That wee bit heap o' leaves and stibble has cost thee mony a weary nibble. Now thou's turned out for all thy trouble, but house or hald to thole the winter's sleety dribble and crannoch cauld. But, mousie, thou art no thy lane, in proving foresicht may be vain. The best laid schemes o' mice and men gang after gley, and lay us naught but grief and pain for promised joy. Still thou art blest compared wi' me, the present only toucheth thee. But ach, I backward cast my ee on prospects drear, and forward, though I cannot see, I guess and fear. R. Burns. 145. A Wish. Mine be a cot beside the hill, a beehive's hum shall soothe my ear, a willowy brook that turns a mill with many a fall shall linger near. The swallow oft beneath my thatch shall twitter from her clay-built nest, oft shall the pilgrim lift the latch and share my meal, a welcome guest. Around my ivied porch shall spring each fragrant flower that drinks the dew, and Lucy at her wheel shall sing in russet gown and apron blue. The village church among the trees, where first our marriage vows were given, with merry peals shall swell the breeze, and point with taper spire to heaven. S. Rogers. 146. To Evening. If aught of oaten stop or pastoral song may hope, chaste Eve, to soothe thy modest ear like thy own solemn springs, thy springs and dying gales, O nymph reserved, while now the bright-haired sun sits in yon western tent, whose cloudy skirts with brede ethereal wove o'erhang his wavy bed, now air is hushed, save where the weak-eyed bat, with short shrill shriek, flits by on leathern wing, or where the beetle winds his small but sullen horn, as oft he rises midst the twilight path against the pilgrim borne in heedless hum. Now teach me, maid composed, to breathe some softened strain, whose numbers stealing through thy darkening veil may not unseemly with its stillness suit. As musing slow I hail thy genial loved return. For when thy folding star arising shows his paly circlet, at his warning lamp the fragrant hours and elves who slept in buds the day, and many a nymph who wreathes her brows with sedge and sheds the freshening dew, and lovelier still the pensive pleasures sweet prepare thy shadowy car. Then let me rove some wild and heathy scene, or find some ruin midst its dreary dells, whose walls more awful nod by thy religious gleams. Or if chill blustering winds or driving rain prevent my willing feet, be mine the hut that from the mountain side views wilds and swelling floods, and hamlets brown and dim discovered spires, and hears their simple bell, and marks o'er all thy dewy fingers draw the gradual dusky veil. While spring shall pour his showers, as oft he wont, and bathe thy breathing tresses, meekest eve, while summer loves to sport beneath thy lingering light, while sallow autumn fills thy lap with leaves, or winter, yelling through the troublous air, affrights thy shrinking train, and rudely rends thy robes. So long, regardful of thy quiet rule, shall fancy, friendship, science, smiling peace, thy gentlest influence own, and love thy favorite name. W. Collins. End of section 27, recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 28 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 28. Poem 147. 147. Elegy written in a country churchyard. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day, the lowing herd wind slowly o'er the lea, the ploughman homeward plods his weary way, and leaves the world to darkness, and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, and drowsy tinklings lull the distant folds. Save that from yonder ivy-mantled tower the moping owl does to the moon complain, of such as wandering near her secret bower molest her ancient solitary reign. Beneath those rugged elms, that yew tree's shade, where heaves the turf in many a mouldering heap, each in his narrow cell forever laid, the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep. The breezy call of incense-breathing morn, the swallow twittering from the straw-built shed, the cock's shrill clarion, or the echoing horn, no more shall rouse them from their lowly bed. For them no more the blazing hearth shall burn, or busy housewife ply her evening care. No children run to lisp their sire's return, or climb his knees the envied kiss to share. Oft did the harvest to their sickle yield, Their furrow oft the stubborn glebe has broke. How jocund did they drive their team afield! How bowed the woods beneath their sturdy stroke! Let not ambition mock their useful toil, their homely joys and destiny obscure, nor grandeur hear with a disdainful smile the short and simple annals of the poor. The boast of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, await alike the inevitable hour. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. Nor you, ye proud, impute to these the fault, if memory o'er their tomb no trophies raise, where through the long-drawn aisle and fretted vault the pealing anthem swells the note of praise. Can storied urn or animated bust back to its mansion call the fleeting breath? Can honor's voice provoke the silent dust, or flattery soothe the dull, cold ear of death? Perhaps in this neglected spot is laid some heart once pregnant with celestial fire, hands that the rod of empire might have swayed, or waked to ecstasy the living lyre. But knowledge to their eyes her ample page, rich with the spoils of time, did ne'er unroll. Chill penury repressed their noble rage, and froze the genial current of the soul. Full many a gem of purest ray serene the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. Some village Hampden that with dauntless breath the little tyrant of his fields withstood, some mute inglorious Milton here may rest, some Cromwell, guiltless of his country's blood. The applause of listening senates to command, the threats of pain and ruin to despise, to scatter plenty o'er a smiling land, and read their history in a nation's eyes, their lot forbade. Nor circumscribed alone their growing virtues, but their crimes confined, forbade to wade through slaughter to a throne, and shut the gates of mercy on mankind. The struggling pangs of conscious truth to hide, to quench the blushes of ingenuous shame, or heap the shrine of luxury and pride with incense kindled at the Muses' flame. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, their sober wishes never learned to stray. Along the cool, sequestered vale of life they kept the noiseless tenor of their way. Yet e'en these bones from insult to protect, some frail memorial still erected nigh, with uncouth rhymes and shapeless sculpture decked, implores the passing tribute of a sigh. Their name, their years, spelt by the unlettered muse, the place of fame and elegy supply, and many a holy text around she strews, that teach the rustic moralist to die. For who to dumb forgetfulness a prey, this pleasing, anxious being ere resigned, left the warm precincts of the cheerful day, nor cast one longing, lingering look behind. On some fond breast the parting soul relies, some pious drops the closing eye requires. E'en from the tomb the voice of nature cries, e'en in our ashes live their wonted fires. For thee, who mindful of th' unhonored dead, dost in these lines their artless tale relate, if chance, by lonely contemplation led, some kindred spirit shall inquire thy fate, haply some hoary-headed swain may say, "Oft have we seen him at the peep of dawn, brushing with hasty steps the dews away, to meet the sun upon the upland lawn. There, at the foot of yonder nodding beech that wreathes its old fantastic roots so high, his listless length at noontide would he stretch, and pore upon the brook that babbles by. Hard by yon wood, now smiling as in scorn, muttering his wayward fancies he would rove, now drooping, woeful wan like one forlorn, or crazed with care, or crossed in hopeless love. One morn I missed him on the customed hill, along the heath and near his favourite tree. Another came, nor yet beside the rill, nor up the lawn, nor at the wood was he. The next, with dirges due in sad array, slow through the church-way path we saw him borne. Approach and read, for thou canst read, the lay graved on the stone beneath yon aged thorn. The Epitaph. Here rests his head upon the lap of earth, a youth to fortune and to fame unknown. Fair science frowned not on his humble birth, and melancholy marked him for her own. Large was his bounty, and his soul sincere. Heaven did a recompense as largely send. He gave to misery all he had, a tear. He gained from heaven, 'twas all he wished, a friend. No farther seek his merits to disclose, or draw his frailties from their dread abode. There they alike in trembling hope repose, the bosom of his Father and his God. T. Gray. End of section 28. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 29 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 29, Poems 148 through 154. 148. Mary Morrison. O Mary, at thy window be, it is the wished, the trysted hour. Those smiles and glances let me see that make the miser's treasure poor. How blithely would I bide the stour, a weary slave frae sun to sun, could I the rich reward secure, the lovely Mary Morrison. Yestreen, when to the trembling string the dance gaed through the lighted ha', to thee my fancy took its wing. I sat, but neither heard nor saw. Though this was fair, and that was braw, and yon the toast of all the town. I sighed, and said amang them a', Ye are na Mary Morrison. O Mary, canst thou wreck his peace, wha for thy sake would gladly dee? Or canst thou break that heart of his, whose only thought is loving thee? If love for love thou wilt not gie, at least be pity to me shown. A thought ungentle cannot be the thought of Mary Morrison. R. Burns. 149. Bonnie Leslie. O saw ye bonnie Leslie as she gaed o'er the border? She's gane like Alexander to spread her conquests farther. To see her is to love her, and love but her forever. For nature made her what she is, and ne'er made sic anither. Thou art a queen, fair Leslie, thy subjects we before thee. Thou art divine, fair Leslie, the hearts o' men adore thee. The deil he couldna scathe thee, or aught that wad belang thee. He'd look into thy bonny face and say, I canna wrang thee. The powers aboon will tempt thee, misfortune shanna steer thee. Thou art like themselves, sae lovely, that ill they'll ne'er let near thee. Return again, fair Leslie, return to Caldony, that we may brag we hae a lass, there's nane again sae bonny. R. Burns. 150. Oh, my love's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas gang dry. Till all the seas gang dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun, I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands o' life shall run. And fare thee weel, my only love, and fare thee weel a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 mile. R. Burns. 151. Highland Mary. Ye banks and braes and streams around the castle o' Montgomery, green be your woods and fair your flowers, your waters never drumly. There simmer first on fauld her robes, and there the langest tarry, for there I took the last fareweel of my sweet Highland Mary. How sweetly bloomed the gay green birk, how rich the hawthorn's blossom, as underneath their fragrant shade I clasped her to my bosom. The golden hours on angel wings flew o'er me and my dearie, for dear to me as light and life was my sweet Highland Mary. Wi' mony a vow and locked embrace our parting was fu' tender, and pledging aft to meet again, we tore ourselves asunder. But oh, fell death's untimely frost, that nipped my flower sae early, now greens the sod, and calls the clay, that wraps my Highland Mary. Oh, pale, pale now those the rosy lips I aft hae kissed sae fondly, and closed for aye the sparkling glance that dwelt on me sae kindly, and mouldering now in silent dust that heart that loved me dearly, but still within my bosom's core shall live my Highland Mary. R. Burns. 152. Auld Robin Gray. When the sheep are in the fold and the kye at hame, and all the world to rest are gane, the ways of my heart fa' in showers frae my eye, while my good man lies sound by me. Young Jamie loved me well, and sought me for his bride, but saving a crown, he had naething else beside. To make the crown a pund, young Jamie gaed to sea, and the crown and the pund were baith for me. He hadna been away a week, but only twa, when my father brak his arm, and the cow was stown away. My mother she fell sick, and my Jamie at the sea, and auld Robin Gray came a courting me. My father couldna work, and my mother couldna spin. I toiled day and night, but their bread I couldna win. Auld Robin maintained them baith, and with tears in his ee said, Jenny, for their sake, so marry me. My heart it said nay, I looked for Jamie back, but the wind it blew high, and the ship it was a wrack. His ship it was a wrack. Why did not Jamie dee? Or why do I live to cry, wae's me? My father urged sair, my mother did not speak, but she looked in my face till my heart was like to break. They gied him my hand, but my heart was at the sea. Say auld Robin Gray, he was good man to me. I hadna been a wife a week, but only 4, when mournful as I sat on the stane at the door, I saw my Jamie's wraith, for I could not think it he, till he said, I'm come hame to marry thee. Oh, sair, sair did we greet, and muckle did we say. We took but ae kiss, and I bade him gang away. I wish that I were dead, but I'm no like to die, and why was I born to say, wae's me? I gang like a ghaist, and I care not to spin. I dare not think on Jamie, for that would be a sin. But I'll do my best a good wife aye to be, for auld Robin Gray, he is kind unto me. Lady A. Lindsay. 153. Duncan Gray. Duncan Gray cam here to woo, ha ha, the wooing o't. On blithe Yule night when we were fou, ha ha, the wooing o't. Maggie coosed her head full high, looked as sklint and unco skay. Gart poor Duncan stand aby, ha ha, the wooing o't. Duncan fleeched and Duncan prayed. Meg was deaf as Ailsa Craig. Duncan sighed baith out and in, grat his een baith billiard and blin, spak a loupen ower a lin. Time and chance are but a tide, slighted love is sair to bide. Shall I, like a fool, quoth he, for a haughty hizzy die? She may gae to France for me. How it comes let doctors tell, Meg grew sick, as he grew heal. Something in her bosom rings, for relief a sigh she brings, and o' her een they spak sick things. Duncan was a lad o' grace, Maggie's was a piteous case. Duncan could not be her death, swelling pity smored his wrath. Now they're crouse and canty baith, ha ha, the wooing o't. R. Burns. 154. The Sailor's Wife. And are ye sure the news is true? And are ye sure he's weel? Is this a time to think of work? Ye jades, lay by your wheel. Is this the time to spin a thread when Colin's at the door? Reach down me cloak, I'll to the quay, and see him come ashore. For there's nae look about the house, there's nae look at all, there's little pleasure in the house, when our good man's awa. And gie to me, my bigonet, my bishop's satin gown, for I mun tell the bailie's wife that Colin's in the town. My turkey slippers maun gae on, my stockings pearly blue. It's a' to pleasure our good man, for he's baith leal and true. Arise, lass, and mek a clean fireside, put on the muckle pot. Gie little Kate her button gown, and Jock his Sunday coat, and mek their shoon as black as slaes, their hose as white as snaw. It's a' to please my ain good man, for he's been long awa. There's twa fat hens upon the coop, been fed this month and mair. Mak haste and thraw their necks about, that Colin weel may fare. And spread the table neat and clean, gar ilka thing look braw, for wha can tell how Colin fared when he was far awa'. Sae true his heart, sae smooth his speech, his breath like caller air. His very foot has music in it as he comes up the stair. And will I see his face again, and will I hear him speak? I'm downright dizzy with the thought, in troth I'm like to greet. If Colin's weel, and weel content, I hae nae mair to crave, and gin I live to keep him sae, I'm blessed aboon the lave. And will I see his face again, and will I hear him speak? I'm downright dizzy with the thought, in troth I'm like to greet. For there's nae look about the house, there's nae look at a', there's little pleasure in the house, when our good man's awa'. W. J. Mickle. End of section 29. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 30 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 30, Poems 155 through 159. 155. Jean. Of a' the airts the wind can blaw, I dearly like the west, for there the bonny lassie lives, the lassie I love best. There wild woods grow, and rivers row, and mony a hill between. But day and night my fancy's flight is ever wi' my Jean. I see her in the dewy flowers, I see her sweet and fair, I hear her in the tuneful birds, I hear her charm the air. There's not a bonny flower that springs by fountain shaw green, there's not a bonny bird that sings, but minds me o' my Jean. O blaw, you westland winds, blaw saft amang the leafy trees, wi' balmy gale frae hill and dale, bring hame the laden bees. And bring the lassie back to me, that's aye sae neat and clean. Ae smile o' her wad banish care, sae charming is my Jean. What sighs and vows among the knowes hae passed atween us twa, how fond to meet, how wae to part, that night she gaed awa'. The powers aboon can only ken to whom the heart is seen, that nane can be sae dear to me as my sweet lovely Jean. R. Burns. 156. John Anderson. John Anderson, my Jo John, when we were first acquent, your locks were like the raven, your bonny brow was brent. But now your brow is bald, John, your locks are like the snow, but blessings on your frosty pow, John Anderson, my Jo. John Anderson, my Jo John, we clammed the hill thegither, and mony a canty day, John, we had wi' ane anither. Now we maun totter down, John, but hand in hand we'll go, and sleep thegither at the foot, John Anderson, my Jo. R. Burns. 157. The Land o' the Leal. I'm wearin' awa, Jean, like snaw when it's thaw, Jean. I'm wearin' awa to the land o' the leal. There's nae sorrow there, Jean. There's neither cold nor care, Jean. The day is aye fair in the land o' the leal. Ye were aye leal and true, Jean. Your task's ended now, Jean, and I'll welcome you to the land o' the leal. Our bonny bairn's there, Jean, she was baith good and fair, Jean. Oh, we grudged her right sair to the land o' the leal. Then dry that tear for ye, Jean. My soul longs to be free, Jean, and angels wait on me to the land o' the leal. Now fare ye weel, my ain Jean. This world's care is vain, Jean. We'll meet and aye be fain in the land o' the leal. Lady Nairn. 158. Ode on a Distant Prospect of Eton College. Ye distant spires, ye antique towers, that crown the watery glade, where grateful Science still adores her Henry's holy shade. And ye that from the stately brow of Windsor's heights th' expanse below, of grove, of lawn, of mead survey, whose turf, whose shade, whose flowers among, wanders the hoary Thames along his silver winding way. Ah, happy hills! Ah, pleasing shade! Ah, fields beloved in vain, where once my careless childhood strayed, a stranger yet to pain. I feel the gales that from ye blow a momentary bliss bestow, as waving fresh their gladsome wing, my weary soul they seem to soothe, and redolent of joy and youth, to breathe a second spring. Say, Father Thames, for thou hast seen full many a sprightly race disporting on thy margent green the paths of pleasure trace, who foremost now delight to cleave with pliant arm thy glassy wave? The captive linnet which enthrall? What idle progeny succeed to chase the rolling circle's speed, or urge the flying ball? While some, on earnest business bent, their murmuring labours ply 'gainst graver hours that bring constraint to sweeten liberty. Some bold adventurers disdain the limits of their little reign, and unknown regions dare descry. Still, as they run, they look behind, they hear a voice in every wind, and snatch a fearful joy. Gay hope is theirs by fancy fed, less pleasing when possessed. The tear forgot as soon as shed, the sunshine of the breast. Theirs buxom health of rosy hue, wild wit, invention ever new, and lively cheer of vigour born. The thoughtless day, the easy night, the spirits pure, the slumbers light, that fly the approach of morn. Alas, regardless of their doom, the little victims play. No sense have they of ills to come, nor care beyond to-day. Yet see how all around 'em wait the ministers of human fate, and black misfortune's baleful train. Ah, show them where in ambush stand, to seize their prey, the murderous band. Ah, tell them they are men. These shall the fury passions tear, the vultures of the mind, disdainful anger, pallid fear, and shame that skulks behind. Or pining love shall waste their youth, or jealousy with rankling tooth that inly gnaws the secret heart, and envy wan and faded care, grim-visaged comfortless despair, and sorrow's piercing dart. Ambition this shall tempt to rise, then whirl the wretch from high to bitter scorn a sacrifice and grinning infamy. The stings of falsehood those shall try, and hard unkindness' altered eye that mocks the tear it forced to flow, and keen remorse with blood defiled, and moody madness laughing wild amidst severest woe. Lo, in the vale of years beneath, a grisly troop are seen, the painful family of death, more hideous than their queen. This racks the joints, this fires the veins, that every laboring sinew strains, those in the deeper vitals rage. Lo, poverty to fill the band, that numbs the soul with icy hand, and slow consuming age. To each his sufferings, all are men, condemned alike to groan, the tender for another's pain, th' unfeeling for his own. Yet, why should they know their fate, since sorrow never comes too late, and happiness too swiftly flies? Thought would destroy their paradise. No more. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. T. Gray. 159. Hymn to Adversity. Daughter of Jove, relentless power, thou tamer of the human breast, whose iron scourge and torturing hour the bad affright, afflict the best. Bound in thy adamantine chain, the proud are taught to taste of pain, and purple tyrants vainly groan with pangs unfelt before, unpitied and alone. When first thy sire to send on earth virtue, his darling child designed, to thee he gave the heavenly birth, and bade to form her infant mind. Stern, rugged nurse, thy rigid lore with patience many a year she bore. What sorrow was, thou badst her know, and from her own she learned to melt at others' woe. Scared at thy frown terrific, fly self-pleasing folly's idle brood, wild laughter, noise, and thoughtless joy, and leave us leisure to be good. Light they disperse, and with them go the summer friend, the flattering foe. By vain prosperity received, to her they vow their truth, and are again believed. And melancholy, silent maid, with leaden eye that loves the ground, still on thy solemn steps attend. Warm charity, the general friend, with justice to herself severe, and pity dropping soft the sadly pleasing tear. O gently on thy suppliant's head, dread goddess, lay thy chastening hand, not in thy Gorgon terrors clad, not circled with the vengeful band, as by the impious thou art seen, with thundering voice and threatening mien, with screaming horror's funeral cry, despair and fell disease and ghastly poverty. Thy form benign, O goddess, swear, thy milder influence impart, thy philosophic train be there to soften, not to wound my heart. The generous spark extinct revive, teach me to love and to forgive, exact my own defects to scan, what others are to feel, and know myself a man. T. Gray. End of section 30. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section number 31 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poem 160, The Solitude of Alexander Selkirk, by W. Cowper. I am the monarch of all I survey. My right there is none to dispute. From the center all around to the sea, I am the lord of the fowl and the brute. O solitude, where are the charms that the sages have seen in thy face? Better dwell in the midst of alarms than reign in this horrible place. I am out of humanity's reach. I must finish my journey alone, never hear the sweet music of speech. I start at the sound of my own, the beasts that roam over the plain, my form with indifference see. They are so unacquainted with man, their tameness is shocking to me. Society, friendship, and love, divinely bestowed upon man. Oh, had I the wings of a dove, how soon I would taste you again. My sorrows I then might assuage in the ways of religion and truth, might learn from the wisdom of age, and be cheered by the sallies of youth. Ye winds that have made me your sport, convey to this desolate shore some cordial, endearing rapport. Of the land I shall visit no more. My friends, do they now and then send a wish or a thought after me? Oh, tell me I yet have a friend, though a friend I am never to see. How fleet is a glance of the mind compared with the speed of its flight. The tempest itself lags behind, and the swift-winged arrows of light. When I think of my own native land, in a moment I seem to be there, but alas, recollection at hand soon hurries me back to despair. But the sea-fowl has gone to her nest, the beast is laid down in his lair. Even here is a season of rest, and I to my cabin repair. There's mercy in every place, and mercy, encouraging thought, gives even affliction a grace, and reconciles man to his lot. W. Cowper. Poem number 161, To Marry Unwin, by W. Cowper. Mary, I want a lyre with other strings, such aid from heaven as others have feigned they drew, an eloquence scarce given to mortals, new and undebased by praise of meaner things, that ere through age or woe I shed my wings, I may record thy worth with honor due, in verse as musical as thou art true, and that immortalizes whom it sings. But thou hast little need. There is a book by the seraphs writ, with beams of heavenly light, on which the eyes of God not rarely look, a chronicle of actions, just and bright. There all thy deeds, my faithful Mary, shine. And since thou own'st that praise, I spare thee mine. W. Cowper. Poem number 162, To Mary, by W. Cowper. The 20th year is well nigh past, since first our sky was overcast. Ah, would that this might be the last, my Mary. Thy spirits have a fainter flow, I see thee daily weaker grow. 'Twas my distress that brought thee low, my Mary. Thy needles once a shining store, for my sake restless heretofore, now rust disused and shine no more, my Mary. For though thou gladly wouldst fulfill the same kind office for me still, thy sight now seconds not thy will, my Mary. But well thou play'dst the housewife's part, and all thy threads with magic's art have wound themselves about this heart, my Mary. Thy indistinct expressions seem like language uttered in a dream, yet me they charm, whate'er the theme, my Mary. Thy silver locks, once auburn, bright, are still more lovely in my sight than golden beams of orient light, my Mary. For could I view nor them nor thee, what sight worth seeing could I see, the sun would raise in vain for me, my Mary. Partakers of thy sad decline, thy hands their little force resign, yet gently press gently mine, my Mary. Such feebleness of limbs thou prov'st, that now at every step thou mov'st, upheld by two, yet still lov'st, my Mary, and still to love, though pressed with ill, in wintry age to feel no chill, with me is to be lovely still, my Mary. But by constant heed I know how often sadness that I show transforms thy smiles to looks of woe, my Mary. And should my future lot be cast with much resemblance of the past, thy worn-out heart will break at last, my Mary. W. Cowper. Poem 163, The Dying Man in His Garden, by G. Sewell. Why, Damon, with the forward day dost thou little spot survey, from tree to tree with doubtful cheer pursue the progress of the year? What winds arise, what rains descend, when thou before that year shalt end? What do thy noontime walks avail to clear the leaf and pick the snail, then wantonly to death decree an insect usefuller than thee? Thou and the worm are brother kind, as low as earthly and as blind. Vain wretch, canst thou expect to see the downy peach make court to thee, or that thy sense shall ever meet the bean flower's deep embosomed sweet? Exhaling with an evening blast, thy evenings then will all be past. Thy narrow pride, thy fancied green, for vanity is in little seen. All must be left when death appears, in spite of wishes, groans, and tears. Nor one of all thy plants that grow, but rosemary will with thee go. G. Sewell. Poem 164. To Morrow, by Collins. In the downhill of life, when I find I'm declining, may my lot no less fortunate be than a snug elbow chair can afford for reclining, and a cot that o'erlooks the wide sea, with an ambling pad pony to pace o'er the lawn, with a carol away idle sorrow, and the blithe as the lark that each day hails the dawn, look forward with hope for tomorrow. With a porch at my door, both for shelter and shade too, as the sunshine or rain may prevail, and the small spot of ground for the use of the spade too, with a barn for the use of the flail, a cow for my dairy, a dog for my game, and a purse when a friend wants to borrow. I'll envy no nabob his riches or flame, nor what honors await him tomorrow. From the bleak northern blast may my cot be completely secured by a neighboring hill, and the night may repose steal upon me more sweetly by the sound of a murmuring rill. And while peace and plenty I find at my board, with a heart free from sickness and sorrow, with my friends may I share what today may afford, and let them spread to the table tomorrow. And when I at last must throw off this frail covering, which I've worn for 80 years and 10, on the brink of the grave I'll not seek to keep hovering, nor my thread wish to spin o'er again. But my face in the glass I'll serenely survey, and with smiles count each wrinkle and furrow, as this old worn-out stuff, which is threadbare today, may become everlasting tomorrow. Collins. 165. Untitled, by A. L. Barbald. Life. I know not what thou art, but know that thou and I must part, and when or how or where we met, I own to me a secret yet. Life, we've been together through pleasant and through cloudy weather. 'Tis hard to part when friends are dear. Perhaps 'twill cost a sigh, a tear. Then steal away, give little warning, choose thine own time. Say not good night, but in some brighter clime bid me good morning. A. L. Barbald. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 32, Fourth Book, Summary. It proves sufficiently the lavish wealth of our own age in poetry that the pieces which, without conscious departure from the standard of excellence, render this book by far the longest, were, with very few exceptions, composed during the first 30 years of the 19th century. Exhaustive reasons can hardly be given for the strangely sudden appearance of individual genius, but none, in the editor's judgment, can be less adequate than that which assigns the splendid national achievements of our recent poetry to an impulse from the frantic follies and criminal wars that at the time disgraced the least essentially civilized of our foreign neighbors. The first French Revolution was rather, in his opinion, one result, and in itself by no means the most important, of that far wider and greater spirit which through enquiry and doubt, through pain and triumph, sweeps mankind round the circles of its gradual development. And it is to this that we must trace the literature of modern Europe. But without more detailed discussion on the motive causes of Scott, Wordsworth, Campbell, Keats, and Shelley, we may observe that these poets, with others, carried to further perfection the later tendencies of the century preceding in simplicity of narrative, reverence for human passion and character in every sphere, and impassioned love of nature, that whilst maintaining on the whole the advances in art made since the Restoration, they renewed the half-forgotten melody and depth of tone which marked the best Elizabethan writers, that lastly, to what was thus inherited, they added a richness in language and a variety in metre, a force and fire in narrative, a tenderness and bloom in feeling, an insight into the finer passages of the soul and the inner meanings of the landscape, a larger and wiser humanity, hitherto hardly attained and perhaps unattainable, even by predecessors of not inferior individual genius. In a word, the nation which, after the Greeks in their glory, has been the most gifted of all nations for poetry, expressed in these men the highest strength and prodigality of its nature. They interpreted the age to itself, hence the many phases of thought and style they present. To sympathize with each fervently and impartially, without fear and without fancifulness, is no doubtful step in the higher education of the soul. For as with the affections and the conscience, purity in taste is absolutely proportionate to strength. And when once the mind has raised itself to grasp and to delight in excellence, those who love most will be found to love most wisely. End of section 32. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 33 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neil Aitken. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 33, Poems 166 to 170. 166. On first looking into Chapman's Homer. Much have I travelled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen. Round many western islands have I been, which bards and fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told that deep-browed Homer ruled as his domain. Yet did I never breathe its pure serene, till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez, when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. J. Keats. 167. Ode on the Poets. Bards of passion and of mirth, ye have left your souls on earth. Have ye souls in heaven too, double-lived in regions new? Yes, and those of heaven commune with the spheres of sun and moon, with the noise of fountains wondrous, and the parle of voices thunderous, with the whisper of heaven's trees, and one another in soft ease, seated on Elysian lawns, browsed by none but Dian's fawns, underneath large bluebells tented, where the daisies are rose-scented, and the rose herself has got perfume which on earth is not, where the nightingale doth sing, not a senseless tranced thing, but divine melodious truth, philosophic numbers smooth, tales and golden histories of heaven and its mysteries. Thus ye live on high, and then on the earth ye live again, and the souls ye left behind you teach us here the way to find you, where your other souls are joying, never slumbered, never cloying. Here your earth-born souls still speak to mortals of their little week, of their sorrows and delights, of their passions and their spites, of their glory and their shame, what doth strengthen and what maim. Thus ye teach us every day wisdom, though fled far away. Bards of passion and of mirth, ye have left your souls on earth. Ye have souls in heaven too, double-lived in regions new. J. Keats. 168. Love. All thoughts, all passions, all delights, whatever stirs this mortal frame, all are but ministers of love, and feed his sacred flame. Oft in my waking dreams do I live o'er again that happy hour, when midway on the mount I lay, beside the ruined tower. The moonshine stealing o'er the scene had blended with the lights of eve, and she was there, my hope, my joy, my own dear Genevieve. She leaned against the armed man, the statue of the armed knight. She stood and listened to my lay amid the lingering light. Few sorrows hath she of her own, my hope, my joy, my Genevieve. She loves me best whene'er I sing the songs that make her grieve. I played a soft and doleful air. I sang an old and moving story, an old rude song that suited well that ruin wild and hoary. She listened with a flitting blush, with downcast eyes and modest grace, for well she knew I could not choose but gaze upon her face. I told her of the knight that wore upon his shield a burning brand, and that for 10 long years he wooed the lady of the land. I told her how he pined, and the deep, the low, the pleading tone with which I sang another's love, interpreted my own. She listened with a flitting blush, with downcast eyes and modest grace, and she forgave me that I gazed too fondly on her face. But when I told the cruel scorn that crazed that bold and lovely knight, and that he crossed the mountain woods, nor rested day nor night, that sometimes from the savage den and sometimes from the darksome shade, and sometimes starting up at once in green and sunny glade, there came and looked him in the face an angel beautiful and bright, and that he knew it was a fiend, this miserable night. And that unknowing what he did, he leaped amid a murderous band, and saved from outrage worse than death the lady of the land. And how she wept, and clasped his knees, and how she tended him in vain, and ever strove to expiate the scorn that crazed his brain, and that she nursed him in a cave, and how his madness went away, when on the yellow forest leaves a dying man he lay. His dying words, but when I reached that tenderest strain of all the ditty, my faltering voice and pausing harp disturbed her soul with pity. All impulses of soul and sense had thrilled my guileless Genevieve, the music and the doleful tale, the rich and balmy eve, and hopes and fears that kindle hope, an undistinguishable throng, and gentle wishes long subdued and cherished long. She wept with pity and delight, she blushed with love and virgin shame, and like the murmur of a dream I heard her breathe my name. Her bosom heaved, she stepped aside, as conscious of my look she stepped. Then suddenly with a timorous eye she fled to me and wept. She half enclosed me with her arms, she pressed me with a meek embrace, and bending back her head looked up and gazed upon my face. 'Twas partly love and partly fear, and partly 'twas a bashful art, that I might rather feel than see the swelling of her heart. I calmed her fears, and she was calm, and told her love with virgin pride, and so I won my Genevieve, my bright and beauteous bride. S. T. Coleridge. 169. All for Love. Oh, talk not to me of a name great in story. The days of our youth are the days of our glory, and the myrtle and ivy, as sweet 22, are worth all your laurels, though ever so plenty. What are garlands and crowns to the brow that is wrinkled? 'Tis but as a dead flower with maydew besprinkled. Then away with all such from the head that is hoary. What care I for the wreaths that can only give glory? O fame, if I e'er took delight in thy praises, 'twas less for the sake of thy high-sounding phrases than to see the bright eyes of the dear one discover she thought that I was not unworthy to love her. There chiefly I sought thee, there only I found thee. Her glance was the best of the rays that surround thee. When it sparkled o'er aught that was bright in my story, I knew it was love, and I felt it was glory. Lord Byron. 170. The Outlaw. O Brignow banks are wild and fair, and Greta woods are green, and you may gather garlands there would grace the summer queen. And as I rode by Dalton Hall, beneath the turrets high, a maiden on the castle wall was singing merrily. O Brignow banks are fresh and fair, and Greta woods are green. I'd rather rove with Edmund there than reign our English queen. If, maiden, thou wouldst wend with me, to leave both tower and town, thou first must guess what life lead we that dwell by dale and down. And if thou canst that riddle read, as read full well you may, then to the greenwood shalt thou speed, as blithe as Queen of May. Yet sung she, Brignow banks are fair, and Greta woods are green. I'd rather rove with Edmund there than reign our English queen. I rede you by your bugle horn, and by your palfrey good, I rede you for a ranger sworn to keep the king's green wood. A ranger, lady, winds his horn, and 'tis at peep of light. His blast is heard at merry morn, and mine at dead of night. Yet sung she, Brignow banks are fair, and Greta woods are gay. I would I were with Edmund there, to reign his Queen of May. With burnished brand and musketoon, so gallantly you come, I rede you for a bold dragoon, that lists the tuck of drum. I list no more the tuck of drum, no more the trumpet here, but when the beetle sounds his hum, my comrades take the spear, and oh, the Brignow banks be fair, and Greta woods be gay, yet mickle must the maiden dare, would reign my Queen of May. Maiden, a nameless life I lead, a nameless death I'll die. The fiend whose lantern lights the mead were better mate than I, And when I'm with my comrades met, beneath the greenwood bough, what once we were we all forget, nor think what we are now. Yet Brignall banks are fresh and fair, and Greta woods are green, and you may gather flowers there with grace, summer queen. Sir W. Scott. End of section 33. Recording by Neil Aitken.
Section 34 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by CaprishaPage. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 34. 171. There be none of beauty's daughters with a magic like thee, and like music on the waters is thy sweet voice to me, when, as if its sound were causing the charmed ocean's pausing, the waves lie still and gleaming, and the lulled winds seem dreaming, and the midnight moon is weaving her bright chain o'er the deep, whose breast is gently heaving as an infant's asleep. So the spirit bows before thee, to listen and adore thee, with a full but soft emotion, like the swell of summer's ocean. Lord Byron. 172. Lines to an Indian Air. I arise from dreams of thee in the first sweet sleep of night, when the dreams are breathing low and the stars are shining bright. I arise from dreams of thee, and a spirit in my feet hath led me, who knows how, to thy chamber window sweet. The wandering airs they faint on the dark, the silent stream. The champic odors fail like sweet thoughts in a dream. The nightingale's complaint, it dies upon her heart, as I must on thine. Oh, beloved as thou art. Oh, lift me from the grass, I die, I faint, I fail. Let thy love and kisses rain on my lips and eyelids pale. My cheek is cold and white, alas. My heart beats loud and fast. Oh, press it to thine own again, where it will break at last. P.B. Shelley. 173. She walks in beauty, like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meets in her aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. One shade the more, one ray the less, had half impaired the nameless grace which waves on every raven tress, or softly lightens o'er her face, where thoughts serenely sweet express how pure, how dear their dwelling place. And on that cheek, and o'er that brow so soft, so calm yet eloquent, the smiles that win, the tints that glow, but tell of days in goodness spent, a mind at peace with all below, a heart whose love is innocent. Lord Byron. 174. She was a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon my sight, a lovely apparition, sent to be a moment's ornament. Her eyes as stars of twilight fair, like twilight's too her dusky hair, but all things else about her drawn from Maytime and the cheerful dawn, a dancing shape, an image gay, to haunt, to startle, and waylay. I saw her upon nearer view, a spirit, yet a woman too, her household motions light and free, and steps of virgin liberty, a countenance in which a countenance in which did meet sweet records, promises as sweet, a creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles. And now I see the eye serene, the very pulse of the machine, a being breathing thoughtful breath, a traveler between life and death, a reason firm, the temperate will, endurance, foresight, strength, and skill, a perfect woman, nobly planned, to warn, to comfort, and command, and yet a spirit still and bright, with something of an angel light. W. Wordsworth. 175. She is not fair to outward view, as many maidens be. Her loveliness I never knew until she smiled on me. And then I saw her eye was bright, a well of love, a spring of light. But now her looks are coy and cold, to mine they ne'er reply. And yet I cease not to behold the love light in her eye. Her very frowns are fairer far than smiles of other maidens are. H. Coleridge. 176. I fear thy kisses, gentle maiden. Thou needest not fear mine. My spirit is too deeply laden, ere to birth in thine. I fear thy mien, thy tones, thy motion. Thou needest not fear mine. Innocent is the heart's devotion with which I worship thine. P. B. Shelley. 177. The Lost Love. She dwelt among the untrodden ways, beside the springs of Dove, a maid whom there were none to praise, and very few to love. A violet by a mossy stone, half hidden from the eye, fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. She lived unknown, and few could know when Lucy ceased to be. But she is in her grave, and oh, the difference to me. W. Wordsworth. 178. I travelled among unknown men in lands beyond the sea, nor England did I know till then what love I bore to thee. 'Tis past, that melancholy dream, nor will I quit thy shore a second time, for still I seem to love thee more and more. Among thy mountains did I feel the joy of my desire, and she I cherished turned her wheel beside an English fire. Thy mornings showed, thy nights concealed, the bowers where Lucy played, and thine, too, is the last green field that Lucy's eyes surveyed. W. Wordsworth. 179. The Education of Nature. 3 years ago she grew in sun and shower. Then Nature said, a lovelier flower on earth was never sown. This child I to myself will take. She shall be mine, and I will make a lady of my own. Myself will to my darling be both law and impulse, and with me the girl in rock and plain, in earth and heaven, in glade and bower shall feel an ever-seeing power to kindle and restrain. She shall be sportive as the fawn, that wild with glee across the lawn, or up the mountain springs, and hers shall be the breathing balm, and hers the silence, and the calm of mute insensate things. The floating clouds their state shall lend to her, for her the willow bend, nor shall she fail to see, e'en in the motions of the storm's grace, that shall mould the maiden form by silent sympathy. The stars of midnight shall be dear to her, and she shall lean her ear in many a secret place, where rivulets dance their wayward round, and beauty born of murmuring sound shall pass into her face. And vital feelings of delight shall rear her form to stately height, her virgin bosom swell. Such thoughts to Lucy I will give, while she and I together live here in this happy dell. Thus nature spake, the work was done. How soon my Lucy's race was run! She died, and left to me this heath, this calm and quiet scene, the memory of what has been, and never more will be. W. Wordsworth. 180. A slumber did my spirit seal, I had no human fears. She seemed a thing that could not feel the touch of earthly years. No motion had she now, no force, she neither hears nor sees. Rolled round in earth's diurnal course with rocks and stones and trees. W. Wordsworth. End of section 34. Recording by CaprishaPage.
Section 35 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kanta. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 35. 181. Lord Ullin's Daughter. A chieftain to the Highlands bound cries, "Boatman, do not tarry, and I'll give thee a silver pound to row us o'er the ferry." Now who be ye would cross Loch Gyle, this dark and stormy water? "Oh, I'm the chief of Ulva's Isle, and this Lord Ullin's daughter." And fast before her father's men 3 days we fled together, for should he find us in the glen, my blood would stain the heather. His horsemen hard behind us ride, should they our steps discover, then who will cheer my bonny bride, when they have slain her lover? Outspoke the hardy Highland wight, "I'll go, my chief, I'm ready. It is not for your silver bright, but for your winsome lady. And by my word, the bonny bird in danger not shall tarry, so though the waves are raging wide, I'll row you o'er the ferry." By this the storm grew loud apace, the water wraith was shrieking, and in the scowl of heaven each face grew dark as they were speaking. But still as wilder blew the wind, and as the night grew drearer, adown the glen rode armed men, their trampling sounded nearer. "Oh, haste thee, haste," the lady cries, "though tempests round us gather, I'll meet the raging of the skies, but not an angry father." The boat has left a stormy land, a stormy sea before her, when oh, too strong for human hand, the tempest gathered o'er her. And still they rode amidst the roar of waters fast prevailing. Lord Ullin reached that fatal shore, his wrath was changed to wailing. For sore dismayed, through storm and shade, his child he did discover. One lovely hand she stretched for aid, and one was round her lover. Come back," he cried in grief, "across this stormy water, and I'll forgive your Highland chief, my daughter, oh my daughter." 'Twas vain, the loud waves lashed ashore, return or aid preventing. The waters wild went o'er his child, and he was left lamenting. T. Campbell. 182. Jock o' Hazeldean. Why weep ye by the tide, lady? Why weep ye by the tide? I'll wed you to my youngest son, and you shall be his bride. And you shall be his bride, lady, sae comely to be seen. But I should let the tears down fall for Jock o' Hazeldean. A chain of gold ye shall not lack, nor braid to bind your hair, no mettled hound, no managed hawk, no palfrey fresh and fair. And you, the foremost of them all, shall ride our forest green. But I shall let the tears down fall for Jock o' Hazeldean. The kirk was decked at morning tide, the tapers glimmered fair. The priest and bridegroom wait the bride, and Dame and knight are there. They sought her baith by HollyRenae, the lady was not seen. She is o'er the border and away with Jock o' Hazeldean. Sir W. Scott. 183. Freedom and Love. How delicious is the winning of a kiss at love's beginning, When two mutual hearts are sighing, for the knot there's no untying. Yet remember midst your wooing, love has bliss, but love has ruing. Other smiles may make you fickle, tears for other charms may trickle. Love he comes and love he tarries, just as fate or fancy carries. Longest stays when sorest chidden, laughs and flies when pressed and bidden. Bind the sea to slumber stilly, bind its odor to the lily. Bind the aspen ne'er to quiver, then bind love to last forever. Love's a fire that needs renewal, a fresh beauty for its fuel. Love's wing molts when caged and captured, only free he soars enraptured. Can you keep the bee from ranging, or the ringdove's neck from changing? No, nor fettered love from dying. In the knot there's no untying. T. Campbell. 184. Love's Philosophy. The fountains mingle with the river, and the rivers with the ocean. The winds of heaven mix forever with the sweet emotion. Nothing in the world is single, all things by a law divine. In one another's being mingle, why not I with thine? See the mountains kiss high heaven, and the waves clasp one another. No sister flower would be forgiven if it disdained its brother. And the sunlight clasps the earth, and the moonbeams kiss the sea. What are all these kissings worth, if thou kiss not me? P. B. Shelley. 185. Echoes. How sweet the answer echo makes to music at night, when, roused by lute of horn, she wakes, and far away o'er lawns and lakes goes answering light. Yet love hath echoes truer far, and far more sweet, than e'er beneath the moonlight star of horn or lute or soft guitar the songs repeat. 'Tis when the sigh in youth sincere, and only then, the sigh that's breathed for one to hear, is by that one that only dear breathed back again. T. Moore. 186. A Serenade. Ah, County Guy, the hour is nigh, the sun has left the lea. The orange flower perfumes the bower, the breeze is on the sea. The lark his lay, who trilled all day, sits hushed his partner nigh. Breeze, bird, and flower confess the hour, but where is County Guy? The village maid steals through the shade, her shepherd's suit to hear. To beauty shy, by letters high, sings high-born cavalier. The star of love, all stars above, now reigns o'er earth and sky. And high and low, the influence know, but where is County Guy? Sir W. Scott. 187. To the Evening Star. Gem of the crimson-coloured even, companion of retiring day, why at the closing gates of heaven, beloved star, dost thou thee lay? So fair thy pensile beauty burns, when soft the tear of twilight flows, so do thy plighted love returns, to chambers brighter than the rose. To peace, to pleasure, and to love, so kind a star thou seemst to be, sure some enamoured orb above descends and burns to meet with thee. Thine is the breathing blushing hour, when all unheavenly passions fly, chased by the soul-subduing power of love's delicious witchery. O sacred to the fall of day, queen of propitious stars appear, and early rise and long delay, when Caroline herself is here. Shine on her chosen green resort, whose trees the sunward summit crown, and wanton flowers that well may court an angel's feet to tread them down. Shine on her sweetly scented road, thou star of evening's purple dome, that leads the nightingale abroad, and guides the pilgrim to his home. Shine where my charmer's sweeter breath embalms the soft exhaling dew, where dying winds a sigh bequeath, to kiss the cheek of rosy hue, where, winnowed by the gentle air, her silken tresses darkly flow, and fall upon her brow so fair, like shadows on the mountain snow. Thus, ever thus, at day's decline, in converse sweet to wander far, O bring with thee my Caroline, and thou shalt be my ruling star. T. Campbell. 188. To the Night. Swiftly walk over the western wave, spirit of night. Out of the misty eastern cave, where all the long and lone daylight thou wovest dreams of joy and fear, which make thee terrible and dear. Swift be thy flight. Wrap thy form in a mantle grey, star inwrought. Blind with thine hair the eyes of day. Kiss her until she be wearied out, then wander o'er city and sea and land, touching all with thine opiate wand. Come, long sought. When I arose and saw the dawn, I sighed for thee. When light rode high and the dew was gone, and noon lay heavy on flower and tree, and the weary day turned to his rest, lingering like an unloved guest, I sighed for thee. Thy brother Death came and cried, Wouldst thou me? Thy sweet child Sleep, the filmy-eyed, murmured like a noontide bee, Shall I nestle thee at thy side? Wouldst thou me? And I replied, No, not thee. Death will come when thou art dead, soon, too soon. Sleep will come when thou art fled. Of neither would I ask the boon. I ask of thee, beloved night, swift be thine approaching flight. Come soon, soon. P. B. Shelley. End of section 35. Recording by Kanta.
Section 36 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HollyRenae. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 36. Poem 189. To a Distant Friend. Why art thou silent? Is thy love a plant of such weak fibre, that the treacherous air of absence withers what was once so fair? Is there no debt to pay, no boon to grant? Yet have my thoughts for thee been vigilant, bound to thy service with unceasing care. The mind's least generous wish a mendicant for naught but what thy happiness could spare. Speak, though this soft warm heart, once free to hold 1,000 tender pleasures, thine and mine, be left more desolate, more dreary cold, than a forsaken bird's nest filled with snow, mid its own bush of leafless eglantine. Speak, that my torturing doubts their end may know. W. Wordsworth. Poem 190. When we two parted, in silence and tears, half broken-hearted to sever for years, pale grew thy cheek, and cold, colder thy kiss. Truly that hour foretold sorrow to this. The dew of the morning sunk chill on my brow. It feels like the warning of what I feel now. Thy vows are all broken, and light is thy fame. I hear thy name spoken, and share in its shame. They name thee before me, a knell to mine ear. A shudder comes o'er me. Why wert thou so dear? They know not I knew thee, who knew thee too well. Long, long shall I rue thee, too deeply to tell. In secret we met, in silence I grieve, that thy heart could forget, thy spirit deceive. If I should meet thee, after long years, how should I greet thee? With silence and tears. Lord Byron. Poem 191. Happy Insensibility. In a drear nighted December, too happy, happy tree, thy branches ne'er remember their green felicity. The north cannot undo them, with a sleety whistle through them, nor frozen thawings glue them from budding at the prime. In a drear nighted December, too happy, happy brook, thy bubblings ne'er remember Apollo's summer look. But with a sweet forgetting they stay their crystal fretting, never, never petting about the frozen time. Ah, would 'twere so with many a gentle girl and boy! But were there ever any writhed not at passed joy, to know the change and feel it, when there is none to heal it, nor numbed sense to steal it, was never said in rhyme. J. Keats. Poem 192. Where shall the lover rest whom the fates sever from his true maiden's breast, parted for ever? Where through groves deep and high sounds the far billow, where early violets die under the willow, Illoo Leroux, soft shall be his pillow. There through the summer day cool streams are laving, there while the tempests sway scarce are boughs waving. There thy rest shalt thou take, parted for ever, never again to wake, never, oh never, Illoo Leroux, never, oh never. Where shall the traitor rest, he the deceiver, who would win maiden's breast, ruin and leave her in the lost battle, borne down by the flying, where mingles war's rattle with groans of the dying? Illoo Leroux, there shall he be lying. Her wing shall the eagle flap o'er the false-hearted, his warm blood the wolf shall lap ere life be parted. Shame and dishonor sit by his grave ever, blessing shall hallow it never, oh never, Illoo Leroux, never, oh never. Sir W. Scott. Poem 193. La Belle Dame sans Merci. Oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms, alone and palely loitering? The sedge has withered from the lake, and no birds sing. Oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms, so haggard and so woebegone? The squirrel's granary is full, and the harvest done. I see a lily on thy brow, with anguish moist and fever dew, and on thy cheeks a fading rose fast withereth too. I met a lady in the meads, full beautiful, a fairy's child. Her hair was long, her foot was light, and her eyes were wild. I made a garland for her head, and bracelets too, and fragrant zone. She looked at me as she did love, and made sweet moan. I set her on my pacing steed, and nothing else saw all day long, for sidelong would she bend and sing a fairy's song. She found me roots of relish sweet, and honey wild, and manna dew, and sure in language strange she said, I love thee true. She took me to her elfin grot, and there she wept and sighed full sore, and there I shut her wild, wild eyes with kisses four. And there she lulled me asleep, and there I dreamed, ah, woe betide, the latest dream I ever dreamed, on the cold hillside. I saw pale kings and princes too, pale warriors, death pale were they all. They cried, La Belle Dame sans Merci hath thee in thrall. I saw their starved lips in the gloam, with horrid warning gaped wide, and I awoke and found me here on the cold hillside. And this is why I sojourn here, alone and palely loitering, though the sedge is withered from the lake, and no birds sing. J. Keats. Poem 194. The Rover. A weary lot is thine, fair maid, a weary lot is thine, to pull the thorn thy brow to braid, and press the rue for wine. A lightsome eye, the soldier's mien, a feather of the blue, a doublet of the Lincoln green, no more of me you knew, my love, no more of me you knew. The morn is merry, June, I trow, the rose is budding fain, but she shall bloom in winter snow ere we two meet again. He turned his charger as he spake, upon the river shore, he gave the bridle reins a shake, and said, Adieu for evermore, my love, and adieu for evermore. Sir W. Scott. End of section 36. Recording by HollyRenae.
Section 37 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Brenneman. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 37, Poems 195 to 203. 195. The Flight of Love. When the lamp is shattered, the light in the dust lies dead. When the cloud is scattered, the rainbow's glory is shed. When the lute is broken, sweet tones are remembered not. When the lips have spoken, loved accents are soon forgot. As music and splendor survive not the lamp and the lute, the heart's echoes render no song when the spirit is mute. No song but sad dirges, like the wind through a ruined cell, or the mournful surges that ring the dead seaman's knell. When the hearts have once mingled, love first leaves the well-built nest. The weak one is singled to endure what it once possessed. O love, who bewailest the frailty of all things here, why choose you the frailest for your cradle, your home, and your bier? Its passions will rock thee as the storms rock the ravens on high. Bright reason will mock thee like the sun from a wintry sky. From thy nest every rafter will rot and thine eagle home leave thee naked to laughter when leaves fall and cold winds come. P.B. Shelley. 196. The Maid of Needpath. O lovers' eyes are sharp to see, and lovers' ears in hearing, and love in life's extremity can lend an hour of cheering. Disease had been in Mary's bower, and slow decay from mourning, though now she sits on Needpath's tower to watch her love's returning. All sunk and dim, her eyes so bright, her form decayed by pining, till through her wasted hand at night you saw the taper shining. By fits a sultry hectic hue across her cheek was flying. By fits so ashy pale she grew, her maidens thought her dying. Yet keenest powers to see and hear seemed in her frame residing. Before the watchdog pricked his ear, she heard her lover's writing. Ere scarce a distant form was kenned, she knew and waved to greet him, and o'er the battlement did bend, as on the wing to meet him. He came, past in heedless gaze, as o'er some stranger glancing. Her welcome spoke in faltering phrase, lost in his courser's prancing. The castle arch, whose hollow tone returns each whisper spoken, could scarcely catch the feeble moan which told her heart was broken. Sir W. Scott. 197. The Maid of Needpath. Earl March looked on his dying child, and smit with grief to view her. The youth, he cried, whom I exiled, shall be restored to woo her. She's at the window many an hour, his coming to discover, and he looked up to Ellen's bower, and she looked on her lover. But ah, so pale, he knew her not, through her smile on him was dwelling. And am I then forgot, it broke the heart of Ellen. In vain he weeps, in vain he sighs, her cheek is cold as ashes, nor love's own kiss shall wake those eyes to lift their silken lashes. T. Campbell. 198. Bright star, would I were steadfast as thou art, not in lone splendor hung aloft the night, and watching with eternal lids apart, like nature's patient sleepless eremite. The moving waters, at their priest-like task of pure ablution round earth's human shores, or gazing on the new soft fallen mask of snow upon the mountains and the moors. No, yet still steadfast, still unchangeable, pillowed upon my fair love's ripening breast, to feel forever its soft fall and swell, awake forever in a sweet unrest. Still, still to hear her tender taken breath, and so live ever, or else swoon to death. J. Keats. 199. The Terror of Death. When I have fears that I may cease to be, before my pen has gleaned my teeming brain, before high-piled books and charactery hold like rich garners the full-ripened grain, when I behold upon the night's starred face huge cloudy symbols of a high romance, and think that I may never live to trace their shadows with the magic hand of chance, and when I feel, fair creature of an hour, that I shall never look upon thee more, never have relish in the fairy power of unreflecting love than on the shore of the wide world I stand alone and think, till love and fame to nothingness do sink. J. Keats. 200. Desideria. Surprised by joy, impatient as the wind, I turn to share the transport, oh, with whom? But thee deep buried in the silent tomb, that spot which no vicissitude can find. Love, faithful love, recalled thee to my mind, but how could I forget thee? Through what power, even for the least division of an hour, have I been so beguiled as to be blind? To my most grievous loss, that thought's return was the worst pang that sorrow ever bore, save one only, when I stood forlorn, knowing my heart's best treasure was no more, that neither present time nor years unborn could to my sight that heavenly face restore. W. Wordsworth. 201. At the mid-hour of night, when the stars are weeping, I fly to the lone vale we loved, when life shone warm in thine eye. And I think oft, if spirits can steal from the regions of air, to revisit past scenes of delight, thou wilt come to me there, and tell me our love is remembered even in the sky. Then I sing the wild song it once was rapture to hear, when our voices, commingling, breathed like one on the ear. And as echo far off through the vale my sad orison rolls, I think, O my love, 'tis thy voice from the kingdom of souls, faintly answering still the notes that once were so dear. T. Moore. 202. Elegy on Thyrza. And thou art dead, as young and fair as aught of mortal birth, and forms so soft and charms so rare too soon return to earth. Though earth received them in her bed, and o'er the spot the crowd may tread in carelessness or mirth, there is an eye which could not brook a moment on that grave to look. I will not ask where thou liest low, nor gaze upon the spot. There flowers and weeds at will may grow, so I behold them not. It is enough for me to prove that what I loved and long must love, like common earth can rot. To me there needs no stone to tell 'tis nothing that I loved so well. Yet did I love thee to the last as fervently as thou, who didst not change through all the past, and canst not alter now. The love where death has set its seal, nor age can chill, nor rival steal, nor falsehood disavow. And what were worse thou canst not see, or wrong, or change, or fault in me. The better days of life were ours, the worst can be but mine. The sun that cheers, the storm that lowers, shall never more be thine. The silence of that dreamless sleep I envy now too much to weep, nor need I to repine. that all those charms have passed away I might have watched through long decay. The flower in ripened bloom, unmatched, must fall the earliest prey, though by no hand untimely snatched, the leaves must drop away. And yet it were a greater grief to watch it withering, leaf by leaf, than see it plucked today. Since earthly eye but ill can bear to trace the change from foul to fair, I know not if I could have borne to see thy beauties fade. The night that followed such a morn had worn a deeper shade. Thy day without a cloud hath passed, and thou wert lovely to the last, extinguished, not decayed, as stars that shoot along the sky shine brightest as they fall from high. As once I wept, if I could weep, my tears might well be shed, to think I was not near to keep one Virgil o'er thy bed, to gaze how fondly on thy face, to fold thee in a faint embrace, uphold thy drooping head, and show that love, however vain, nor thou nor I can feel again. Yet how much less it were to gain, though thou hast left me free, the loveliest things that still remain, than thus remember thee. The all of thine that cannot die, through dark and dread eternity, returns again to me, and more thy buried love endears than aught except its living years. Lord Byron. 203. One word is too often profaned for me to profane it, one feeling too falsely disdained for thee to disdain it. One hope is too like despair for prudence to smother, and pity from thee more dear than that from another. I can give not what men call love, but wilt thou accept not the worship the heart lifts above, and the heavens reject not? The desire of the moth for the star, of the night for the morrow, the devotion to something afar from the spear of our sorrow. P. B. Shelley. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Brenneman. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 38, Poems 204 to 210. 204. Gathering Song of Donald the Black. Pibroch of Donald Dhu, Pibroch of Donald, wake thy wild voice anew, summon Clan Connell. Come away, hark to the summons. Come in your war array, gentles and commons. Come from deep glen and from mountain so rocky, the war pipe and pennon are at Inverlochie. Come every hill plaid and true heart that wears one, come every steel blade and strong hand that bears one. Leave untended the herd, the flock without shelter, leave the corpse uninterred, the bride at the altar. Leave the deer, leave the steer, leave nets and barges. Come with your fighting gear, broadswords and targes. Come as the winds come when forests are rended. Come as the waves come when navies are stranded. Faster come, faster and faster. Chief, vassal, page and groom, tenant and master. Fast they come, see how they gather. Wide waves the eagle plume, blended with heather. Cast your plaids, draw your blades, forward each man set. Pibroch of Donald Dhu, knell for the onset. Sir W. Scott. 205. A wet sheet and a flowing sea, a wind that follows fast, and fills the white and rustling sail, and bends the gallant mast. And bends the gallant mast, my boys, while like the eagle free, away the good ship flies, and leaves old England on the lee. Oh, for a soft and gentle wind, I heard a fair one cry, but give to me the snoring breeze, and white waves heaving high. And white waves heaving high, my lads, the good ship tight and free. The world of waters is our home, and merry men are we. There's tempest in yon horned moon, and lightning in yon cloud. But hark the music, mariners, the wind is piping loud. The wind is piping loud, my boys, and lightning flashes free, while the hollow oak our palace is, our heritage the sea. A. Cunningham. 206. Ye mariners of England, that guard our native seas, whose flag has braved 1,000 years the battle and the breeze, your glorious standard launch again to match another foe, and sweep through the deep, while the stormy winds do blow, while the battle rages loud and long, and the stormy winds do blow. The spirits of your fathers shall start from every wave, for the deck it was their field of fame, and ocean was their grave. Where Blake and mighty Nelson fell, your manly hearts shall glow, as ye sweep through the deep, while the stormy winds do blow, while the battle rages loud and long, and the stormy winds do blow. Britannia needs no bulwarks, no towers along the steep. Her march is o'er the mountain waves, her home is on the deep. With thunders from her native oak she quells the floods below, as they roar on the shore when the stormy winds do blow. When the battle rages loud and long, and the stormy winds do blow, the meteor flag of England shall yet terrific burn, till danger's troubled night depart, and the star of peace return. Then, ye ocean warriors, our song and feast shall flow, to the fame of your name, when the storm has ceased to blow, when the fiery fight is heard no more, and the storm has ceased to blow. T. Campbell. 207. Battle of the Baltic. Of Nelson and the North sing the glorious day's renown, when to battle fierce came forth all the might of Denmark's crown, and her arms along the deep proudly shone, by each gun the lighted brand, in a bold determined hand, and the prince of all the land led them on. Like leviathans afloat lay their bulwarks on the brine, while the sign of battle flew on the lofty British line. It was 10 of April morn by the chime. As they drifted on their path, there was silence deep as death, and the boldest held his breath for a time. But the might of England flushed to anticipate the scene, and her van the fleeter rushed o'er the deadly space between. Hearts of oak, our captains cried, when each gun from its adamantine lips spread a death shade round the ships, like the hurricane eclipse of the sun. Again, and the havoc did not slack, till a feeble cheer the Dane to our cheering sent us back. Their shots along the deep slowly boom, then ceased, and all is wail, as they strike the shattered sail, or in the conflagration pale light the gloom. Out spoke the victor then, as he hailed them o'er the wave, "Ye are brothers, ye are men, and we conquer but to save. So peace instead of death let us bring, but yield, proud foe, thy fleet, with the crews at England's feet, and make submission meet to our king. Then Denmark blessed our chief, that gave her wounds repose, and the sounds of joy and grief from her people wildly rose, as death withdrew his shades from the day, while the sun looked smiling bright o'er a wide and woeful sight, where the fires of funeral light died away. Now joy, old England, raise, for the tidings of thy might by the festal cities blaze. Whilst the wine cup shines in light, and yet amidst that joy and uproar, let us think of them that sleep, full many a fathom deep, by thy wild and stormy steep, Elsinore. Brave hearts, to Britain's pride, once so faithful and so true, on the deck of fame that died, with the gallant good Riou. Soft sigh the winds of heaven o'er their grave, while the billow mournful rolls, and the mermaid's song condoles, singing glory to the souls of the brave. T. Campbell. 208. Ode to Duty. Stern daughter of the voice of God, O Duty, if that name thou love, who art a light to guide, a rod to check the erring and reprove, thou who art victory and law, when empty terrors overawe, from vain temptation dost set free, and calmest the weary strife of frail humanity. There are who ask not if thine eye be on them who in love and truth, where no misgiving is, rely upon the genial sense of youth. Glad hearts, without reproach or blot, who do thy work and know it not. Oh, if through confidence misplaced they fail, thy saving arms dread power around them cast. Serene will be our days and bright, and happy will our nature be, when love is an unerring light, and joy its own security. And they a blissful course may hold, e'en now who, not unwisely bold, live in the spirit of this creed, yet find that other strength according to their need. I, loving freedom and untried, no sport of every random guest, yet being to myself a guide, too blindly have reposed my trust. And oft when in my heart was heard thy timely mandate, I deferred the task in smoother walks to stray, but thee I now would serve more strictly if I may. Through no disturbance of my soul, or strong compunction in me wrought, I supplicate for thy control, but in the quietness of thought. Me this uncharted feeling tires, I feel the weight of chance desires. My hopes no more must change their name, I long for repose whichever is the same. Stern lawgiver, yet thou dost wear the Godhead's most benignant grace, nor we anything so fair as is the smile upon thy face. Flowers laughed before thee on their beds, and fragrance in thy footing treads. Thou dost preserve the stars from wrong, and the most ancient heavens through thee are fresh and strong. To humbler functions, awful power, I call thee, I myself commend. Unto thy guidance from this hour, O let my weakness have an end. Give unto me, made lowly wise, the spirit of self-sacrifice. The confidence of reason give, and in the light of truth thy bondman let me live. W. Wordsworth. 209. On the Castle of Chillon. Eternal spirits of the chainless mind, brightest in dungeons, liberty thou art, for there thy habitation is thy heart, the heart which love of thee alone can bind. And when thy sons to fetters are consigned, to fetters and the damp vault's dayless gloom. Their country conquers with their martyrdom, and freedom's fame finds wings on every wind. Chillon, thy prison is a holy place, and thy sad floor an altar, for 'twas trod, until his very steps have left a trace, worn as if thy cold pavement were a sod. By Bonnivard may none those marks efface, for they appeal from tyranny to God. Lord Byron. 210. England and Switzerland. Two voices are there, one is of the sea, one of the mountains, each a mighty voice. In both from age to age thou didst rejoice. They were thy chosen music, liberty. There came a tyrant, and with holy glee thou fought'st against him, but hast vainly striven. Thou from thy alpine holds at length art driven, where not a torrent murmurs heard by thee. Of one deep bliss thine ear hath been bereft, then cleave, O cleave to that which still is left. For, high-souled maid, what sorrow would it be that mountain floods should thunder as before, and ocean bellow from his rocky shore, and neither awful voice be heard by thee? W. Wordsworth. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyric Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Treasury, selected by Francis T. Palgrave. Section 39, 4th Book, Poems 211 to 218. 211. On the Extinction of the Venetian Republic. Once did she hold the gorgeous East in fee, and was the safeguard of the West. The worth of Venice did not fall below her birth. Venice, the eldest child of liberty. She was a maiden city, bright and free. No guile seduced, no force could violate. And when she took to herself a mate, she must espouse the everlasting sea. And what if she had seen those glories fade, those titles vanish, and that strength decay? Yet shall some tribute of regret be paid, when her long life hath reached its final day. Men are we, and must grieve when even the shade of that which once was great has passed away. William Wordsworth. 212. London, 1802. O friend, I know not which way I must look for comfort, being, as I am, oppressed, to think that now our life is only dressed for show, mean handiwork of craftsman, cook, or groom. We must run glittering like a brook in the open sunshine, or we are unblessed. The wealthiest man among us is the best. No grandeur now in nature or in book delights us. Rapine, avarice, expense, this is idolatry, and these we adore. Plain living and high thinking are no more. The homely beauty of the good old cause is gone. Our peace, our fearful innocence, and pure religion breathing household laws. William Wordsworth. 213. The same. Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour. England hath need of thee. She is a fen of stagnant waters, altar, sword and pen, fireside, the heroic wealth of hall and bower, have forfeited their ancient English dower of inward happiness. We are selfish men. Oh, raise us up, return to us again, and give us manners, virtue, freedom, power. Thy soul was like a star and dwelt apart. Thou hadst a voice whose sound was like the sea, pure as the naked heavens, majestic, free. So didst thou travel on life's common way, in cheerful godliness, and yet thy heart the lowliest duties on herself did lay. William Wordsworth. 214. When I have borne in memory what has tamed great nations, how ennobling thoughts depart, when men change swords for ledgers and desert the student's bower for gold. Some fears unnamed I had, my country, am I to be blamed? Now, when I think of thee and what thou art, verily in the bottom of my heart, of those unfilial fears I am ashamed. For dearly must we prize thee, we who find in thee a bulwark of the cause of men, and I by my affection was beguiled. What wonder if a poet now and then, among the many movements of his mind, felt for thee as a lover or a child? William Wordsworth. 215. Hohenlinden. On Linden, when the sun was low, all bloodless lay the untrodden snow, and dark as winter was the flow of Iser rolling rapidly. But Linden saw another sight, when the drum beat at dead of night, commanding fires of death to light the darkness of her scenery. By torch and trumpet fast arrayed, each horseman drew his battle blade, and furious every charger neighed to join the dreadful revelry. Then shook the hills with thunder riven, then rushed the steed to battle driven, and louder than the bolts of heaven far flashed the red artillery. But redder yet that light shall glow on Linden's hills of stained snow, and bloodier yet the torrent flow of Iser rolling rapidly. 'Tis morn, but scarce yon level sun can pierce the war clouds rolling dun, where furious Frank and fiery Hun shout in their sulphurous canopy. The combat deepens, on, ye brave, who rush to glory or the grave. Wave, Munich, all thy banners wave, and charge with all thy chivalry. Few, few shall part where many meet, the snow shall be their winding sheet, and every turf beneath their feet shall be a soldier's sepulchre. Thomas Campbell. 216. After Blenheim. It was a summer evening, old Caspar's work was done, and he before his cottage door was sitting in the sun, and by him sported on the green his little grandchild Wilhelmine. She saw her brother Peterkin roll something large and round, which he beside the rivulet in playing there had found. He came to ask what he had found that was so large and smooth and round. Old Caspar took it from the boy, who stood expectant by, and then the old man shook his head, and with a natural sigh, "'Tis some poor fellow's skull," said he, "who fell in the great victory." I find them in the garden, for there's many hereabout, and often when I go to plough, the ploughshare turns them out. For many thousand men, said he, were slain in that great victory. Now tell us what 'twas all about, young Peterkin, he cries, and little Wilhelmine looks up with wonder-waiting eyes. Now tell us all about the war, and what they fought each other for. It was the English, Caspar cried, who put the French to rout, but what they fought each other for, I could not well make out. But everybody said, quoth he, that 'twas a famous victory. My father lived in Blenheim then, yon little stream hard by. They burnt his dwelling to the ground, and he was forced to fly. So with his wife and child he fled, nor had he where to rest his head. With fire and sword the country round was wasted far and wide, and many a childing mother then and new-born baby died. But things like that, you know, must be at every famous victory. They say it was a shocking sight after the field was won, for many thousand bodies here lay rotting in the sun. But things like that, you know, must be after a famous victory. Great praise the Duke of Marlborough won, and our good Prince Eugene. Why, 'twas a very wicked thing, said little Wilhelmine. Nay, nay, my little girl, quoth he, it was a famous victory. And everybody praised the Duke, who this great fight did win. But what good came of it at last, quoth little Peterkin. Why, that I cannot tell, said he, but 'twas a famous victory. Robert Southey. 217. Pro Patria Mori. When he who adores thee has left but the name of his fault and his sorrows behind, oh, say, wilt thou weep when they darken the fame of a life that for thee was resigned? Yes, weep, and however my foes may condemn, thy tears shall efface their decree. For heaven can witness, though guilty to them, I have been but too faithful to thee. With thee were the dreams of my earliest love, every thought of my reason was thine. In my last humble prayer to the Spirit above, thy name shall be mingled with mine. O blessed are the lovers and friends who shall live the days of thy glory to see. But the next dearest blessing that heaven can give is the pride of thus dying for thee. Thomas Moore. 218. The burial of Sir John Moore at Corunna. Not a drum was heard, not a funeral note, as his corpse to the rampart we hurried. Not a soldier discharged his farewell shot, o'er the grave where our hero we buried. We buried him darkly at dead of night, the sods with our bayonets turning, by the struggling moonbeams' misty light, and the lantern dimly burning. No useless coffin enclosed his breast, not in sheet or in shroud we wound him, but he lay like a warrior taking his rest, with his martial cloak around him. Few and short were the prayers we said, and we spoke not a word of sorrow, but we steadfastly gazed on the face that was dead, and we bitterly thought of the morrow. We thought as we hollowed his narrow bed, and smoothed down his lonely pillow, that the foe and the stranger would tread o'er his head, and we far away on the billow. Lightly they'll talk of the spirit that's gone, and o'er his cold ashes upbraid him, but little he'll reck if they let him sleep on, in the grave where a Briton has laid him. But half of our heavy task was done when the clock struck the hour for retiring, and we heard the distant and random gun that the foe was sullenly firing. Slowly and sadly we laid him down, from the field of his fame fresh and gory. We carved not a line, and we raised not a stone, but we left him alone with his glory. Charles Wolfe. End of section 39. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 40 of the Golden Treasury of the Best Songs and Lyrical Pieces in the English Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. The Golden Treasury. Selected by Francis T. Palgrave, Section 40, Poems 219 through 223. 219. Simon Lee, the Old Huntsman. In the sweet shire of Cardigan, not far from pleasant Ivor Hall, an old man dwells, a little man, I've heard he once was tall. Full 35 years he lived, a running huntsman merry, and still the centre of his cheek is red as a ripe cherry. No man like him the horn could sound, and hill and valley rang with glee, when echo bandied round and round the halloo of Simon Lee. In those proud days he little cared for husbandry or tillage. To blither tasks did Simon rouse the sleepers of the village. He all the country could outrun, could leave both man and horse behind, and often, ere the chase was done, he reeled and was stone blind. And still there's something in the world at which his heart rejoices, for when the chiming hounds are out, he dearly loves their voices. But oh, the heavy change, bereft of health, strength, friends, and kindred, see, old Simon to the world is left in liveried poverty. His master's dead, and no one now dwells in the hall of Ivor. Men, dogs, and horses, all are dead. He is the sole survivor. And he is lean, and he is sick. His body dwindled and awry, rests upon ankles swollen and thick. His legs are thin and dry. He has no son, he has no child. His wife, an aged woman, lives with him near the waterfall, upon the village common. Beside their moss-grown hut of clay, not 20 paces from the door, a scrap of land they have, but they are poorest of the poor. This scrap of land he from the heath enclosed when he was stronger. But what avails the land to them when he can till no longer? Oft, working by her husband's side, Ruth does what Simon cannot do, for she, with scanty cause for pride, is stouter of the two. And though you with your utmost skill from labor could not wean them, 'tis little, very little, all that they can do between them. Few months of life has he in store, as he to you will tell, for still the more he works, the more do his weak ankles swell. My gentle reader, I perceive how patiently you've waited, and now I fear that you expect some tale will be related. O reader, had you in your mind such stores as silent thought can bring, O gentle reader, you would find a tale in everything. What more I have to say is short, and you must kindly take it. It is no tale, but should you think perhaps a tale you'll make it. One summer day I chanced to see this old man doing all he could to unearth the root of an old tree, a stump of rotten wood. The mattock tottered in his hand, so vain was his endeavor, that at the root of the old tree he might have worked forever. "You're overtasked, good Simon Lee. Give me your tool," to him I said. And at the word right gladly he received my proffered aid. I struck, and with a single blow the tangled root I severed, at which the poor old man so long and vainly had endeavored. The tears into his eyes were brought, and thanks and praises seemed to run so fast out of his heart, I thought they never would have done. I've heard of hearts unkind, kind deeds with coldness still returning. Alas, the gratitude of men has oftener left me mourning. W. Wordsworth. 220. The Old Familiar Faces. I have had playmates, I have had companions, in my days of childhood, in my joyful school days. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I have been laughing, I have been carousing, drinking late, sitting late with my bosom cronies. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I loved a love once, fairest among women. Closed are her doors on me. I must not see her. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I have a friend, a kinder friend has no man. Like an ingrate, I left my friend abruptly, left him to muse on the old familiar faces. Ghost-like I paced round the haunts of my childhood. Earth seemed a desert I was bound to traverse, seeking to find the old familiar faces. Friend of my bosom, thou more than a brother, why wert not thou born in my father's dwelling? So might we talk of the old familiar faces, how some they have died, and some they have left me, and some are taken from me. All are departed. All are gone, the old familiar faces. C. Lamb. 221. The Journey Onwards. As slow our ship her foamy track against the wind was cleaving, her trembling pennant still looked back to that dear isle 'twas leaving. So loth we part from all we love, from all the links that bind us, so turn our hearts, as on we rove, to those we've left behind us. When round the bowl of vanished years we talk with joyous seeming, with smiles that might as well be tears, so faint, so sad their beaming, while memory brings us back again each early tie that twined us. Oh, sweet's the cup that circles then to those we've left behind us. And when in other climes we meet some isle or vale enchanting, where all looks flowery, wild, and sweet, and naught but love is wanting, we think how great had been our bliss if heaven had but assigned us to live and die in scenes like this, with some we've left behind us. As travelers oft look back at eve, when eastward darkly going, to gaze upon that light they leave, still faint behind them glowing, so, when the close of pleasure's day to gloom hath near consigned us, we turn to catch our fading ray of joy that's left behind us. T. Moore. 222. Youth and Age. There's not a joy the world can give like that it takes away when the glow of early thought declines in feeling's dull decay. 'Tis not on youth's smooth cheek the blush alone which fades so fast, but the tender bloom of heart is gone ere youth itself be past. Then the few whose spirits float above the wreck of happiness are driven o'er the shoals of guilt or ocean of excess. The magnet of their course is gone, or only points in vain the shore to which their shivered sail shall never stretch again. Then the mortal coldness of the soul like death itself come down. It cannot feel for others' woes, it dare not dream its own. That heavy chill has frozen o'er the fountain of our tears, and though the eye may sparkle still, 'tis where the ice appears. Though wit may flash from fluent lips, and mirth distract the breast, through midnight hours that yield no more their former hope of rest, 'tis but as ivy leaves around the ruined turret wreathe, all green and wildly fresh without, but worn and gray beneath. Oh, could I feel as I have felt, or be what I have been, or weep as I could once have wept o'er many a vanished scene! As springs in deserts found seem sweet, all brackish though they be, so midst the withered waste of life those tears would flow to me. Lord Byron. 223. A Lesson. There is a flower, the lesser celandine, that shrinks like many more from cold and rain, and the first moment that the sun may shine, bright as the sun himself, 'tis out again. When hailstones have been falling swarm on swarm, or blast the green field and the trees distressed, oft have I seen it muffled up from harm in close self-shelter, like a thing at rest. But lately, one rough day, this flower I passed, and recognized it, though in altered form, now standing forth an offering to the blast, and buffeted at will by rain and storm. I stopped, and said with inly muttered voice, It doth not love the shower, nor seek the cold. This neither is its courage nor its choice, but its necessity in being old. The sunshine may not cheer it, nor the dew. It cannot help itself in its decay. Stiff in its members, withered, changed of hue. And in my spleen I smiled that it was gray. To be a prodigal's favourite, then, worse truth, a miser's pensioner, behold our lot. O man, that from thy fair and shining youth, age might but take the things youth needed not. W. Wordsworth. End of Section 40. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.